At Collectco for Thursday, March 5th, live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here and we are live. And boy, y'all are fast. Holy crap. That was fast. All right. Here we go. Let's get started. Sorry, I'm a lot of stuff going on at the store as usual. Let me get logged in here. Collectco Live. Okay. All right. Here we go. It's Thursday all night already. This week, I don't know about y'all, but it seems a little fast. It's gone by a little fast to me. We are here. I got crap all around me. Let me figure out how to move some of this stuff around. Let me move this here. This looks like something I can trash. Hate to throw away factory boxes, but if I don't know, I don't know. Let's get ready to rumble. Move some stuff around. That's something that can go over here. Let's walk right over here. Did John already leave? John might have already left. Very good chance. He might have already left. There's a good chance of it. Looks like we're working. All right. Okay. So I think y'all know what to expect on a night like a night like tonight. Just absolute chaos. I mean, you're probably looking for chaos. So much chaos. Y'all metalheads. Bunch of metalheads in here. Harry Styles. We're here and we're selling. Big Thursday night ahead. Huge. Huge. Possibly the biggest. Let's go ahead and get this shared a few places. Hopefully I have more than one crate than vinyl. I don't, Jerry. I have one Harry Styles pre-order, it looks like. Don't blame me, blame UPS. Because Jeremiah's ordered a lot. They hold all that. You know how it is on Fridays lately? We get like 12, 14 boxes on Fridays. I think they shelve stuff at the warehouses until Fridays. We've been getting ripped off. Let's put group. All right. Okay. So there's that. Starting time next weekend when you lose an hour this weekend. Did I lose an hour of sleep? Oh no. Time change? Oh gosh. I forgot about that. Request and WASP stuff early. Oh gosh. Here we go. WASP request already coming in. WASP. WASP, WASP, WASP. We can't get enough WASP. Don't get stung. Do not get stung. Don't get stung. This is already authenticated. All right. Everybody wants Wasp. Everybody wants Wasp. Everybody loves Wasp. All right. Hope y'all ready to buy records. I'm ready to sell them to you. Let me sort through these signed albums one more time. I don't want any of those for sure. Pass on all those. Anything? Okay, let me go up front and get the first crate, and we'll be ready to rumble. Our guest host tonight's Paul McCartney. That would be something. Wow. Patrick might want to, he'd probably hang around a few more hours. There'd start be people showing up outside in the parking lot probably. Golly, could you imagine? All right. Let's put this here. Let's put this here. All right. This is done. These need to go over here. All right. I'm almost ready to start looking at comments. I haven't yet because I'm running around trying to get tidied up, and then we're going to start putting up auctions. All right. And let's get started. I need my laptop a little bit later. I'll put it right there for now. Okay, here we go. Auction number 1, Great White. Auction number 2, golly, we got a lot of options. Yeah, where's my bonus crate? All right, we'll do that in just a second. Let's go ahead and figure out what's going on with this Great White. This is a 1986 USOG. This is Great White EX edition, a $10 start. What exactly is this? This is Great White, Face the Day, Hard and Cold, and No Way. It's a 3-track EP, Great White, $10 start. We're going to sell this Metallica and Justice for All statue in just a second. That's coming soon. Let me get to these other bonus crate items right quick. Let me get to some of these other bonus crate items right quick. That's going to be where a lot of our first auctions are. Plus, I got stacks of box sets back here behind me. Hope y'all ready for that. Let me go ahead and put something else up right here. The Ramones. That sounds pretty cool. The Ramones is a 1988 US Club. It's a VG minus. It's a 2 LP, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. I think it's got a couple scuffs on it, like right there. Other than that, it's A-OK. And it's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. CDs or cassettes? Possibly. Possibly. Mortgage Guy Rob, I always feel like you're on at the wrong time. I feel like every time I show that stuff, you're not on. I'm like, man, where's Mortgage Guy Rob? I'm selling hundreds of CDs. All right, first couple crates are up here behind the counter. Let me step up here and get them right quick. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I am here like a madman. Here's a few more I'm going to leave right there. And this should be our first crate. Sure. Okay. This one right here. We have a lot of stuff. If you're surprised by that, then you probably don't watch on a nightly basis. First thing I'm going to do is put up this crate. And we're going to go through this. I'm on the East Coast. I got to give a 6-day dinner week. That's probably why you miss cassettes and CDs, because East Coast time, I'm usually starting them like at midnight, 1, 2, or 3 a.m. So that's probably why. All right. Let's go over here and pull up this morning's video. All right, big Thursday night metal night. It pretty much begins right now. Let's close out some apps. Let me open up some videos. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. I hadn't checked this morning's video really to see if we have any new comments on this video, but if not, we'll get right to it. All right, and see, vintage pre-owned new vinyl video. There it is. 15 comments. We sold quite a bit out of here, so that's good. It looks like we sold Perfect Circle, The Who, Bob Seger, Echo, REM, Train, Prodigy, Cure, and then Who and Kiss, Killer, question mark. Okay, so over here we have Great White. Great White's at $20 with Stanley Richmond. And then the Ramones, the last bid that came on that was William Drugovich at $25. Let's go ahead and put up something else then. So that's our current two bids on those two auctions. Let's go ahead and put up something else. Mixed in a little something different as usual for Thursday night metal night. This is David Bowie Low, a Euro reissue, VG minus condition, $15 start on David Bowie. So this is a Euro reissue, NL83856. VG minus, a $10 start on David Bowie Low. That's now up for bid, okay? We have Pixies, and this is called Surfer Rosa. Pixies is $33.99. $33.99 for Pixie Surfer Rosa. There's one. There's two there. Also here, we have Pixies Come On Pilgrim EP. So the Pixies that sold was none of them, so both of these are still available. This is Pixies Come On Pilgrim EP, $29. And then Pixies Bossa Nova. That one's $33.99. $33.99. First thing over here is Great White. And the first bid on Great White was Doug Reeder at $21. And then we have the Ramones has a new bid for $27. William Drugovich is out. Now P-Free 3 has the Ramones for $27. We have Bowie for $10, and the Ramones is at $29. The Ramones over here is called Ramones Mania. It's an 88 U.S. club, Columbia House Club. It has the original on her sleeves. Does have some cover wear. Has an old retail sticker. VG minus condition. Now the Ramones is at 30. Now David Bowie Low is at 16. The Cure Faith, and the Cure Faith was sold to Sandy Villa. Thank you, Sandy Villa. That's sold to you. And then the Cure 17 Seconds. That's also sold to Sandy Villa. Thank you, Sandy Villa. That's sold to you. We have the Prodigy, the Fat of the Land. That was sold to Josh Tanner. If anybody else wants any of these in here that I sell out of, let me know. $39.99. The Eraser, Tom York. The Eraser is $38.99. And also over here, we have Built to Spiel, and this one's called Keep It Like a Secret. Built to Spiel is $44.99. And also we have Beach House Devotion. Beach House is a 2LP, $38.99. Beach House Bloom, that's a 2LP, $36.99. So we're still looking for Perfect Circle, The Who, Bob Seger, Echo, REM, Train, and then up here, another Who BBC sessions. But we'll get to those in just a second. I want to update Great White because I hadn't seen a bid in a while. The last bid that I seen on Great White over here, Stanley Richmond went out. Doug Reeder had Great White at $21, so we'll say going once, going twice on that. That's the Great White. Over here, the Ramones is at 35 of Kyle Hansen, and the last bid on David Bowie Low was Matthew Hendon at 16. This is Fat Boy Slim, and this one's called You've Come a Long Way, Baby. That's a 2LP, $46.99. And then Alice Coltrane, Journey into Sachamandanda. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but this is awesome. Has Pharaoh Sanders on it, $36.99. And this is John Mayer, Room for Squares. John Mayer, Room for Squares, $29.99. This is Great White. It's a 3-track EP, A Face Today, Hard and Cold and No Way, an 86 USOG and EX. And Great White, the last bid that came in on that was the following, and that was at $21 with Doug Reeder, and we're about to sell it. The Ramones has a new bid for $39. And then over here, David Bowie Low. David Bowie Low, well, that's at 16, Matthew Hendon. Irv to Chad, how did JSA go today? Now, if I told you that, then that would be answering your question, which I just simply cannot do. John Mayer is $29.99. MC5 back in the USA. MC5 is $29.99. MC5, $29.99. There's one. And then over here, there's two. And then we have MC5 High Time. And this is on clear and yellow splatter. That is $24.99. And then two copies here of Hootie and the Blowfish. And that is on clear vinyl, $29.99. Hootie and the Blowfish, $29.99 on that. Ramones 42, Ramones 44. and we have Train AM Gold. And then Train AM Gold, the first person who claimed this was Kelly Vladarchik. And that is sold to Kelly Vladarchik. I have a question. I'll save it to you for 11. Thank you. Yeah, we'll postpone all non-record related questions till after 11 p.m. You can come back for more information then. Sean Sam has Great White for $25. Thank you, Sean Sam. That's sold to you for $25. And then over here, the Ramones is still getting bids. It's at $60. And I don't think that David Bowie got another bid. It didn't. And David Bowie is sold to Matthew Hendon for $16. Okay? Matthew Hendon, thank you. That's sold to you for $16. Let's go ahead and put that away. Appreciate that. Boom, there it is. Pow, boom, bow, bing, bang, ding, boom. All right, next auction right over here. First thing I'm going to pull out of this crate is what? I have something in here. I'm going to do something right now. Here it is. Here we go. This is it. First thing I have is what? This is Ozzy, and this is Undercover. Now, this is a bootleg. This has only ever been released on CD, and this is an unofficial. It's Ozzy doing cover songs. It's a 2 LP, never before released on vinyl. So this is a boot only. That's a $125 start. $125 start. Also, we have Angel Headed Hipster, the songs of Mark Bolan and T-Rex. That's only $14.99, by the way. And then the Breakfast Club soundtrack. The Breakfast Club soundtrack is $34.99. This is a Japanese light mellow funk, disco and boogie, 78 to 88. That's a Japanese compilation, $44.99 on that. We have that one available. And then Exodus, this is Exhibit B, The Human Condition. Exodus is Go Vinyl, a 2 LP, $39.99. And then we have both Hannah Montana still. Hannah Montana, this one, and Hannah Montana, that one. 1 and 2, essentially, $36.99. Those are new colored vinyl. Ozzy's $125 start. Over here, the last bid that came in on the Ramones was Adam Garvey at $60, and Alfredo Fuentes on the Japanese comp, and that was for volume 3. Thank you on that one. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Overkill, and that's Under the Influence. Overkill Under the Influence is a 1988 USOG. It does have some cover damage, and it's in VG condition, a $25 start right back here on the spine. Hopefully you can see that. Not bad though, VG, and that is a $25 start for Overkill Under the Influence, okay? And then the Ramones, the last bid that came on that, out, and this is sold to Adam Garvey for $60. That's sold to Adam Garvey for $60. Let's put that away. Thanks, everybody. Boom, there it is. And I got to go up front and get the other crate. But first, let's pull Richard Bradshaw Exodus. Ozzy's $125 start, just FYI. What is the Roxy Blue in the bonus crate? I'm not sure myself, but we'll have it up for auction in just a second. Overkill has a bid for $25. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Judas Priest Turbo. This is a 1986 USOG top copy. OG, shrink wrap, inner sleeve, near mint minus. Judas Priest is a $35 start. Judas Priest is a $35 start. Let's put that right there. All right, then that's now up for bid, okay? I got another crate up front to go through. I'm still looking for Perfect Circle, The Who, Bob Seger, Echo, REM, and The Who BBC Sessions. And somebody commented Kiss Killer. I think sometimes people comment randomly on the flip videos. They'll be like, I'll take a copy of Kiss Killers. And I'm like, where did you see that at? And they'll be like, no, I was just telling you I want one. And I'm like, well, you'll have to join the line with the thousands of other people that also want one. Roxy Blue's a German OG. There you go. Thank you. That answers Bradley Smith's question. Roxy Blue is a German OG. Laura's got the power. She has the information on that stuff. Let me go up here and get this other crate behind the counter. That'll be the second time I have to come up here tonight for this crate. You walk over here and take care of this. All right, right here. This is it. And then I'll come back up here later for my caffeine packets, aka what I can tell y'all is chocolate milk and chopped up Adderall. So let's go ahead and do that right here. I got to get all focused and locked in. If I don't get focused and locked in, then there's some major problems. Everything starts collapsing and we have major problems. Here we go, here we go. Okay, here we go, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Chad's not doing questions right now. Ozzy's a buy now for $125. This is called Ozzy Undercover. It's an unofficial 2LP sealed. That's $125. And then over here, Overkill. It had one bid with Josh Baldwin for $25. We're about to sell it. $25 for Overkill Under the Influence, and Judas Priest Turbo is a $35 start. First thing is Bob Seger, and this was the last heard. Heavy music. Bob Seger is sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. Over here is REM Green, and we sold an REM document. Green is still available, $34.99. We got 2 copies there. REM document, and REM document is $36.99. This is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. And we have REM Monster. This one's still available, 25th anniversary edition, $33.99 on that one. And then Michael Thrower says he'll take Ozzy for $125. This is sold to Michael Thrower for $125. That's sold. And then Overkill's about to sell. Judas Priest does have a bid for $35. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is this right here. Without further ado, here it is. This is the moment you've been waiting for. This is a Japanese Rush moving pictures. Oh my goodness, a 1981 US, excuse me, I do that every time. How about a Japanese OG? It looks brand new. Holy crap. That's going to go up for $125. Goodness gracious. That is what's going on. All right, first thing we have is this. We have Moby Play. That's a 2LP, $46.99. Matthew Hendon on REM Monster. That's sold. Overkill just got that one bid for $25. Wow, but it's gone. So did Josh Baldwin for $25. Judas Priest is an OG top copy. We're talking near mint, shrink wrap, hop sticker, etc., etc. Beautiful copy. It only has one bid for $35. It only has one bid for $35, and that's a final call to Intergroove Distortion. And then Rush Moving Pictures, $125 start. Beautiful copy. OG Japanese. Drop Like Jehu. This is on random colored vinyl. $24.99 on that. Eck on the Bunny Men, the John Peel Sessions. Thank you, Mike Massey. That was sold to Mike Massey. And then we had Eck on the Bunny Men, Ocean Rain. Still got that one for $29. Also, Yes 90125. That's the new Rhino Reserve Analog Edition. $39.99 on that one. And over here, we have the Kinks Kingdom, and that is $24.99, the Kinks Kingdom. So the Eck on the Bunnymen here was sold to Mike Massey, just FYI. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I've still got the Yes Rhino Reserve and Eck on the Bunnymen Crocodile, which is sold to Patrick Fu. Thank you, Patrick Fu. That's sold to you. The Kinks Percy, that's on a picture disc, $36.99. Judas Priest has a new bid for $36 and $40. And then over here, we have another auction going up right now, and that another auction is this right here. This is Enough's Enough. This is in shrink with the hop sticker. It says includes new thing, and this is an 89 U.S. specialty OG pressing, VG plus condition. Enough's Enough is a $30 start. Do you have a Roxy Blue Metal album? I believe we do. It sounds like we do. I haven't physically seen it, but yes, evidently we do. Limited edition colored vinyl of the Kinks Face to Face. That is $29.99. The Kinks Kinda Kinks, that's $34.99. And then Jawbox Novelty. Jawbox is $24.99. Rush does have a bid for $125 with Alfredo Fuentes. So Rush will sell. It is a Japanese pressing, and it's near mint minus and pristine OG. And then over here, Judas Priest is with Joseph McCormick for $40. Everybody else is out, including Intergroove Distortion and including Chris Gardner. And Enough's Enough is a $35 start. It's up for bid. We have Slint Tweez, $24.99 for that. And then NXS Listen Like Thieves, Gatefold Jacket, 40th Anniversary Edition, $33.99. NXS Kick, that's $33.99. And over here, we have NXS X, and that's on red vinyl. NXS X is $33.99. I still got that. It's a Gatefold Jacket red vinyl. Soundgarden King Animals, a 2LP, $44.99. And then the Hives, Vinny Vidi Vicious. The Hives is $29.99. And then we have 2 copies of the Who BBC Sessions. One sold to Clifford Umstead, and the other one was sold to Robert Warner. So thank y'all. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then this was a Perfect Circle, and it's sold to John LeBeatty. Thank you, John LeBeatty. That is sold to you. All right, so Rush has a high bid of 128 and now a high bid of 130. Rush is OG Japanese. It has the Obi. It's near mint minus and pristine, and it has all the inserts with it. It's complete and near mint minus. First thing is Megadeth Countdown vinyl, new buyer. That's going to be something that goes up for auction. You'll have to stand by for about the next 30 minutes, 45 minutes. It'll be up for bid. You'll bid on it. If you end up winning it, then you'll send us your information. We'll bill you on Monday. And then Judas Priest didn't get another bid, did it? I don't think it did. Joseph McCormick still has Judas Priest for $40, and I don't think anybody else has bid. And then over here, Enough's Enough has two $35 bids. Sean Sam bid 35 and MG Sanchez bid 35, okay? That's where we're at on that. And I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid on Judas Priest Turbo. We'll go ahead and call that one. We'll say Turbo over and out. Let me do some crate condensing right quick. So last night's crates have now condensed into one. Got some cool stuff still in stock. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? Huh. I have changed my mind. I'm going to go ahead and buy everything that you've got in your store tonight. Tax returns coming in. Credit cards are paid off. I'm ready to just, whatever you got, charge me. It doesn't matter. I'll take everything on the back wall. All right. I need some Diet Coke in my system. All right. Okay. Test 1, 2. I'm here, and we're good to go. It's a wait list for this. I'll do that one later. Okay. Judas Priest did not get another bid. This is sold. I lost a couple people on it, but we got to go ahead and sell it. This is sold for $40. That's sold to Joseph McCormick for $40. There it is. Let's put that away. Over here is a Japanese pressing of Rush Moving Pictures. Let's take a closer examination. Right now, it's a 1981 Japanese OG Rush Moving Pictures, 1981 OG Japanese pressing, 25-3P-261. It has the insert, it has the OB, it's near mint minus and pristine, and the high bid's $144. Next is Enough's Enough, and the high bid on that is MG Sanchez at $36. If you're not MG Sanchez, you don't have the high bid on Enough's Enough. It's also OG, it's in shrink, and it has the hop sticker. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that next auction up for bid right now is going to be this, and it's going to come from right over here. It is this. I know you've been waiting for it. We got a bunch of OZZYs tonight, and if you can do math, you know what that spells. Aussie. This is a 1988 UK OG limited edition picture disc. This is Aussie. It's an OG limited edition die-cut shaped picture disc from the UK 1988. Miracle Man, whoops. Miracle Man and Crazy Babies. Miracle Man and Crazy Babies. Aussie is now up for bid. Miracle Man and Crazy Babies, which is a 1988 UK picture disc, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Enough's Enough's at $40, and Rush is at $148. Chad, when will your store be open for visitors? Probably next Wednesday. This collection we should have closed out by Saturday, and then we'll be done. Okay, and then we're going to move everything to the back, and we'll be in a much better position. Okay. All right, so let's go over here. Let's open this up. Let's do this, and let's do this, and then I have something to search here. It's called HARYSTYLES, and if you can't do math, that spells Harry Styles. This is Harry Styles' new album. Laura posted this back on January 16th. It's an indie exclusive, and it is, when did put stickers on these? They're $39.99. $39.99. This is the new Harry Styles. $39.99, okay? And I'm about to read off everybody that pre-ordered, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. First thing is this. We need the following. We need, okay, so we have Enough's Enough got a bid for $30, and then Rush has a bid for $140, and then Rush got a bid for $144. Rush got a bid for $148. Enough's Enough's at $40. Aussie at $35. Aussie at $35. Aussie at $40, Enough's Enough's at $41, Rush is at $150, Aussie's at $35, Blackie L wants 300 MoFi sleeves. Put down Blackie L for 6 packs of MoFi sleeves. 6 packs of MoFi sleeves for Blackie L, okay? 6 packs of MoFi sleeves for Blackie L. Aussie's at $50, Rush is at $151, Aussie's at $40, Aussie's at $50, Rush is at $155, Aussie's at $41, Aussie's at $50, Enough's Enough's at $45, Aussie's at $70, Rush is at 156. Ozzy's at 45. Ozzy's at 70. Enough's enough. Enough's enough. Enough's enough. Still getting bids. Let's look at that one more time. MG Sanchez, $41. Ozzy Rush is at 160. This is one of those nights where we probably won't even be showing anything in crates. This is going to be bids coming in one after another. Ozzy out. Rush 160. Ozzy's at 70 right now. Here we go. So first thing is, Laura, do you already have your copy of Harry Styles pulled out? And if you do, then this one goes to Kristen Barnett. So Kristen Barnett, this is, so do you make sure these get stickered for $39.99? Then one for Cynthia Herdron, one for Sherry Darnell. So Cynthia Herdron, Sherry Darnell, those are sold and sold. Next thing over here is Troy Robinson and David Polkey. Troy Robinson and David Polkey. Scott Beebe and Michael Morskadelli. Scott Beebe and Michael Morskadelli. One for Laura. We'll put that right there. There's one for Laura. I'm going to put it in the crate over here. Then Lady Collier and then Eli Tomlinson. There's two more sold. And then over here we have one for 42 Foxes, Brian Mallard and Jerry Stone. There's one extra copy of Harry Styles if anybody wants it, okay? One extra copy. First thing is Rush has a new bid for 161. MG Sanchez has Enough's Enough at 46. And the last bid on Ozzy was Chad King at $70. If anybody wants this Harry Styles album, it's new. It comes out tomorrow. It's $39.99. Enough's Enough's at $50. That crate's empty. That was easy. All right, let's go through some buy it now best offer to get the show kind of warmed up. I will be going through other new vinyl. But first, we got some other collectibles to put up. Ozzy's at 80. Rush is at 177. And Enough's Enough is at 50. So guess what? Sounds like we got more stuff to put up. I got box sets to run. And when I say box sets, I mean box sets. This is Motorhead, the Ace of Spades box set. This is like new or pretty much near mint minus. It's a $175 start. Motorhead, the Ace of Spades box set. All kinds of cool stuff in here as you would expect. Poker dice, comic book, Ace Up Your Sleeve program, new live recordings that were unreleased, 7-track, 10-inch EP, DVD, CD, Motorhead, Ace of Spades, $175 start. That is now up for bid. Rush right now is at 185. Ozzy's at 80. Chad King, you've been outbid, and MG Sanchez, you're out on that. So a lot of stuff going on all of a sudden. There's that. There's that. And then over here, we have Chad King on Ozzy at $90. Chad not criticized, but I was curious if the highest bidder matters. Why did you say what the high bid is to save time? Well, a lot of people are two things. A lot of people, I call out every bid because some people don't know who else is bidding. They're not watching the restream, so they're just looking at Facebook. They don't know who's bidding, what the bid is, et cetera, et cetera. Plus, they get out of order. And I have not skipped over bids before, and then they'll say, Chad, you're not calling out my bids. And I'm like, well, you're not the high bidder. And then they'll say, oh, I didn't even know anybody else was bidding. Then it creates chaos, and then everybody starts running around screaming. Then the store burns down, and then everybody's dead. Yeah. We don't want any of that to happen. We don't want any of that to happen. That's a bad situation. All right, let's go through this crate here. Buy it now, best offer. All right. So first thing we have is what? I have a, we need to sleep for this, but this is the Juneteenth Blues Festival, June 19th, 1978, Fifth Ward Blues. This is Juke Boy, last live recordings. That is sealed, $29.99. $29.99. Let's go ahead. And let's see here. I think Henry took my sleeves again. That's okay. I'll put this in a sleeve in just a second. These are all buy it now best offer, $29.99. First thing over here, let's run down the bids. First thing was Ozzy. Here's the first thing. The first thing was Rush. Actually, the first thing was Ozzy, $80. Rush, $180. Rush, $185. Next thing, Ozzy's at 90. Ozzy's at 100. Rush is at 190. Enough's Enough's at 51. Rush is at 220, and then next thing was what? Enough's Enough over here. The first thing on Enough's Enough was MG Sanchez did come back in at 51. Sean Sam, you're out. 51 on that. The last thing on Ozzy was Chad King and 007 Platinum. 007 Platinum has it for 100. Rush is at 220. John Kaiser's out. Final chance to get a bid on the Motorhead Ace of Spades box set. It's at $175. This is Last Live Recordings, Juneteenth Festival, 5th, Houston, born, Juke Boy. It says 5th Ward Blues Festival, June 19th, 1978. You might have to do a Google on that one. 5th Ward Blues Festival, June 19th, 1978. Died June 29th, 1979 in Houston. I have a feeling. He died 10 days after this. He died 10 days after that. We have Neil Young. Everybody knows this is nowhere. A 1970 Terre Haute press. This is EX, $49.99. That's a good one. Everybody knows this is nowhere. Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River, Cowgirl in the Sand, EX, $49.99. Juke 20, Juke 25. Juke 25. You know, you got to meet in the middle every once in a while. Rare gold vinyl out of Canada. Wow, I've never seen that before. Joe Walsh, the best of Joe Walsh. Gold vinyl, $39.99. And we have the Leslie West Band, EX edition, $24.99. This needs to be put in a new sleeve and a cardboard backer. So let's go ahead and do that right now. And let's see if we're done on some of these auctions. I'll go ahead and put the backer in there and the record, and just know that that's in there. We need to put that in a sleeve. What about Rush, man? Man, some of these are still getting bids. John Kaiser's out. We might be done. Man, this is going to be, I can tell it's metal night. It's going to be some big battles over some of these. Holy moly. Right now, we got Rush at $220 with amenities. John Kaiser's out. I think we're done. Chad King is up to you on Aussie. 007 Platinum has it for $150. And we have Sean Sam has Enough's Enough. It's at $55. And that means MG Sanchez, you've been outbid. Matt Nichols got the Joe Walsh. That's so to Matt Nichols. And then we still got Neil Young. We got Leslie West Band. The best is ZZ Top, $34.99. Everything in here is graded as noted. If I don't make a note on grade, that means it's EX plus, Nimrit minus. Nobody bid on Motorhead. This is a buy it now for $175. You can pick that up right now for $175. Motorhead can be purchased for $175, okay? Rush has a new bid for $225. We're not done. Amenities, they're still bidding on Rush. Wings Greatest Hits is EX $34.99. Oh, man, band on the right. Don't get me singing already this early. Holy crap. Wings Greatest Hits. Slayer, Rain in Blood. That's a 2022 press. $49.99. 2022, 180 gram. Slayer, Rain in Blood, $49.99 on that one. Okay, and then over here, Rush is at $225 with Matthew Sherrick. We'll see what Amenities wants to do on that. Now $245. He's out, so let's go ahead and sell this then. And that's sold to Sean Sam for $55. Chad King gets up to you on Aussie. 007 Platinum has it right now for $115. He has it right now for $115. All right, we had 4 auctions. Let's get back down to 2. Blackie on Slayer. And then Aussie is back to the word of, what's his name there? Chad King. All right, let's keep going. Sorry, some of those took a while. That was some heavy activity there. Let's go ahead and put up some more stuff right in here. Let's go ahead and run an Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is an 88 Canadian OG, original under sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $35 star. Seven Dust and Dark Angel. Seven Dust and Dark Angel. Everybody's like, Chad, please go ahead and put these up so I can get outbid and then go to bed. That's what somebody said earlier. Somebody's like, Chad, go ahead and put up all my requests so I can get outbid, be disappointed, and then go to bed. And I'm like, listen, there's only one way that you don't end up disappointed tonight, and that's if you just don't say out, okay? Just keep bidding until like you can't hardly breathe anymore. Just keep doing it. There's Dark Angel. I have Dark Angel in my hand. Dark Angel is in my hand. Now, let me find this Seven Dust album. And if Laura tells me it's not up here yet, then I'll have to wait a little bit longer. If it is up here, we'll go ahead and put it up. But right now, I don't see a Seven Dust yet. There's so many records up here, it's kind of hard to find requests. I have to pause for 2 minutes and flip through 150 auctions to find it. So if I don't find it right away, you might have to be a little bit more patient, okay? Might have to be a little bit more patient. But I got Dark Angel in my hand, okay? First thing over here is Aussie is at $125. And then over here, Aussie's at $130. Matthew handing out on Rush. This is sold to Amenities for $245. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride, Today's Tom Sawyer. This is Rush, $130. Chad King, you're out. And then over here, we have Iron Maiden, a 1988 Canadian OG VG Plus condition, a $35 star. Boy, if y'all hadn't been paying attention, there is so much. Y'all are gonna be seeing albums for the next 3 hours that you had no idea we had, or you're gonna be any idea that was gonna be available tonight for auction. Time Does Not Heal, Dark Angel. Dark Angel is a 2020 limited edition 302 LP, yellow and red vinyl. Yellow and red vinyl. We call that ketchup and mustard. $25 start. That's now up for bid. Everything in here is buy it now best offer, including Black Sabbath Paranoid, a 2016 Rhino press. $34.99. Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger, a 2000s Europe press. Interesting. $39.99 on that. And Poker Flats. This is EX, $24.99. Poker Flats. The Black Crow Shake Your Money Maker, a 2015, 180 gram, $34, 2015 press. And then the Eagles Greatest Hits in Boss Cover Nice, $24.99. Super clean looking vinyl. What about Ozzy over here? Chad King 145, 007 Platinum 150. They're not done. We have another stack of Ozzy records tonight. Y'all are going to be seeing battles for like till the death on some of these. Dark Angel already has a bid for 50. And then over here we have Dark Angel. And then what about in the middle? Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, the first bid that came in on that was somebody, right? Yeah, Josh Baldwin bid $35. Josh Baldwin, $35 over there. First thing is Soundgarden, $30. Let's go ahead and Paul Vihar. Let's meet in the middle on that one. I'll do it at 35, okay? 35, and I'll sell it to you. Juke Boy Cost. Juke Boy, Juke Boy, Juke Boy. Juke Boy Cost. Juke Boy. Juke Boy. Poker Flats. Where did you see that at? Juke Boy. Juke Boy. Juke Boy Bonner. Is that the one earlier? It's already sold. Rush Permanent Waves. This is EX edition. That is $34.99. Chad King back on Ozzy at $165. 007. He's back in at $165. Iron Maiden's about to sell for $35. Dark Angel has that opening bid with C Buck for $50. He's going once, he's going twice. Soundgarden's Nice and Shrink. Nothing to fret about on that one. Oh my gosh, what do we have here? Holy crap. Holy moly, good gosh. Look at some of these right here. Holy moly, oh my gosh. Oh, wow, some of these Vertigos in here. Of course, we got quite the Vertigo collection. We're going to do some of the Black Sabbaths here in just a second. But right now, let's do this one. This is Dio Black Sabbath, Die Young on Vertigo. It's a 1980 UK. A $25 start on that. Ozzy's at $170, and Paul Vihar said okay, and that means he wants Soundgarden for $35. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $38. So right now, here's the auction lineup. This Ozzy picture disc right here is at $170 with 007 Platinum. Iron Maiden is at $38, okay? Now it's at $40. And then over here, we have Dark Angel. And Dark Angel, the last bid on this was the first bid, and it sold for $50 to C Buck. Thank you, that's so to him. Awesome. And then this Black Sabbath is a $25 start, and the next auction is going to go up right now. Good gosh, look at all this over here. Holy moly, what is this right here? AC/DC, a $295 start. Never seen it before. I have never seen this before. Never seen it. This is something I've never seen before. I have never seen anything like this before. This is the first time I've ever seen this. This is an AC/DC studio album collection box set. Never seen it before. I have never seen it. Didn't know it exists. Holy moly. Look. Unbelievable. Look at all this. AC/DC, $295 start. Studio or not studio album. How about discography box set? AC/DC, $295. That's now for bid. Looks like a lot of them are sealed. Iron Maiden 38, Iron Maiden 40. Next thing, Ozzy's at 180, Black Sabbath's at 25. And the Great Fatsby, Leslie West. This is EX $14.99. Rush Permanent Waves. Rush Permanent Waves is EX, $34.99. Stone Temple Pilots, this is sealed, a 2021 limited edition. That is $34.99. That's Walmart exclusive. And then Moondog. Moondog is a 2017 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 3,000 copies sealed, $49.99. Last thing over here is this. Black Sabbath had a new bid for 28, and then Maiden has a new bid for 43, and then Ozzy's between two people, Chad King and 007 Platinum. 007 Platinum, you are out, and he says he's done. Ozzy is sold to Chad King for $180. Let's go ahead and put that away. This is a buy it now best offer crate. There's honestly so much stuff in here and so many auctions right now. My head's starting to spin. I'm getting nauseous. And Stephen Reeves, I'm going to go ahead and tag you for STP, okay? Now, we have L Silverhorn 5150 on Iron Maiden for 43. Black Sabbath has a new bid for 25, now 28, and now 30. And let's look at that AC/DC collection again. So I don't have a lot of information. It's from acdcrocks.com. Yeah, I've never seen it, but it starts at 72 jailbreak, 74 jailbreak, and it goes all the way through Razor's Edge and live. And it looks like a lot of them are still sealed, or all of them sealed. No, some of them are open, but most of them are sealed, it looks like. $295 start on that AC/DC box set, okay? AC/DC box set. Crew in the video is probably an unofficial. The self-titled Motley Crue, yes, it is. It's an unofficial. Laura is right here behind me putting out more stuff. Here's Seven Dust, Blackout the Sun. Seven Dust is on limited edition colored vinyl, limited to 1,000. Seven Dust is $39.99. Really cool. There's a Seven Dust in the crate, $39.99. $39.99, and that is Seven Dust. And then over here we have, how much is Moondog? Moondog was sealed, a record store day, $49.99. And then Black Sabbath has a new bid for $30. That means somebody's out. And then who had Iron Maiden for $43? Whoever has this, it's a final call. Who got outbid? Paul Catrich. I want to make sure you're done before we sell this. There's that, and here's this over here. And then AC/DC is at $295. MG Sanchez, Seven Dust is $39.99. No discount on that one. And not only that, somebody else has claimed it. Now AC/DC's at $325. Next Aussie record is going to go up right now. This is Aussie. This is Aussie. This is Aussie. This is going to go up for bid right now. This is Aussie. Never seen it before. A 1984 UK repress. They did 5,000 on this gold vinyl. This is Aussie, So Tired, Waiting for Darkness, and then Bark at the Moon, Suicide Solution, and Paranoid. Never seen it before. Aussie. Never seen this before. $25 start. Now up for bid. This guy had an ultimate Aussie collection. Good gosh. Seven Dust. Let me make sure that MG Sanchez doesn't want it for sticker. It will be sticker on that one. Josh Jones is next if he passes. Iron Maiden, do we have a new buyer over on YouTube? L Silverhorn 5150. Are you a new buyer? L Silverhorn 5150. L Silverhorn 5150. If you're a first-time buyer, just let me know, okay? And then we'll get you registered. There's that. Thank you, Iron Maiden, and so do you. Aussie has a bid for $30, and then Black Sabbath over here was sold, and Black Sabbath was sold to Brad Waits for $30. This is sold to Brad Waits for $30, okay? Brad Waits, thank you. That's sold to you for $30. Now AC/DC's at $335. And then now $350. There's Aussie, and that's with Mitch T at $30. Now Aussie's at $40. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. That next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Motley Crue, demos and outtakes, 81 to 82. Motley Crue is an unofficial on yellow vinyl, a $35 start. No condition notes on Aussie. Now, it kind of looks weird. It's kind of made to be looks like a gold record. It's near mint minus, though. Yeah, it's really nice. It's near mint minus. And then over here, this is Motley Crue, and this is demos and outtakes, 8182, yellow vinyl, and this is a $35 start. $35 start. There's Motley Crue. The AC/DC box set's getting lots of bids. Yes, I got my confirmation email the other day. Okay, thank you and welcome to Collectco. So he says he's already registered and he's good to go. Let's go ahead and put up some other stuff. Let's start knocking out some stuff. Let's start knocking out some stuff for the hot picture over here. Poison, Native Tongue. Oh, man, a real copy. A 93 South Korean OG. A real OG copy of Poison, Native Tongue. That's something we don't get too often. EX Plus near mint minus, a $65 start. Folks, I want to let y'all know, I started last night. We had Tyler and Henry show up early this morning, 2, 3 a.m. and then 4 a.m. We were really after it, and I was here up until almost 11 o'clock today, I guess, 10, 11-ish. We really went through the store, and for the first time in months, I walked through my own store and got a grasp at what's in this building. And I didn't realize we have as much stuff as we do. The amount of vinyl, especially metal and just high-end grails that we found, along with posters and memorabilia, and just the amount of stuff is overwhelming. And we a lot of this stuff we dug out today, this AC/DC, I mean, it's incredible. And, you know, we're always buying, but we just have ran out of space to the point of no return. So we went through, and we're getting geared up for another big $2 sale, $2 sale. It's just incredible. If you're not watching every night, then you're probably going to miss stuff. There's no way we can advertise it all. There's no way we can promote it all. There's no way I can tell you about it all. If you're just tuning in, You're going to be seeing stuff in the crates, and you're going to be seeing stuff up for auction. There are 250,000 LPs in this building. It is incredible. I've never seen so much stuff in my life. I was in the back room. I found posters I didn't know that existed. We have thousands of DVDs and Blu-rays. It is an incredible amount of stuff. We're here every night trying to sell it. So while we have probably the max amount of people watching, if you're not tuned in every night, then you're probably going to miss out on something you didn't know we had. There's no way we can promote it all. It takes a long enough time to get it tagged and just sold. So here we go. I have Ozzy with Jason Thomas at $50. Ozzy's at $50. This is a 1984 UK repress, limited edition to 5,000 on a gold picture disc, okay? And this right here is at $50 of Jason Thomas. In the middle is Motley Crue, demos and outtakes, and Motley Crue is on yellow vinyl, and this is a $35 start. And it has a bid for $36 with Johnny Hancock. Over here is Poison Native Tongue. This is a rare 1993 South Korean OG. That is something that won't come through very often. I don't know if it was even released in the United States. That's a $65 start. $65 start, okay? That's those three. And then here is the AC/DC box set. The most recent bid that came in on the AC/DC box set was as follows. Matthew Hendon, $365. John Kaiser, $375. So Hendon and Fordham, y'all are both out. I don't really have a catalog or number or anything for you. There's not much on it other than AC/DC. It's a box set. It looks like a lot of the discs are sealed. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At least 10 of the albums are still sealed, and that is $375. $375, okay? Now, the last thing I showed here, sorry, they got pretty overlooked, and this is sold to MG Sanchez, okay? This is sold to MG Sanchez. So that's where I left off, and let's keep going. Now, we have lots of new bids coming in. AC/DC's at $495. We have Frost and Fire, the Water Suns. Frost and Fire is EX edition, $19.99. This is the Frost and Fire, the Water Suns, EX $19.99. That's something I don't think I've seen too often. Yusef Lateef, A flat, G flat, and C. Yusef Lateef is EX $49.99. And over here, we have Tool Undertow, a 2017 reissue, $34.99. Tool Undertow, okay? And then DVDs and Blu-rays. Do I have any Randy Rhoads posters? Comic book sale, metal CDs, Alice Cooper stuff, Marilyn Monroe posters. The answer is yes. Far as if I'm going to get to them tonight, possibly. Very possibly. Tonight, I'm going to try to show you as much as I can. First thing we got to do is knock out all these auctions. Most important thing tonight is all these metal auctions. There's about 150 of them, and we're going to try to have them all sold before midnight, okay? AC/DC's at $400, Poison's at $65, Ozzy's at $75, and AC/DC $425. Brent Robley's already bid $495. Brent Robley's already bid $495. Poison, just one bid. Is that really what it's going to do? $65. That is sold with Nick Bargeron right now. And then Motley Crue. I don't think this got another bid, and we can go ahead and sell Motley Crue. And the last bid that came in on Motley Crue was just $36, and that was 850 Johnny Hancock. $36, that's sold. And then AC/DC's at $495. That's going once, going twice. Can it break that $500 mark? Poison's at $70, and Ozzy's at $75. Next thing is Anthrax, Fistful of Metal. This was a Walmart exclusive on silver and black marble vinyl. Silver and black marble vinyl, Anthrax, $29.99. And then Alice in Chains Dirt, and that's on red vinyl. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. Poison 70, Ozzy's at 80. That's still getting bids. And Nick Bargeron, you're out. Let's go ahead and add another auction. That next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And let's see what we got over here. Boy, do we got the stuff tonight. Holy crap. All right, let's do Fate's Warning. Oh, man, here's something we don't get too often. Fate's Warning, Perfect Symmetry. An 89 USOG with insert, EX edition, a $50 start. $50 start, okay? There's that. Next thing is Ozzy at an 80. And then we have Anthrax. That's sold to Ivan R. That is sold. Ozzy has a new bid for 100. And this crate is bought now best offer. And then Poison's at $72. Richard, I've already sold Anthrax. And AC/DC does have a new bid for 500. Brent Robley, you've been bumped. It is at $500. $500. Uh-oh, air horn alert. Air horn alert. Oh my, holy crap. First thing we have is Metallica, the Black Album, a 2014 reissue. There is a crease right up here. That's a 2014 Black Album. Nothing else matters except you purchasing this record. We have Cha-Cha, Herman Brood and His Wild Romance. That's $14.99. Fate's Warning is a $50 start. Poison's at $75. Poison's at $80. And what about Ozzy? Ozzy is at $100 with 007 Platinum. Let's take a look at that. So Fate's Warning just got put up for bid. Ozzy's this really unusual gold kind of picture disc type deal. It's something we've never had. It's got 5 tracks on it, $100 on that one. And then Poison all of a sudden getting new bids, $82. Brent has the AC/DC box for $525. $525. Everything in here is buy it now or excuse me. Best offer. Holy moly. Time for some Diet Coke after that. Oh, man. Good Diet Coke from Chick-fil-A tonight. Oh, man. Name a better restaurant than Chick-fil-A. Holy moly. Okay, we have the Deep Sea Club on Yusef Lateef for $45. Sold. Deep Sea Club, Yusef Lateef, $45. Poison is the Black Album is $39.99. $39.99. Over here, Tim Rory said he would do 30 on Tool. Sell that for 30 on that. That's sold to Tim Rory. And then we have Winger Pull. That's a music on vinyl press for $39.99. Okay. First thing we have is Ozzy. Ozzy, the last thing that came in on that is sold for $100, okay? That's sold for $100. Thank you on that. Poison has a new bid for $100, and this is sold to 007 Platinum for $100. All right, we got plenty of Black Sabbaths and Ozzy's to run, so let's keep that show on the run. I'm going to give Fate's Warning one more chance because this is unusual to not have a bid on this. An 89 USOG with the insert, EX edition, final call for $50. Poison has hit 100, and the AC/DC box set is up to John Kaiser. Brent Robley has it for $525, okay? $525 on that. Next is going to go up for bid right now, and let's go ahead and knock this out. This is, let's see here. Let's go ahead and knock this out. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so this is pretty dang desirable. I hope y'all realize this. We're going to have over the next course of, I don't know, I'd say over the course of the next month, we're going to have a lot of Vertigo stuff. Now, a couple collections had duplicates, and we've tried to keep everything together, and I really didn't want to leak too many Vertigo records until they're all ready and we do like Vertigo week. We already discussed it this morning. I think we're going to have a Vertigo week. But before we really get into those, we did have some lingering around in other collections that we've ran across. And here's the first one. This is a 1970 German OG for Black Sabbath. It is in VG condition. It's going to go up for just a $75 start. It's a 1970 German Black Sabbath Vertigo self-titled debut. $75 start, solid VG. Okay, solid VG. This is going to go up for a $75 start. That is now up for bid. We're going to have one other tonight, Master of Reality. Good luck. There's no telling what this is going to end up bringing. We're about to find out. First thing is John Kaiser's out on AC/DC. This is sold to Brent Robley for $525. Thank you, Brent. That is sold to you for $525. We need to bring out the air horn for Brent. But before I do that, let me set this right over here, and let's give a shakedown on our other auctions. First box set of Mini being sold tonight. That's sold to Brent for $525. Thank you, Brent. That's gone. Fate's Warning did not get a bid. It did, $50 with Todd Kilgore. That's now going twice, going 3 times. And then Poison, Native Tongue. The last bid that came in on that was Michael Thrower out, David Tate out, and we can go ahead and sell this for $100. I think. Let me make sure. Wait a minute. Let me hold my tongue on that one. Stephen Reeves, too. Stephen Reeves also went out. This is sold to Michael Thrower for $100. This is sold to Michael Thrower for $100. Fate's Warning has a bid for $50 with Todd Kilgore. That's going once, going twice. going once, going twice. And Black Sabbath has a bid for 100, 110, 125, 124. And John Kaiser bid 55 on Fate's Warning. This is a buy now best offer crate. Have I missed anything? If so, just let me know. Let me set this right over here. Let me put this crate right there. That one's full. Let's start filling up another one, and let's do it. All right. So first thing is this. I have AC/DC Let There Be Rock. This is $34.99. AC/DC Let There Be Rock, $34.99. Black Sabbath at 140. What's Fate's Warning? This is Fate's Warning. Perfect symmetry. It's OG 89, and it has bids for 50 and now 55. The last bid over here was Black Sabbath at 140. Black Sabbath 140, Black Sabbath 145. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Let's go ahead and get some of these up and rolling. Holy moly, yep. I'm kind of reminding myself of how insane tonight is. Here's Wasp. This one is called, it's an unofficial, Unholy Terror. This has never been released officially on vinyl. Bootlegs only. Bootlegs only. Red vinyl, a $55 start. $55 start. It is time for an air horn. I need to give a fair warning to everybody in the building that we're about to blow an air horn, okay? An air horn's about to be blown. So cover your ears, be prepared. I'm about to blow an air horn, okay? Fair warning to all involved. Anybody in the building, an air horn's coming out, okay? 3, 2, 1. I'm going to keep that right here behind me because I have a feeling we're going to need it tonight. We're going to need that tonight more than probably we expect for some of this stuff, okay? Thank you, Brent Robley, on that. Black Sabbath 140, Black Sabbath 145, 150, Black Sabbath 165, Black Sabbath 175. Wasp is at 55, Black Sabbath 175. And over here, we have Black and Blue, Nasty Nasty, EX, $19.99. Black and Blue, that's EX, $19.99. And then Nectar, 14 Down to Earth, $14.99. Nectar, I keep wanting to call it 14 Down to Earth because that 14's on the bus. It's just called Down to Earth, $14.99. All right, so here we go. Next auction is going to go up right now, and let's knock out another box set while they're stacked over here next to me. How about this AC/DC? How about this Slaughter box set? How about another Black Sabbath? How about Black Sabbath Live Evil Super Deluxe? We already got a Black Sabbath up. How about, I don't know what to do next. We do have another, what is over here? Golly, we got a lot of box sets tonight. Metallica, I forgot about that one. We got this one. We got Tool. Let's go ahead and let's knock out the largest ones I got here. Halloween. Halloween, $175 start. Numbered 11/26 of 2000. I don't have a lot of information that I know it's Halloween, and I know it's going to be going up for a $175 start. Halloween, now up for bid, $175 start, okay? So, that's up for bid, and there's the tag for Black Sabbath, and here we go. Let's run down these auctions. I'm going to be saying that a lot tonight. We got to run down all these auctions, okay? The first thing was Black Sabbath at $175. This is a 1970 German OG Vertigo. Okay, Wasp is at $55. Wasp is at 55. Black Sabbath 175. Wasp is at 60. Black Sabbath 210. Wasp is at 65. Wasp is an unofficial. Unholy Terror has never been released on vinyl. So this is the bootleg unofficial on red vinyl. David Tate put Band B. Band B. I bet David Tate meant Black and Blue. Is that right, David Tate? He put Band B. And then Mike Straws was second. Brian Call third. Black Sabbath 225. Wasp is at 75. We have a request for Junkyard. Black Sabbath 267. And Wasp is at 66. Okay? All right, and then Fate's Warning needs to be sold. This was sold to Kaiser for $55 a long time ago, almost 5 minutes ago. 55 on that one. That took a long time. 55 on that one. Okay, so let's look at Black Sabbath. We've got it as a 1970 German OG. Now, I think over the next course of a month, you could see us sell this exact album, a couple different versions for as much as $1,000, like the UK. I think somewhere or another in this building, we have a UK that's like near mint that could fetch like $1,000 or $2,000. I don't know. Some of them can get crazy expensive. But that is the non-vertigo swirl side, or that's the non-swirl side. 1970 German OG, VG condition. And it's solid. We're being very conservative with something like this. So this is the OG release for Germany of Black Sabbath's debut album. And this right now has a high bid of $267 with Alfredo Fuentes. The jacket is pretty dang solid. There's that. A little bit of a wear mark there. Actually, right, it's kind of dang camouflage, but right there too, right where the white is in the cover. Okay. We're at 300 on that. Wasp is at 75 with Big Scary Dave. Ken Crooker also bid 75. No, Ken Crooker bid 75. Bid Scary Dave, you're out. This is at $75. Okay? Halloween is $175 for this box set. Final call on that. Let's keep going. This crate is going to be pretty intense. Let's keep going. We have Dio Summerfest 1994. Dio is 180 gram unofficial, $34.99. Steal It and Gaucho. This is a 1980 Bob Ludwig in the Dead Wax. Beautiful copy. $49.99 for Gaucho. And then over here, we have Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 1 sealed. Great price on that at $39.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. That next auction, we have more Aussies. Now, earlier we had the Go Vinyl. This is pretty interesting here. This is, actually, let's wait on that one. Let's do this Aussie right here. This one is also pretty unusual. Let me figure out where that is. Of course, if y'all saw that Diary of a Madman promo deal we had last night, it was pretty amazing. All right, and then let's do, golly, there's so much to pick from. I can't start looking anymore. I'm just going to have to grab one until we can start chipping away. Here is Motley Crue. Okay, now this is another unofficial. This is another unofficial. This is not been released since 1994. It's the John Corabi Motley Crue album, self-titled. It's a bootleg on green vinyl. It's a 2 LP. It's a $55 start. These are always super highly desirable. Next thing is David Tate on Guns N' Roses. That's sold. Black Sabbath is at $335. We have Brian Call next on Guns N' Roses. And then over here, Matt Nichols thirds on Guns N' Roses. We have Jeff Sapia fourth on Guns N' Roses. Eva Riddle fifth on Guns N' Roses. And then we have Motley Crue at 55. Motley Crue at 55. Motley Crue at 65. Motley Crue at 75. Motley Crue at 80. And I'm assuming we're done on Wasp then. There was no other bids, and I'm assuming we're done on Wasp. And this is sold to Ken Crooker for $75. Ken Crooker gets Wasp for $75. There's that. It's done. The Black Sabbath over here, the last bid that came in on this was Matthew Hendon at $335. Motley Crue's at $90. What's in Halloween? Honestly, I hadn't had a chance to really look at it. I have no idea. Let's open it up right quick. I don't know if it's going to be easy for me to tell. Here is a certificate that's numbered. There is the album sealed. Looks like it's kind of in a box. There's a clock in here. Looks like there's literally a clock. Yeah, there's a clock in here. A clock, a poster, and some other stuff. A clock. Wow, you don't see that too often in a box. A clock in a box. Black Sabbath's at $350. Motley Crue's at $99. But yeah, Halloween self-titled box set. $375. Excuse me, $175. Final chance on that. It's been up for a while. Ken Crooker said that's Halloween self-titled album for a couple of years. Never seen the box for it before. The N right here in Halloween has a little bit of a bend, just slightly right there, just slightly. Okay. And now Black Sabbath at $350. Okay, and then we have Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 2. That's sealed for $39.99. The Lost Boys soundtrack at 87 Allied pressing. This is $49.99. That is the Lost Boys soundtrack. And then the Crow soundtrack, that's a 2 LP. The first official, this was the one, I think it was originally Record Store Day, limited to 8,000. That's $129.99. David Tate on GNR, then Matt Nichols, then Brian Call, and then Steel Panther, Feel the Steel, 2009 purple vinyl, EX, $84.99 on this one. That is the 2009 press. Okay, and then over here we have Lost Boys, So to Kelly Vloddercheck, Black Sabbath at $400. Black Sabbath at $400. Now, Motley Crue. Can we close this? El Snapatan has it for $99. Johnny Hancock has not set out. $99. Now, there's still 2 other people bidding. That's why I hadn't closed it. Nobody bid on Halloween. This is a buy it now for $175. Johnny Hancock's bidding on Motley Crue for $100. We're not done on that. There's 2 no bids tonight. Halloween, $175, and Motorhead, $175. We're not done on those. Not done on those. Or those are still available. Those did not sell, is what I'm trying to say. All right, let's go ahead and knock this out. Holy crap. This is a 1989 USOG gold stamp promo. Badlands. Needs no further introduction. $95 start. Original inner sleeve. Hop sticker. Inner sleeve. Badlands, $95. Motley Crue's at $108. Motley Crue's at $110. And then who got the black and blue? I'm not for sure. I'm not for sure. Black Sabbath. The last bid on Black Sabbath over here was amenities at $400. Badlands $95 and Badlands $100. El Snapatan's out on Motley Crue. Johnny Hancock's out too. Stuck 73 has this for $110. Stuck 73 has this for $110. Just FYI. I need to fix MJ. I need to fix Metallica over here. And let's go ahead and introduce another album right quick. This is Black Sabbath self-titled, a 1970 German OG. It has a little bit of a wear mark right there. Up here in the laminate just a little bit as well. Probably a VG cover. Back here in the back there's this. And there's that. A very solid VG. And the last bid that came in on this was $400. Gatefold jacket, of course, and Alfredo Fuentes has that for $400. Badlands is already at $150, and the last bid on Motley Crue may be it, and that was Stuck 73 at $110. Next is Winger Pull. That's another music on vinyl press. That's the second one in here, I think. $39.99. No, I lost my spot here. What happened? Oh, I was about to show these again, or just read through them quickly again. Wow, there's a 2, 4, 6, 8 more crates of pre-owned to go through like this. Good gosh. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. This is Faster Pussycat. And Faster Pussycat's a 1987 U.S. Specialty OG. It does have a saw cut right here on the jacket. The vinyl's EX, and this is going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start on that one. That's now up for bid. We got a request for Winger coming soon. So first thing I can sell is Motley Crue, and this is sold to Stuck 73 for $110. Black Sabbath is still getting bids. Let me make sure everybody's out. Who was the other bidder before him at $400? Alfredo bid $40. Matthew Hendon, do you want back in on Black Sabbath? Okay, and then Matthew Hendon, you have Badlands at $175. And then Faster Pussycat just got introduced there. The Halloween box is Halloween. As soon as I made that a buy it now, someone said, Chad, what was Halloween? And can you show me everything about it? It's called Halloween. It looks like it's kind of a deluxe. It has a clock inside of it. It has a clock inside of it, sealed album, and extras. And this is $175. And we have a Motorhead Ace of Spades. Also $175. It's a numbered box set, self-titled 1126 of 2000. So 2 no bids tonight are both box sets. And now when Solarplex Studio gets on earlier, he'll buy them. He wants Winger in the crate. You want Winger in the crate, okay? This is so do you. Winger in the crate. Badlands is at $200. Final call on Black Sabbath at $400. Faster Pussycat doesn't have a bid yet. One more look at that, an 87 OG Specialty EX. Now, I'm about to do a speed run on this. I got to go up front and get some caffeine. I got to get my packets, and we got to have ourselves a caffeine party, but not before I go ahead and put up a Slayer. And this is Rain in Blood. Oh my, a real 86 UK original. Good gosh, a real 86 UK original. VG++ EX, Def Jam inner sleeve and nice. Slayer, a $75 start. $75 start on that. Okay, let's go back to the top. Badlands was at 200. Faster Pussycat does have a bid for 30 and 35. And Matthew Hendon's out on the Badlands. I haven't actually seen you say out on Black Sabbath. I wanted to make sure you were done on that one as well because it's at 400. Badlands at 205 and Faster Pussycats at 40. Halloween vinyl. The actual records in the box set are sealed. Yes. This recap's got to be very quickly. How about if you just need a price, let me know. We've got Neil Young, the Leslie West Band, the best of ZZ Top, Wings Greatest Hits, Black Sabbath Paranoid is the 2016 Rhino Press, $34.99, and these are all buy it now best offer. Poker Flats is EX $24.99. The Black Crow Shake Your Money Maker, $34.99 on that. The Eagles Greatest Hits, Leslie West Great Fatsby, Rush Permanent Waves, Moondog, Frost and Fire, The Water Songs, Alice in Chains Dirt. And Dirt was the red vinyl Walmart exclusive for $39.99. Cha-Cha, Metallica, the Black Album, AC/DC, Nectar, Dio, Steely Dan, The Crow, and Steel Panther. Those are all available. All right, well, let's go ahead and sell Black Sabbath to Amenities for $400. That is done. I was waiting for like 2 other people to say out. I guess they were just undecided, so time has expired, though. Thank you, Amenities. That is sold to you for $400. Now, if anybody's into Black Sabbath Vertigos, I've got a Master of Reality we'll put up in just a second. And then we got some serious ones coming up probably in this month. You'll know definitely when the Vertigo stuff's being brought out. We'll have it, and it'll be well advertised, okay? Badlands is at 205 with Danzig. 205 with Danzig. Now, I hope everybody's done on this. Y'all know the story. This album, I could have one whole show and just auction these off all night. Danzig 35 is at $205 on Badlands. 205 on that one. The last bid on Faster Pussycat was $50, and Slayer has a bid for $75 and $75. The first thing is this. We have Black Crow's price. That was Shake Your Money Maker. Black Crow Shake Your Money Maker. Let's go back and find that right quick. This was $34.99. We have an offer for $28. Evil Riddle, you offered first, or you asked first, then somebody offered $28. How about we do it for $30? So, Tony, if you want it for $30, it's yours. Evil Riddle. If not, David Tate, you can have it for $30. And then AC/DC, Joe Steele's offered $25 for AC/DC. Let's go back and find that right quick. That's Let There Be Rock. Let me see how nice this is. This is Porky Prime Cut. I'll do this for $30. Nice. It just has a little bit of a stain over here, but that's nice for $30. My camera is a little too far. Let me get this. I just looked up and realized how far close I was. Yeah, $30 on AC/DC, and that is a Porky Prime Cut, no condition notes. What was the first Leslie West? The Leslie West Band EX Edition, $24.99. $24.99, okay? And then Tony Riddle says he'll take the Black Crows for $30. All right, and then we have a pending offer, Joe Steele's, if you want that for $30. So let's start over here with Slayer. The last thing on Slayer was Paul Catrich bid 75 and Doug Reeder bid 75. Paul, you're out. Doug Reeder bid 75 first. This is OG UK Slayer. 75 on this. The last bid on Faster Pussycat that came in was James Papa at 50. James Papa at 50. Everybody else is out. And then Badlands. The last bid on Badlands that came in, Shane Lane Doe went out. I've already said it once. I'm not going to say it again. Danzig gets this for $205. $205. Who asked first on Leslie West? Ron Fuller asked, and then somebody claimed it. Ron, this is yours, but it will be $24.99. If not, it's sold to Brian Call. He's next in line. Okay, and then Joe Steele's, I got AC/DC over here. OG Porky Prime Cut for $30 if you want it. Golly, we have a lot of auctions. Also, there's 399 people watching right now. 399 people watching right now. That is pretty incredible. Y'all ready? They're ready. They're all ready here. They're ready. They're ready. They're here ready. They're ready for more metal. That's why people's here. They're like, Chad, Man, listen, I don't know what we have to do to explain this to you. We're here for one reason. We're here for Metallica Cliff 'Em All. Metallica Cliff 'Em All is an unofficial 2024 limited to 250 4 LPs on red vinyl. The Old Mill Expo Center, 1986, and the Coliseum Ballroom in 1986. A Metallica box set, $150 start. $150 start on that. Faster Pussycat still getting bids. Slayer still getting bids. And then over here, we have AC/DC Soda Joe Steels for $30. And then Leslie West Band is Soda Ron Fuller at sticker price. And then Brian Call, there's another Leslie West in here if you're interested. The Great Fatsby. It was EX $14.99. Leslie West from Mountain. If you want that one, you might want that one as a consolation prize. If not, I understand. All right, time to bring over another new crate. Patrick just headed out, and he has dropped off so much incredible stuff tonight. So has John. They have great records over here. This is going to be kind of an all-night thing, just crate after crate, box set after box set, record after record, item after item. And let's just keep rolling here, okay? Rush 25. What about Rush 28? Nice copy there. These have we went through today. We got John, we got Patrick, we got Laura marking records. They clean stuff, they research it, they sleeve it. If you're new here, we inspect everything. We just don't throw stuff out. We have great, dedicated vinyl enthusiasts and experts. They clean stuff, they research it. Everything is locked in, and it is like we do this every night. So you can guarantee everything you get is going to be cleaned and sleeved, and a lot of the times the information's on the back for you. So this is Soda Brian Call, and over here this is Soda Pergy for 28. Now the last thing that happened was Slayer has got up all the way to 150. That's more like it. Faster Pussycat, the last bid I seen on Faster Pussycat was James Papa Constantine for $60. And the bidder before him was somebody, but it's at $60, and we're about to sell it. And then we got the Metallica Cliff Burton box set for $150. No bid on that one, okay? And then there's Slayer, there's Faster Pussycat. Don't blink if you're here to buy something, because if you do, you might miss it. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I still got some crazy Aussie stuff to do. A lot of singles and stuff I've never seen before. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these are rare. If you're an Aussie Cliff, if you're trying to get everything, if you want a whole room full of Aussie records like this guy had, some of these, you're not going to get me any chances to buy it. Look, that's why you might see some of these sell for pretty insane prices tonight, because there are currently 0 copies of this for sale. It's a 1991 UK, I Don't Want to Change the World, and Mama, I'm Coming Home, and I think the flip is No More Tears. It's a 3-track promo from Aussie, a $35 start, 0 for sale. We have a lot of stuff. We've had a lot of Aussie stuff. Now, all those 45s I sold last week, some of them I was going back through and looking them up. I was like, dang, none for sale, none for sale, none for sale. It's not that there's none for sale in the United States. There's some that there's none for sale anywhere. First thing we have is Lucifer's Friend. Lucifer's Friend is VG Plus $74.99. This is compatible in quad and stereo. Nice. Slayer 180. Metallica has a bid for 150. Are we done on Faster Pussycat? Faster Pussycat didn't get another bid. Any more lower crates? Not tonight, maybe, possibly. I'm not real for sure. Faster Pussycat over here is sold to James Papa Constantine for $60. James Papa gets this for $60. Thank you on that. Metallica has a bid for 150. Aussies at 55. Aussies at 45. Aussies at 50. Metallica box is Cliff 'Em All. Metallica. It's 2 full complete concerts. 1986, 1986, Wisconsin, and Iowa. It's with Cliff Burton, of course. It's a 2 LP. It's on red vinyl. All of it's on red vinyl. And this is with Steve Weaver at $150. Last night we had an Aussie. We had an Aussie pre-release montage promo with an Aussie diary personal letter that we sold. It was a promotional type letter. It was a pre-release montage of Diary of a Madman. We auctioned it last night. And now Slayer. The last bid on Slayer was Paul Catrich at 180. Ozzy already has bids for 55, 50, and 45. Next thing in here is Queen, News of the World. We Will Rock You, We Are the Champions. VG 1999. Moth the Hoople, All the Young Dudes. VG Plus $24.99. And then the full is a 68 OG, VG 34.99. Metallica has one bid for 150. Mock straws, if you say pass and nobody else has bid, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Mike Weaver. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And I got to introduce that right now. And that next auction is going to be what? Holy moly, there's a lot. Let's do Shotgun Messiah. I think it's an unofficial. This is an unofficial. This album has not been on vinyl since 1991. Yeah, rare. If they ever release this, good luck. It's going to be a big pre-order for Collectco. Shotgun Messiah, Second Coming. That's a $55 start. $55 start on that one. Aussie 60, Aussie 70, Aussie's at 75, Aussie at 66, Aussie at 75. Let's go ahead and sell the Metallica box of Steve Weaver for $150. Also in here is James Brown, I Got the Feeling. James Brown is a 68 OG King label, VG 1999. And Mike Longo, The Awakening. Mike Longo is a strong VG, a Jazz Funk promo, $64.99. Slayer, the last bid that came in on this. I hope y'all know where we're at. Paul Catridge had it for 180. John Mincemoyer went out. I think we're done, right? 180. John Mincemoyer, okay? Last bid on Aussie was $75 with Intergroove Distortion. And then Shotgun Messiah, 55. We have what? We have Crazy White Boy. Good gosh. Holy moly. VG, $14.99. Crazy White Boy. And then over here we have the Gentrys. That was a big change with the legendary Jimmy Hart. Yes, the wrestler. A nice VG, $9.99. Also over here we have what? I have who? Huh? I got Junkyard. Oh gosh. This is one of those records, like I've told y'all before, if you own this record, just be careful. Owning this record comes with consequences. Consequences like people knowing you own it and you getting stalked in public. Like you'll be walking, shopping for groceries. Hey, Mom, that's that guy who owns that Junkyard record. I know, sweetie, don't look at him. Respect his privacy. We have Junkyard, a 1989 U.S. Specialty OG. This has the original on our sleeve, EX edition, a $45 start on that. $45 start on that. Slayer is sold to Paul Catridge for $180. We're still bidding on Aussie and Shotgun Messiah. And then there's the info on Junkyard. Also over here we have Jane Birkin and Sergey Gainsborough, Beautiful Love. OG Fontana label, nice VG. This is a highly regarded record. That's VG 1999. And then over here we have Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, with poster, VG Plus, $39.99. Chad needs a bottle of water. Chad needs some energy packets. Chad needs lots of caffeine. Chad's getting upset. Chad's talking in third person like George Costanza. Chad is walking up here and grabbing a bottle of Dasani water. Chad's got his energy packets. I'm talking to myself. This is the point of the show where everybody's like, I wonder where I'm up here. I'm about to crush up these energy packets. I'm about to do a lot. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. Last time I looked up, it said 402 watching. That's incredible. Thanks everybody for being in tune tonight and staying with me. I'm going to sell lots of Cinderellas. I'm going to sell so many Cinderellas here in a second. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is it, folks. This is the kind of stuff that will get you arrested in most states. Luckily, I have all the cops paid off here, and I basically control the local mafia. I meet people in dark rooms here at 3 a.m. and take favors in return for records. I'm like, you really want this Junkyard record? All right. I need somebody to disappear. There's some acai berry. I have a Tool. I have a Tool Fear Inoculum to sell tonight. Okay. Oh my gosh. Here we go, folks. Oh gosh. Here we go. I left off by saying Junkyard 45, Junkyard 50, Eric Van Leuven on Sergey. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. Next thing over here is Nashville Tiger. Got Neil Young. That's sold. And then Samuel Kopech next on Sergey. Junkyard 55, Junkyard 55, Junkyard 65, Junkyard 70, Junkyard 80, Junkyard 85. So that means Ozzy is sold. Ozzy is officially sold to Amenities for $88. Thank you, Amenities. That's sold to you. And then Shotgun Messiah, to my knowledge, got one bid with Troy Sager for $55. Nice. Troy, are you a first-time buyer? Troy, if you're a first-time buyer, if you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. Troy Sager, $55. Thank you, and that's sold to you. And if you're a first-time buyer, say yes. Junkyards at 85 with Brad Waits. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. I have right here, I got Disneyland After Dark. Wow, I've never seen one. Okay, this one actually has it spelt out. Usually the U.S., as y'all know, says DAD. This is Disneyland After Dark, spelt out on the cover, which is the 89 Denmark. I didn't know that. EX edition, $35 on that. $35 on that. I can't believe Shotgun Messiah just sold for $55. That was pretty crazy. There's Disneyland After Dark, $35 on that. And then Junkyards at 85. Here we go. Troy's bought before. Thank you and welcome back. What do we have here? This is a Zalrock XIAU with extras, VG plus $19.99. And then over here we have Boston, self-titled. Boston's in VG condition, $14.99. Let me drink some of this concoction that I've mixed up. Whoo, wow. Okay, folks. Here we go. Next thing is Queen's Rock, Rage for Order. An 86 USOG club copy, super clean with the original inner sleeve. Queen's Rock is a $55 start. $55 start for that one, okay? DAD 35, 35, 45. Junkyard 90, DAD 50. Junkyard 95. And over here we have the Frank Costanza Trio. The Frank Canumindondo Trio. This is a 71 OG VG49. The Frank Cunamondo Trio. Black and blue in heat. VG plus $19.99. And Metallica Master of Puppets. VG24. A long scratch on B1, B2. VG. Evidently, there's a pretty ugly mark right here. Right here. Right there. Be aware of that. VG $24.99. Okay. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is going to be this right here. This is going to be Vince Neil Exposed. Unofficial. This has not been pressed on vinyl since 1993. It's on clear vinyl. A $55 start. $55 start on that. Angela Lewis on black and blue. That's sold to Angela Lewis. We have Vic Feldman on Vibes. VG plus $74.99. Also, the Shangri-La's Leader of the Pack, OG 65 Pittman Press, VG $39.99. Weather Report Heavy Weather, a nice VG $19.99. Boy, I can't believe that's in there. That's something we never. That is something that never comes through there. Good gosh. Yes, Close to the Edge, VG plus $34.99. Nice. And then the Who Sellout. A nice VG, $24.99, okay? So what was the last bid on the Junkyard? Brad Waits, $95. Brad Waits at $95. That's at $95. Junkyard is still getting bids. $95. Hope everybody's aware of what's going on right now. Junkyard is at $95 of Brad Waits. Disney After Dark, Chris Martin had bid $55. And now we have a bid for $60 and now $65 and Chris Martin's out. Over here is Queen's Rock. The first bid that came in on this was David Saunders at $60, and Vince Neil, as of right now, doesn't have a bid. It does have a bid now. It's an unofficial. It hadn't been pressed on vinyl since 1993. It's up for bid, okay? We have over here, we have black and blue. We have Samuel Coppage on the Shangri-Las. He was first on that. Samuel Coppage on the Shangri-Las. And then coming in after him was Michael Butler. So Samuel got that one as sticker. Todd Doris got the Who. And if anybody else wants a price or anything in here, let me know. We have Yes, Close to the Edge, Weather Report, Heavy Weather, Vic Feldman on Vibes, Metallica, Master of Puppets, Frank Kumamondo Trio, Boston Self-Titled. This one was some very bizarre Zalrock, XAIU. And then we have the Gentrys, Crazy White Boys still available, Mike Longo, James Brown, The Full, Mott the Hoople, Queen, and Lucifer's Friend, okay? Queen's Rock is at 65. Queen's Rock is at 75. Disney After Dark is at 65. Vince Neil's at 70. Vince Neil's at 75. And that means when I come back, we're selling Junkyard because there's not a new bid on that one. And if anybody decides you need information, don't worry. These are just going to be right here next to me, and you can claim them at any given time, okay? You can claim them at any given time. Any given time, you can claim those, okay? All righty. So what do we have next? We have Vince Neil. We have Disney After Dark, Junkyard, and let's grab another crate to go through. Buy it now, best offer. I think this crate has some really good straight price stuff in it. Winger, Dio, Whitesnake, Seether, Zeppelin bootlegs. Yeah, let's go through this and see what's going on, okay? And I think some actually may be tagged for auction. Yeah, I think they are. And I think there's some pretty, like, straight priced metal CDs in here. Yeah, I think there's some pretty good metal CDs in here as well. So let's see what we got here. Yeah. Okay, this is going to be a heck of a crate. These are all going to be buy it now or best offer. Let's see what's going on, and let's get after it. That's the only thing we can do is keep showing records. That's the only thing we're going to be doing tonight. These are all buy it now or best offer, okay? All right, lower crate from last night up. Possibly. I don't know. It's kind of a mess back here behind me, but possibly. Okay, Junkyard, let's figure out where that left off. And that was done, and Junkyard is sold to Brad Waits, right? Thank you, Brad Waits, $95. Man, we got some credible stuff tonight. I mean, we have all the bonus stuff, which I hadn't even talked about. Disney After Dark is at 76. That just came in. Did Queensryche get another bid? Freddie Milford, you're out. David Saunders has that for 75. Freddie, I'll wait for your word. And Vince Neil just recently got a bid for 75, which means Sean Sam, you're out. All right, let's grab... gosh, let's do the other Black Sabbath Vertigo. So here is Master of Reality. Folks, we're talking about Sweet Leaf. This is a big one. Oh, man. And trust me, if you don't want this, feel no obligation to bid. Holy crap, man. Oh, look how nice this is, too. Master of Reality. Whew. Oh, man. A VG Plus, solid, too. Nice. A 71 German OG. Solid VG Plus. Master of Reality. Master of Reality. This is a $95 start. $125, $150, a $200 start. Vertigo is a label out of the United Kingdom. It is probably, far as LPs, when it comes to rock and psych, and rock and psych, it's probably the most collectible label. They were just known for booking and releasing incredible music, especially in the psych genre. And Black Sabbath in the UK and Germany, their first records were on Vertigo. It's just one of those things, like people collect Sun records, people collect Beatles records, a lot of people collect Vertigo records. Vertigo is a highly sought after, extremely collectible label. Right now, the high bid is $240 on this. This is a real 1971 German OG. Two things. One, you rarely see them for sale here in the United States. Number two, they're always beat the heck. They're always beat up, or they're really, really, really expensive. Most people, when they obtain them, they just don't really want to sell them. We have this one tagged as a 1971 German OG. This is this inner sleeve, and it has this embossed jacket here, okay? All this glossy and nice. Sweet leaf. I've had a chance to listen to one of these before. Sweet leaf sounds incredible. Right there at the end where Ozzy's just rocking out, I can't explain to you how incredible it sounds. It's an amazing experience knowing it's OG and the sound that's coming through your speakers. It's quite the spectacle. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. We're about to go through a buy it now best offer. Sorry, but some of these require some lengthy introductions. I hadn't even got time to call out a bid. It's already up to $400. So it's already up to $400. Let's go ahead and wrap up some other stuff then. Disney After Dark got a bid for 76 and then 77. Okay. And then what was LF, John McPatriot? You said LF Details. So Stephen Free, you bid over here $76 on this. And then Nick Bargeron bid 77. Stephen Free, you were outbid. And then Queensryche got a new bid for 80. And then Queensryche got a new bid for 90. And then Vince Neil's at 80. Okay, and then we're out on Vince Neil, out on Queensryche, and we might be done. Okay, we might be done. So Disney After Dark is up to Stephen Free then. The final call is with Nick Bargeron at 77. Queensryche is a final call to David Saunders for 90, and Vince Neil is at 80 with Sean Sam. Black Sabbath at 400. John McPatriot wanted info on Lucifer's Friend from the last crate. Let's go grab that right quick. Lucifer's Friend from the last crate was a VG Plus copy, $74.99. VG Plus, compatible in stereo and quad. VG Plus, $74.99. We just sold a Shotgun Messiah a moment ago. It brought minimum bid, believe it or not. Vince Neil has a new bid for 85. This crate's buy it now or best offer. System of a Down Mesmerize, $39.99. System of a Down Mesmerize, $39.99. We have Alice in Chains Facelift. This is $39.99. Alice in Chains Facelift, $39.99 on that. And we also have this Dio picture disc, The Last in Live, and that is unopened, $44.99. Dio, $44.99. All right, so over here, DAD is sold to Nick Bargeron then for $77. Nick Bargeron, that's sold to you. Let me confirm that then. 77, right? 77 Nick Bargeron, that's sold. Over here, Queensryche. Queensryche is sold then, and this is sold to David Saunders for $90. And then over here, Vince Neil has a new bid for 90. Okay? Vince Neil at 90. And then Black Sabbath is a final call for 400. Also, we have Queensryche, Frequency Unknown. Queensryche is $29.99. And then System of a Down, Steal This Album, $34.99. Also, we have System of a Down. That's their self-titled debut. That one's $34.99. And we have Queensryche, and this is $34.99. And this Queensryche is called, that might just be self-titled. I think it is, okay? Next auction's going to go over here. We got two more to introduce. I got more box sets over here too. Let's go ahead and do the Jar of Flies. This is the Alice in Chains Jar of Flies box set, a $495 start. We still got it in the original shipping box. It's brand new, and I'm pretty sure we sold 2 last week, maybe. And here's a chance at another one. Still in the styrofoam. This is the Alice in Chains Jar of Flies box, and everything is good to go. There's the jar that actually lights up with flies. There you go. See? It's actually lit up. It lights up, and there's flies in there. And everything's near mint, and Alice in Chains is a $495 start. There's the light. It's lit up right now, $495. Let's get that glare off of it. $495 for Alice in Chains. Good luck bidding. All right, first thing is Queensryche self-titled. That's sold, and Line Stink wants the other Queensryche. You want Frequency Unknown, is that right? If so, let me know. Next is Seether, Disclaimer 2. $44.99 on Seether. That's the first time on vinyl. Raspberry Opaque. And let's go ahead and sell the Black Sabbath. I want to make sure everybody had a chance on that one. This is sold to amenities. Thank you, $400 on that one. $400 on that one. Thank you, and that is gone. These German presses are a good way to get these somewhat affordable. The UK copies, I think, are 2 and 3 times as much. I think we do have those. They're somewhere here in this building, okay? Next thing over here is this. Wasp. This is Dying for the World. Wasp has never been released on vinyl. This is a bootleg. It's on red vinyl, and this is a $55 start. Dying for the World, never released on vinyl. This is a bootleg, a $55 start, okay? Cameron Lingefeld on Seether. Thank you on that one. Line Stink, let me know if that's the, he did say yes. This is sold to Line Stink. And then over here, that's a $495 start on the Alice in Chains. Wasp already got a bunch of bids. Let's jump over here and put up Shotgun Messiah. This is an unofficial on white vinyl. Shotgun Messiah's VG on white vinyl. Now, we had another Shotgun Messiah earlier. $30 start. Yes, Alice in Chains is the tricolored vinyl. Yeah, tricolored vinyl. It's got all the goodies with it. It is a $495 start. $495 on that one. Let me take another drink of my energy mixture here. Wasp is at 55. Wasp is at 65. Cameron says he needs to put back Seether. That's okay. Seether going back in here. We have True Power, I Prevail. I Prevail is EX, $19.99. System of a Down self-titled. Sell that to Scott O'Man for $28. And we have White Snake, Come and Get It. White Snake is EX, $29.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Please don't hesitate to make deals. We're here to sell stuff. Dio, Evil or Divine. Dio is $49.99. And we have Porcupine Tree Up the Downstairs, 2 LP purple vinyl, and that is unopened, sealed, $64.99. What happened on Vince Neil over here? I think the other bidder went out, right? Chad King, $95. Sean Sam out. This is sold to Chad King for $95. Thank you. Sold to Chad King for $95. Let's put that right over here. And then over here, this is Wasp, Dying for the World. Okay, and Wasp is with Ken Crooker at $135. That's the new high bid on that. And then Shotgun Messiah is an unofficial, and that's on white vinyl. First thing I need to do is this. We sold SOD for $28. Wasp $125, Shotgun $30. So Tony Riddle wants the Seether that's being put back. So go ahead and sell that to Tony Riddle. Wasp $135. And then Wasp $140. John McPatriot, White Snake $25. And somebody else offered $25. Let's go ahead and sell it to John McPatriot. He was first. Angela, you were second. Wasp $150. Roger Tagavilla on the Boston for $10. You must be referred to the last crate. You must be buying out of the last crate. Luckily, it's right here next to me, behind me somewhere. Boston. Let me figure out what happened on that. Metallica, Boston. $10. Sell this for $10 to Roger Tagavilla. VG copy of Boston. Wasp $155. Rob Fordham on Porcupine Tree. Wasp $160. Wasp $175. Wasp $180. And then Slipknot, We Are Not Your Kind, $29.99. If anybody wants Alice in Chains, $495. Buy it now on Alice in Chains Jar Flies. It's available if you want to grab it. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. Wasp is at $200. Shotgun Messiah still getting bids as well. If you're waiting for an auction to go up, please don't hesitate to ask. But we have a lot. I hadn't even really got into the bonus crate. Not the bonus crate that was posted in the comments. There's another. There's like some stuff that Seth got ready, and it's all pretty much hard rock and metal. If we don't get to them tonight, you probably want to watch again tomorrow. Cinderella, Nobody's Fool. This is from Monsters of Rock. It's a Cinderella live unofficial, and it's live in Germany on orange vinyl. A $35 start on Cinderella. Good luck. That's now up for bid. The last bid on Shotgun Messiah that came in, the last bid that came in on this was Troy Sager. Once again, one bid on a Shotgun Messiah, and I'm going to have to go ahead and sell it in about 60 seconds. We have White Snake Trouble. White Snake is VG $14.99, and then Sabotage, Hard for Love, and Sabotage is VG plus $24. Did the other Seven Dust get brought up there? It should. Wasp at $235, Josh Jones on 7D Animosity. Is that a request? And do you have Firehouse and Kicks? Yes. Cinderella 40. Any more Vertigo? I don't think tonight. Will there be any Tesla up for auction tonight? Yes. And then over here, White Snake has got an offer for 20. All right, let me flip through here and see if I can find some of those. Aussie. Roxy Blue. We probably need to go ahead and do that one. And there's 7 Dust, okay? Let's do 7 Dust. This might be the one you're asking for. Animosity. 7 Dust, yeah. 7 Dust Animosity. An unofficial green and white marble vinyl. This album has never been officially pressed to vinyl. 7 Dust is a $55 start. $55 start. This is a white vinyl unofficial of Shotgun Messiah. VG condition. It has one bid for $30. One bid for $30. It's in VG condition. It's a white vinyl unofficial. Okay. Now, the first thing that happens over here was Cinderella has a bid. White Snake is at 20. And then John McPatriot claimed it at sticker price. Line Stink, this is yours. It's actually only $14.99. This one's only $14.99, Line Stink. So I have a feeling you might want it since you offer 20. And then over here, if you pass, John McPatriot gets it. Richard Bradshaw, third in line. Cinderella, 45. 7 Dust, 55. 7 Dust, 55, 55. Wow, 7 Dust, 55, 55, 60. Somebody contact 7 Dust and tell them they need to put their albums in print. So this is sold to Line Stink at sticker price. Mike Straw, Sabotage. Can't do that. 12-inch promo, Hard for Love, $24.99. I'll do it for 20. I'll do that for 20. Now, what happened over here with Wasp? And this got a lot of activity, too. Ken Crooker, $235. Did Deckelman go out? He did. Ken Crooker, red vinyl, $235. $235, Ken Crooker. Deckelman's out. Final call on that. And to my knowledge, there wasn't another bid on Shotgun Messiah, right? Let me scroll back up the top and confirm that bidder. And that bidder was, gosh, Lee, how long ago was it? Right here. Troy Sager, 5 minutes ago at $30. And we have a bid right there for 33, and then there's a bid for 40. Antonio Villanueva has this for $40. That's at $40. And then Cinderella, the last bid on this, sorry, it's getting really, there are so many bids on 7 Dust, it's really hard to find everything else now. Really hard to find everything else because there's so many bids on 7 Dust. Until maybe some people decide they're out and it starts thinning out. There's about 7 people all bidding simultaneously, it looks like. All right, so Corey Fager, you're out on the Shotgun Messiah now. And Cinderella's at 50 with Danzig. 7 Dust is at $84. $84. Okay. Now it's at 90. Let's keep going through this crate. Winger is $24.99. And actually, believe it or not, I think that's an OG copy. That's a great price on that. Winger is $24.99. Also in here, we have Dio Holy Diver Live. Dio's $39.99. Cinderella's at $52. Mike Straw's got Winger. 7 Dust is at $115. And then we have Metallica. And this is on the Walmart exclusive colored vinyl. $49.99. Ken Crooker, you got the Wasp here for $235. Thank you, Ken Crooker. That's so to you. That's so to you. And then Shotgun Messiah. I'm going to make sure the very first bidder didn't want to bid again. I'll give you plenty of time since I gave everybody else plenty of time. Antonio Villanueva has this for $40. Everybody else is out. Cinderella, the last bid that came in on this, Cinderella was David Tate at $52. That Winger that just sold for $24.99, that usually sells at auction for $50, $60, $70. I don't know what just happened there, but something got slipped through. 7 Dust is at $130 with Josh Jones. That's why you got to be able to pay attention to what's going on in these crates, or you're going to miss something. Snot is a music on vinyl press for $39.99. Snot is $39.99. And Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. Pantera is sealed. That is $49.99. Troy Sager, I said Corey earlier. Troy is back in. Oh, man. Roxy Blue, here we go. A real 1992 German OG. And Tony, I'll get to your request in just a second. I got to find it first. But man, I know there's some people waiting on this. Holy moly. Roxy Blue, want some? Roxy Blue is a 1992 German OG. Original inner sleeve, VG, almost VG plus, a $95 start, Roxy Blue. Want some? That's going to go up for a $95 start. Antonio, you're out on shotgun. What about Cinderella over here? Danzig went out. David Tate has it for $52. We have World on Fire Slash featuring Miles Kennedy and the Conspirators. That's a 2 LP, $24.99. And then Porcupine Tree, $29.99. This is in absentia, $29.99 on Porcupine Tree. Is that a drop-off? Oh, okay. Just put it on this table. It's probably Laura's. Laura, I think you just had a delivery. Laura, I think you just had delivery. It's up here on the KISS table. It's up here on the KISS table. Roxy Blue. So right now, Shotgun Messiah, Cinderella, Seven Dust, and Roxy Blue. Any other given night, anybody would be like, holy crap, Chad. Right now, the Shotgun Messiah is at Troy Sager at $42. We got Cinderella, Seven Dust, and Roxy Blue. So first is Seven Dust is at 140, another 140, 143. Roxy's at 95, and then Melissa Bailey on Slash SL, Seven Dust 150, Seven Dust 145. Warhorse, you were second on Slash. Shotgun Messiah 45, Shotgun Messiah 46. Roxy's at 97 and Seven Dust 158. And Dio, Donington 83. Dio is VG plus $29.99. Wow. So I think that means we can take Cinderella off the board. Cinderella, $52 with David Tate. Cinderella, $52, David Tate. That's sold. And DJ on Porcupine Tree. And this is sold to DJ Dodge. Thank you on that one, Porcupine Tree. I'm assuming that's yours. Okay. Shotgun Messiah 46 with Troy Sager. And then Seven Dust is, where are we at? 158. Roxy Blue. So VG, almost VG plus. Why maybe is it VG plus? It looks like it has scuffing. You know, it's just kind of got, there's no major problems with it, like visually. I mean, I'm having to hold it under a hard light. I see it has a little bit of sleeve transfer, and it has, it looks like maybe a lot of hairline scuffing. Looks like maybe it was laid around without really a sleeve, you know, kind of one of those. It's like where somebody just casually laid it around. So no really gashes or anything, but it does have some hairlines on it, and it looks like it has some scuffing going like this way, maybe like because of a cartridge drag a couple times. You know how a cartridge sometimes could drag on a record, causing like some circular scuffing. Not really anything down in the grooves probably. So that's now up for bid. And it's been up for bid. It's at $99. Shotgun Messiah is at $47. And then what about Seven Dust? Seven Dust is at $158 with Josh Jones. Okay, here we go. And let's go ahead and go through another crate. The next crate, or the next crate and next auction is going to be Slayer Hell Awaits. Oh man, a real 85 Hop Hog OG. A real 85 Hop Hog OG. This is in VG condition, a $55 start. It does have a little bit of a cover tear right here. It does have a little bit of a cover tear there. Slayer, VG condition, a $55 start. Junkyard is gone, yes. We have Shotgun Messiah at $49. Dio, $24. Sell this to Line Stink for $24. Shotgun Messiah, $50. And Roxy Blue is at $100. Roxy Blue's at $100. Now another $100. Seven Dust is an unofficial. It's never had an official vinyl pressing. Green and white marble vinyl. And Seven Dust, the last bid that came in on this was, it just come in. No, excuse me. That was Josh Jones. And this is at $158. This is sealed. So it's near mint. It's sealed. It's sealed. And here, let's just read the titles. This is a lot of modern, like straight priced metal in here. It's all best offer, so don't hesitate. We still got 6 more crates of vintage to go through. And I think there's some really dang cool stuff over here. 6 crates of vintage to go through. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. And we got some cool box sets still. I'm about to put up this Metallica statue, the Lady Justice statue. You've probably seen it whenever I went live. I was thinking about keeping it, but, you know, I'm here to sell stuff. So here's what's left in here. System of a Down Mesmerize, Dio, and that was this picture disc, The Last in Live. Alice in Chains Facelift, and that was that original 2020 version, the first time it was remastered and reissued in the United States. System of a Down Steal This Album, True Power, I Prevail, Dio, Evil or Divine, Slipknot, We Are Not Your Kind, Sabotage, 12-inch single promo, Dio, Holy Diver Live, Metallica, Master of Puppets, Snot, Music on Vinyl, and Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. So we have Seven Dust at $164. Okay, Shotgun Messiah, Antonio Villanueva, White Vinyl Unofficial VG. White Vinyl Unofficial VG, $155 on that one. $155 on that one. Roxy is at $110 and now $115. And then Slayer. Slayer is a $55 start. Joseph McCormick bid $65. Slayer just at $65 right now. And then Seven Dust was sealed, and it's at $164. The Sabotage was right here. It was Hard for Love, a promo 12-inch single, VG Plus $24.99. Now, Mike offered 12. I said 20. He's at 15. You're getting pretty dang close. Maybe one more bump, and we'll go ahead and reach a deal. And then Chad Duggan asked about it ahead of you, but it's Hard for Love 12-inch promo single, okay? Let's go ahead and swap out crates right quick. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, I have changed my mind. I want to go ahead and purchase everything that's left in there, my friend. I might be like, okay, all right, okay. If you want to do something crazy like that, we can do that. Let's go ahead and go through some more vintage stuff. Let's go through some stuff here. Buy it now, best offer. Who knows what's going to be in here? I don't know. You don't know. Plus, I want to go through some, I'm going to go through some new vinyl because, oh, I've got this crate here. This crate needs to be gone through. Buy it now, best offer. This has got all kinds of stuff in it. Sabbath and I think Megadeth. And we only went through it once and I didn't take offers. So this is pretty much loaded with metal here and other stuff. Yeah, Metallica, Dio, Skid Row, Linkin Park, Megadeth. Let's go through this crate, all buy it now, best offer. Now, I'm ready for new auctions, but every time I look up, all 4 of these have new bids. And I'd say right now we have, including stuff y'all didn't even see, we have about 120 auctions still left to do. That's a lot. So don't go anywhere. I'm going to try to kick it up. These in high gid, I'm going to start making people bid faster. I'm going to say faster. You got 2 options, faster or higher, or you might be in jeopardy of losing it. Let me mute my mic right quick. All right. Here we go. So, Shotgun Messiah, Troy Sager, $56. Troy Sager, $56. Antonio Villanueva is out. Sold to Troy Sager for $56. This is a big one. Roxy Blue wants some. Roxy Blue wants some. The last bid on Roxy Blue wants some. Let me go back and make sure I see this correctly. I had Zach Shaw. Let me go back. Let me work this way. Out. Zach Shaw, $120. Final call. This is OG, 1992 German, almost VG Plus according to Laura, $120. The median on this thing is 204 on Discogs. I think it's at a crazy good price right now. $120, final call. Slayer. The last bid that came in on Slayer was L. Silverhorn at $77. And he outbid somebody. $77 on Slayer. Blackie L's out. This was an 85 Hop Hog. That's a US OG in VG. And then Seven Dust. It's been a heck of a battle. Final call. And that is with sold to Josh Jones for $158. Sold to Josh Jones for $158, okay? It is about time to change up the back wall. Those have been back there a long time. We hadn't even had anybody inquire about the price in a long time, but that's okay. Let's keep going. Those two are on the tail end. Let's put up more stuff, okay? Now, the next thing I have is, let me flip through some of these and see what's going on. All right, here's Tora Tora. This has not been re-released on vinyl or reissued since 1992. This is Tora Tora Wild America. Red vinyl, sealed, a $55 start. Tora Tora Wild America, a $55 start. Okay? Slayer is officially sold in. And Slayer is sold to L Silverhorn 5150 for $77. And then we have Seven Dust Flag. Michael Wilkerson has thrown a flag on Seven Dust. Okay? Michael Wilkerson has challenged the high bid on Seven Dust. He said Seven Dust out. Josh Jones got it for $164. What is the flag? He bid $164 and you said out. Maybe he's flagging. He wants Josh Jones to pay more. $164. He's saying, hold up, buddy. If I'm going to give this up to Josh Jones, make sure you charge him the right price. Sold to hold on a minute. Sold for $164 to Josh M.F. or Jones. $164, okay? There's that. And then Roxy Blue did not get another bid, right? This did not get another bid. Roxy Blue is sold to Zach Shaw for $120. Sorry, some of these get so many bids. Everybody, it just all starts getting buried. And it not only do we have a lot to auction, but I have to scroll like on that Seven Dust for about 60 seconds there. There was so many people bidding. If only some of these record executives would tune in and see the demand for some of these records, they would start contacting pressing plants and be like, hey, man, start pressing Tora Tora, start pressing Seven Dust. What are y'all waiting on? I know some of these could outsell modern releases. I know they could. I know they could. I don't know what the holdup is. I know what it is. It's probably something legal. Tora Tora is at 72 with James Chilcott. This is an unofficial on red vinyl. James Chilcott has that for $72, okay? Next is this. Let's put a Poison. Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, is a 2018 limited edition red vinyl, a $20 start. That's now up for bid. And then let's pick out something from the high-end tab. And from the high-end tab, I have Fate's Warning, Infectious Grooves, Salty Dog, Spread Eagle, Kicks, I Don't Know, Faster Pussycat, Firehouse, Slayer, looks like Danzig. Let's go ahead and do that. Hardline, Jet Boy, Cry of Love, Steelheart, Badlands, Tesla, McQueen Street, Korn, and Sleazebees. Here is McQueen Street. McQueen Street is an unofficial neon pink vinyl. Has not had an official vinyl pressing since 1991. I mean, most of these that everybody's going crazy over are just out-of-print bootleg copies because you can't obtain it any other way, or it's stuff that's never been pressed on vinyl. It's all this 90s, you know, hair metal and glam metal and rock and stuff like that. And it's incredible. McQueen Street is on neon pink vinyl, and this hasn't had a vinyl pressing since 1991. That's been a long time ago. This is on pink vinyl. It's a $55 start. Good luck on that one, okay? Tora Tora is at 70, Tora Tora 72, and then over here, Tora Tora 75. All right, and then let's go through this crate. Buy now, best offer. It's been sitting up here for 10 minutes. You can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. Tool Opiate is $24.99. And don't hesitate to make offers. Tool Opiate, $24.99. Motley Crue Theater of Pain, $29.99. That's a remaster. And then we have Alice Cooper Trash. That was sealed, $74.99. And that's the silver and black marbled vinyl. Silver and black marble vinyl, $74.99, limited edition. That's no longer in print. Pink Floyd, the 50th anniversary of Dark Side of the Moon, that is $34.99. $34.99 on Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. And then Rat, that's the now playing on red vinyl, $29.99. And everything in here, like I said, is buy it now best offer. Don't hesitate to make offers. We're here to sell records. Tora, the last bid was Todd Kilgore at $75. Poison was the red vinyl, and it doesn't have a bid yet. It was a $20 start. There's no bid on Poison. 2018 red vinyl. And then McQueen Street has one bid for $55. Alice Cooper, $62. Sell that to Nashville Tiger. Thank you, Nashville Tiger. And then AC/DC live in Johnson City. That is $29.99. Live in Johnson City, Tennessee, that is. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And our next auction is going to be this. This is OG Corn, I'm pretty sure. And if you're like me, I love corn. This is a 1999 OG. Wow, that's something we don't get too often. OG Corn from 1999, still in shrink with the hype. EX++ near mint minus. Corn is a $95 start. $95 start on coins. And then Alex Miller gets wrapped for $25. Sell that to Alex Miller. Thank you. And then this is Metallica's Ride the Lightning, $29.99 in shrink. And then we have Pink Floyd, the later years. Pink Floyd is a 2 LP, $34.99. Nobody else bid on Tora. James Chilcott went out. This is sold to Todd Kilgore for $75. $75. And then Poison, Line Stink has that for $20. Line Stink has that for $20. And that is on red vinyl, and that's sold to Line Stink for $20. And then McQueen Street, unbelievable. Nice pickup, Tony Bradford. Only one bid for $55. Only one bid for $55 on that. Details for deal, Uvalai, Holy Diver Live, previous crate. Okay, give me 1 second. But first, we have Corn at 100, and now Corn at 105. Carrie Fisher autograph. We might can sell it tomorrow or Saturday, actually. We might be able to sell it tomorrow or Saturday. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. We have our next auction going up right now. And let's do another Ozzy or Black Sabbath here. We still got some crazy stuff. This is a promotion copy, a real promo copy of Black Sabbath. We sold our soul for rock and roll. It's a 1976 USOG promo marked label, EX++ near mint minus, Black Sabbath. And this is going to go up for a $50 start. It's a 2 LP gatefold with this Warner Brothers promo sticker, a $50 start on Black Sabbath. We sold our soul for rock and roll, okay? Now, we have Corn at 100. That's a promo marked. Corn at 105. Line Stink gets Metallica for $24. And then we have Thomas Hujar gets Pink Floyd for $27. And then we have Bonnie Tyler, a gold stamp promo, $14.99. And Metallica, the Black Album, $29.99. In shrink and hype, that's a remaster, $29. Corn. Black Sabbath is a promo marked record. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's try to knock out one of these box sets quickly. This is the Tool Fear Inoculum Super Deluxe. A beautiful set, incredible music, one of my favorites. Tool is sealed, an $85 start. Tool Fear Inoculum, $85 start on that one. That's now for bid. So we got Korn, we got Black Sabbath, we got Tool, which I'm going to set up right there. It's like a big, gigantic mirror, honestly. One of the most difficult things in the world to take a picture of. It's like a mirror. Korn, the last bid on that was Danzig at 120. Black Sabbath already has bids for 50 and now 75. This is a great straight price crate, all bought now, best offer. There's another chance at that. And then let's go ahead and I want to pull something from like the completely unadvertised crate, and that way we can see what's over here and just keep you aware that there's some crazy stuff over here. And as we plow through all the unadvertised stuff, you might want to linger around tonight and just be like, hey, man, what else do you have up for bid? And I'm like, hey, man, I got stuff like this. How about osmium? Osmium is Ozzy live in Montreal Forum. Randy Rhodes there on the cover. Somebody let Jeff Brent RTO know what he's missing. Live July 31st, 1981. And Laura just dropped off a crate. We are rocking and rolling. This is a vintage, rare, unofficial of Ozzy Osbourne live. Awesome Randy Rhodes cover on the front and back. How cool is that? A $95 start on Ozzy. That is now up for bid, okay? Now, we had somebody in the last crate want to see the Dios. Somebody wanted to see the Dios. Let's go back and look at those again. And somebody asked about Snot maybe too. Or did somebody claim Snot? Somebody actually might have claimed the Snot and I missed it. Sorry, there's so much going on. You'll have to yell at me sometimes. It's hard enough keeping up with one thing. But here's 10 more. Snot is a music on vinyl press, near mint, $39.99. Dio Holy Diver Live is a triple LP lenticular. That is $39.99. And then Dio Evil Divine is another triple LP lenticular, $49.99. These are all buy it now or best offer, okay? So Dios are the original editions with the lenticular. And then Snot is a music on vinyl, near mint, $39.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. That's why we're here. There's stuff like that in the bonus crates coming up. I'm not talking about the bonus crate that was in the comments. I'm talking about one over here y'all hadn't seen, and then we have another one tomorrow. Next is Bon Jovi These Days. That's a 2LP, $34.99. And then Pink Floyd at Nebworth, 1990. Pink Floyd's a 2LP, $39.99, okay? So let's update all these bids. Gabriel Chavez bid 110 on corn, okay? 110 on corn over here. The next bid was 120. We sold Pink Floyd Thomas Hujar. We have a request for Shark Island, Sleaze Bleeze, and then Black Sabbath got a bid for 75. Kevin Richards offered 24 for the Black Album. Let's go ahead and sell that to Kevin Richards for $24. That's the Metallica Black Album. And then Cameron Koenig bid 85 on the Toolbox. You can't see it, but it's right over here. That's Tool Fear Inoculum. Black Sabbath got another new bid for 85. Hell Awaits is already sold. Randy Rhodes got a bid for 95. And then Raymond said 35 for Holy Diver Live. And Brian Johnson said Dio, the last one. Bon Jovi 27, Black Sabbath 77. So let's figure out what just happened here. So Bon Jovi is sold to Sean Sam for $27. The Black Album was a 2LP, yes, of course. And then Korn's at 125. So Korn 125, Black Sabbath 88, Ozzy 95, one bid, and Tool Fear Inoculum box set sealed. The last bid was Cameron Koenig. That's a great price, $85. Those were new, $185. And then what else is going on over here? So Raymond asked first for the Dios. Raymond asked first for the Dios. Now, you'll have to let me know if you want Evil or Divine or Holy Diver. First of all, Brian Reynolds, which one was you referred to? Evil or Divine or Holy Diver Live? Holy Diver's on my left, Evil or Divine's on my right. You let me know because that's going to determine the price for everybody else that's interested, okay? So we'll figure out what happens there. But first, next is Mr. Mister, welcome to the real world, $14.99. Mr. Mister, welcome to the real world, $14.99. And Black Sabbath, this is VG Plus, 180 gram. That's a Rhino, $24.99. So first is Brian Reynolds gets Evil or Divine, okay, and he got that one for $49.99. Thank you. That's the original lenticular. And then next we have an offer on Holy Diver. And the offer on Holy Diver was for $35, which was 5 off sticker. And let's go ahead and sell that for $35. And that was sold to Raymond Johnson for $35, okay? My crate is full, so I'm going to make that the first record in the next crate. Let me make that the first record in the next crate. What have I done with the sold crate for tonight? Hold the phone for a second. Okay, I see what I've done. I see what I've done. That would have been bad, losing the sold records. Linda would have came in the morning and been like, what's going on? All right, awesome. All right, so this is sold to Raymond. Okay, so Tool has a new bid for 95. Cameron Koenig. Brogan Skunks gets Snot for 35. This is sold to Brogan Skunks. Thank you, Brogan. This is sold to you. And that's sold to you for 35. Chris Martin gets Black Sabbath for 18. These crates here have been incredible. Korn is at 130. Gabriel, you're out. Jeff Brent, you get the Ozzy for 95. He's probably popping champagne and doing backflips. even though Sammy Hagar's a better guitarist than Randy Rhoads. And then Black Sabbath over here. The last bid that came in on this was Nashville Tiger at 101. It's a real promo copy, a 1976 promo copy, a real promo copy. 101 on that one. Korn's at 135, and Cameron Koenig, you're out on Tool. Michael Hamburger has it for 95. Pew, pew. Awesome stuff. We have Spread Eagle. Spread Eagle is a 1990 USOG gold stamp. No white label promo of this exists. It does have cover art and stickers. It was most likely at a radio station. Yeah, it looks like it was at a radio station. It has notes when they played it on the air. It has the hop sticker. VG Plus, $50 start on this. $50 start on Spread Eagle, okay? Next thing is this. We have Nickelback, Get Rollin'. Nickelback is $24.99. That's on orange vinyl. Nickelback, Get Rollin', $24.99 on that one. Kicks or Firehouse coming soon. Spread Eagles at 50. Got 4 live auctions. As soon as one sells, we'll put up another one. And I'm about to put up this Alice in Chains box set at a stupid starting bid, so I hope everybody's ready. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf is VG Plus $19.99, and then Styx, Pieces of 8. Styx is $14.99, and Black Sabbath, Never Say Die, $29.99 for that remaster. Black Sabbath, $29.99, okay? So, last thing over here was the following. Korn got a bid for $135. Korn got a bid for $135. Black Sabbath got a bid for $105. Korn got a bid for $140. So $140 with Danzig. Black Sabbath $170. Spread Eagle, the first bid was $65. And then Tony, you bid $50. The very first bid, though, was $65. Then Korn got a new bid for $145. Then Black Sabbath $120. And then Spread Eagle got another bid for $65. Same person. Jeremy Merck offered $35 for Pink Floyd. I'm assuming for Nebworth, Jeremy. That's sold to you for $35. Jeremy Merck gets Pink Floyd at Nebworth for $35. And then Line Stink gets Nickelback for $20. Somebody else has claimed it at sticker price. So Line Stink, it's yours, but it will be $24.99. National Tiger says BS Audi. Black Sabbath out. I think he means he's out on Black Sabbath. So the Black Sabbath promos with Chad Sauls at $120. Kenny Rowe put ML15 Meatloaf, and this is sold to $15 to Kenny Rowe. And then next thing over here was Styx, is sold to Jeff Sapia for $10. And then over here we have Spread Eagle 65 and then 68, and then Spread Eagle 70. Korn's at 150, and we've already sold Meatloaf. Okay, and then Spread Eagle at 73, and Nickelback is sold to Line Stink at sticker price. And yes, it's time to sell Tool. Cameron Koenig did go out, and that means it's sold for $95, and $95 on the high bid on Tool was sold to Michael Hamburger. Thank you, Michael Hamburger. This is sold to you. Tool Fear Inoculum. Awesome. Hope you enjoy that. I was about 3 years ago, I was like, I don't know a lot about Tool. I started listening to this album, and it blew me away. I was like, holy moly. All right, so that's sold. There's AC/DC, that box set sold. Tool. The only 3 no bids tonight are no bids. Halloween, no bid, box set. Alice in Chains, no bid, box set. And Motorhead. That's the only 3 no bids. Now, I've had this Alice in Chains box set for a while. I've been wanting to do something kind of crazy with it. We've had it up. I don't know if y'all don't know this, but this demands a ton of money. It's never been released on vinyl, but they're very pricey. This is the Alice in Chains music box. Now, I'm going to cut the starting bid and see if anybody wants to start it at $295. It's Alice in Chains Music Bank. It's a 5 LP vinyl box set. It's the best of Alice in Chains, and it has unreleased tracks, live demos, etc. Alice in Chains, $295. Let's see if that'll get it sold. Now up for bid, $295. It's called Music Bank. Now, Meatloaf, I'd already sold for $15. Meatloaf's gone. Spread Eagle 70. Korn 150. Spread Eagle 73. Spread Eagle 75. Korn 155. What is the AC/DC in the back of the crate? Spread Eagle 78, Spread Eagle 80, Spread Eagle 77, Corn 160, Spread Eagle 83. All right, so that means Black Sabbath is sold. And Black Sabbath over here, BS, Black Sabbath, and that is sold to Chad Sauls for $120. Chad Sauls for $120. That's done. Allison Chains, $295 start. The last bid that came in on corn was Danzig at 160. Danzig at 160. And now Spread Eagles at 100. Allison Chains, $295. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is, give me 1 second, Kicks, Blow My Fuse. Kicks Blow My Fuse is an 88 USOG gold stamp promo, VG Plus condition with the hop sticker, and it's a gold stamp promo there on the back, and the original Atlantic inner sleeve, a $50 start. Allison Chains does have a bid for $295. That's going to sell for at least $295. Hope everybody's ready, and it's now up for bid. Whew, that was a great neck adjustment there, George. First thing we have is Slayer, Seasons in the Abyss. Buy it now, best offer crate, $34.99. The AC/DC that's in the crate is live in Johnson City, Tennessee. It's a 2LP unofficial, $29.99. 2LP unofficial. Awesome stuff right now. 837 here in Middle Tennessee. We got a lot of stuff to go through. Yes, 90125. Yes is $19.99. Owner of a Lonely Heart. Corn's at 170. Corn's a real 1999 OG. Skid Row, the gang's all here. That's on splatter vinyl. $34.99 for Skid Row. These are all buy it now or best offer. And we have Stone Temple Pilots core. Stone Temple Pilots is $29.99. I Am Slayer is $30. That's sold to Barry Stramatos for $30. Thank you on that one. Thank you on that one for $30. And then Joseph McCormick, you're second. David Saunders, third. Corn has a new bid for $175. STP is sold to James Chilcott for $25. Nico Kapolanis gets Skid Row. These are flying out of here quickly. So Corn, $175. What about Spread Eagle? The last bid that came in on Spread Eagle was Tony Bradford at $105. I'm showing Tony Bradford at $105. Brian Call gets Yes for $14. I'm showing just one bid on Kicks. And Kicks is still at that minimum bid. Johnny Hancock at $50. That's going once, going twice. Allison Chains Music Bank just got a bid for $315. Spread Eagle, $110. Whitesnake slotted in. This is a 2LP 35th anniversary edition on red vinyl. Whitesnake, $44.99. And we have Kicks with a new bid for $55. Johnny Hancock's out. Gabriel, you're out on Corn. It's at $180. And then Enough's Enough's Greatest Hits. That's on Purple Splatter. That is sealed for $39.99. And Evanescence Fallen. That's on Clear Smoke Vinyl, $44.99. That is $44.99. That's the Walmart exclusive. Bring Me to Life. Cameron Koenig on Whitesnake for $40 sold. So what about Kicks over here? It's all of a sudden still getting bids. Spread Eagle is too. Was that a new bid on Spread Eagle? No, somebody went out. No, it is 110. 110 on Spread Eagle. Kelly Vladerchek on Evanescence. Allison Chains is at $330 for Music Bank. Awesome. This is possible. I mean, if they ever release this on vinyl, it'll be a huge deal, but this was only a CD deal back in the day, so that's pretty cool to have in your Allison Chains collection. Kiss is at 60, now 65. We have Dio live in Fresno. Here's another live Dio, a 2LP red vinyl. That was originally a record store day, and this is the numbered edition, of course, $64.99. Don't hesitate to make offers on these. We got Rage Against the Machine, the Democratic National Convention. That is $34.99. And we have Dio Magica, lenticular cover. Dio Magica, lenticular cover on that one, $34.99. So Corn is at $185. Gabriel, Danzig, you're out. Spread Eagle, I was going to make sure Tony Bradford's done. Tony Bradford said out. We might be done on Spread Eagle. Final call to Zach Shaw then. Zach Shaw has that for $110. Kicks looks like it's still getting bids. It is 60, 65, 66. Allison Chains $335. This is a buy it now best offer, even for Tool Lateralis. A lot of these have went out of stock. I used to could order this album. Of course, it wasn't cheap at all. Now they're out of stock, and when that happens, I'm like, oh no. $74.99 for Lateralis. Now this album, y'all know Tool's discography is weird. Never has been pressed to vinyl officially. Never has been pressed to vinyl officially. So that's a big one there. $74.99 for Tool Lateralis. That's sold to Joe Steels. And don't worry, it's great picture disc quality. Corn's at $190. Dio Live 50. Fresno, let's sell that to Brian Reynolds. Thank you, that's sold. And we have not sold anything to Sister Sins, no. Iron Maiden, $29.99. Iron Maiden self-titles, $29.99. And then Iron Maiden Peace of Mind, that's EX, $24.99. Iron Maiden Peace of Mind, EX, $24.99. So Korn, Gabriel Chavez is at $195. Gabriel Chavez on Korn, $195. Joe Steele says never mind on Tool. Let's put that back in here. And then Spread Eagle is sold. Now we're ready for new auctions. Some of these have went into extended bidding. Zach Shaw, you get this for $110, okay? You get this for $110. Thank you. That's another album that's out of print. If y'all see the idea of what's going on here, if you're somewhat new to vinyl collecting, two things that demand a lot of activity, interest, bidding, and pricing. Two things. Out of print, never been reissued, or never released on vinyl, or an OG that's highly collectible. So it's just like OG highly collectible. This gets re-released from Friday Music, but everybody prefers the original, or something never released on vinyl that's bootlegged. So that's the kind of stuff up here. Any non-metal? Not really. Not really. Most of the stuff over here I'm going to be putting up for the next... Now, the crates, the next couple crates are going to be pretty mixed with vintage, buy no best offer, but the auctions for the next few hours are pretty much nothing but metal. And Chad Duggan, that Aussie, let me figure out. Chad Duggan, he asked, and he just asked the end, Just Want You single. Just Want You, I have not put that up yet. I've got it right here. I'll run that in just 1 second. I have not done that yet, okay? Now, the first thing over here was Iron Maiden to Brian Call, 25. Now, which one? There's back-to-back here. I'm assuming you're talking about Peace of Mind, Brian, because the other one was marked 24. So he's probably wanting Peace of Mind. Let me know. And then Jay Nutra said 25 and 20. He made offers on both of them. Keeks got a new bid for 71. Korn got a new bid for 200. Chad Saul's I Am of OG, 45 for both. Maiden 25. Tool last bid for 50. Tool Lateralis 50. Korn 205. And then Brian Call says both. Okay, so what we'll do, he's first. What we can do is we'll sell him this one for 25, and we'll sell him that one for 25. So those are both $50, okay? So those are sold. Next is Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. This is $39.99. Linkin Park's on red vinyl, by the way. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. So, Alice in Chains, the last bid over here that happened on Alice in Chains. Good gosh. Cameron Lingefeld, 335. John Langer, you out. John Lang, this is at 335. John Lang, 335. John Lang, 335. The last bid over here will happen on Kicks. The last bid that happened over Kicks, Johnny Hancock, $71. Johnny Hancock, $71. If you're not Johnny Hancock, you don't have the bid. Any more Slash. There's only one way to find out, and that's watching what's in the crates. So I've seen people say, do you have any White Zombie? Do you have any Slash? Here's how, a quick rundown. Two things. If we have something up for auction, either it's been posted and you can request it, or it's back here behind me, and I don't really tell anybody about it until I put it up. Otherwise, we'd have a billion requests. Now, if I did say, yes, I have Slash, two things. I can't sell it to you unless you claim it first whenever I show it, or if it's somewhere else, I can't go look for it. So if you're relatively new, there's two ways to buy. Right now, we're going through a crate. Most people realize they don't know what's in the crate, and neither do I. I also don't know what's coming up in the crates, and I really don't know what's coming up for auctions. So the best way to actually make sure you get more Slash or you get White Zombie is by watching and listening. Listening and watching, listen. Because I could have a White Zombie very well over here in one of these crates that I hadn't even seen. I could have a Slash over here I hadn't seen. But I don't know what's in this crate, and even if I did say, yes, I've got two more, then everybody would be asking for everything they want, and it would get totally out of control. So I don't really take requests, because if I did, we'd have to go back and dig out stuff for hours, and I'd be walking around the store in circles digging stuff out. So the best thing is, if you're not watching and paying absolute attention, you'll miss something. I've had somebody ask for a record, they step away, I show it, and they're like, holy crap, Chad, I just asked for that. And I would say, yes, you got to be paying attention. Over here, we have Aussie Ordinary Man. Aussie is $34.99. Could you imagine if I just took a request all night? It would be an absolute, we wouldn't have a show. We would not have a show. All right, so corn over here. Gabriel Chavez, $220. Danzig, you're out. Gabriel's at $220. Gabriel's at $220. Kicks is still getting bids, $75 and $76. John Lang went out. This is sold to Cameron Lingefeld for $345. Sold to Cameron Lingefeld, $345. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Faster Pussycat. Wake me up when it's over. Faster Pussycat is an '89 USOG Club copy with the original inner sleeve. Faster Pussycat's going to go up for a $55 start. Wake me up when it's over. $55 start on that one. And Robert Plant and Allison Krause, Raise the Roof. This is $34.99. Corn is at $235. Now it's at $230. Danzig, you've been outbid. The last bid on Kicks was Johnny Hancock at $76. Nico's out. It's up to Shane Lando. There's Faster Pussycat. Wake me up when it's over. Next auction is Firehouse. And Firehouse is an unofficial on red vinyl. This hadn't been pressed to vinyl since 1992, and it's on orange vinyl, $55 start on that. $55 start on that. We have Lizzie Borden Visual Lies. This is on silver vinyl, $49.99. $49.99. And we have Megadeth, piece sales, but who's buying? Megadeth is $39.99. That is in shrink, $39.99 on that. And Still Wish You Were Here, a tribute to Pink Floyd. That is on blue vinyl, $24.99. And Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy, $39.99 on that. Thomas Hujar offered $26 on Robert Plant. Robert Plant, Thomas Hujar, sold for $26. Corn is at $235, and that's with Danzig. They're still bidding on that. They may be bidding on that Corn record for 2 or 3 hours. I'm not joking. If they could be bidding on that Corn record till 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. Countdown to Extinction has not been sold yet. No. Stephen Reeves got Lizzie Borden, Faster Pussycat 55, Firehouse 55, and then Kicks 81, Corn 240, Firehouse 55, Firehouse 55. Okay, JCB gets Black Sabbath for 35. Now, somebody made an offer earlier on Tool. Who was it? Somebody, and I never did get back with you on this. I do apologize. Blaine Zapnick, this is a best offer crate. I will sell you Tool for $60, Blaine. $60, and that's yours. Sorry, it is a best offer crate. Blaine, that's $60, okay? It was marked $74.99. That's about what a new copy costs, but they're not in stock right now. Corn's at $240. Danzig, you're out. And then what about Kicks? The last bid on Kicks that came in was Shane Lando at $80. Shane Lando, now Johnny Hancock, $81. Firehouse, $60. And then next is Pink Floyd The Wall, a 2LP remaster, $39.99. Aussie Memoirs of a Madman, that's a 2LP, $34.99. And we have Fleetwood Mac Rumors Live, that's a 2LP, $34.99. All right, so Firehouse 55, Firehouse 55, Black Sabbath sold for 35, Firehouse 60, Korn has a bid for 250, Blaine Zapnick sold on Tool for 60, Firehouse 65, and Kicks has a bid for 90. Keith Pettit on Enough for 25. That's sold to Keith for 25. That's a great crate. That was a lot sold out of there. Let's try to run through those again. We have Tool Opiate sealed for $24.99. Details on piece sales. That's the a new sealed copy. A new in print 180 gram, $39.99. So Tool 24, $39 on that. And then Motley Crue Theater Pain, remastered, $29.99. These are all buy now, best offer. Pink Floyd 50th anniversary, $34.99. And then Bonnie Tyler, a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Okay, so Korn, right now $250. Gabriel Chavez, $255. The last bid on Kicks, Johnny Hancock wants to see it again. It's an 88 USOG gold stamp promo, VG Plus vinyl and VG Plus jacket. And the last bid that came in on Kicks was Johnny Hancock at 81 and then Shane Lando at 90. Johnny, it goes back to you. Faster Pussycat just got a recent bid of who? Let's see here. Firehouse, and Faster Pussycat. I think Faster Pussycat just has one bid with Armzarilla Tribe, maybe. I think that's a new viewer over on YouTube. Armzarilla Tribe. FP. There's some FHs, but FP's Faster Pussycat just one bid for $55. It is near mint and 89 US Club. No condition notes on it. And a pretty solid jacket. Okay, and then next over here was Scott Oman on Aussie for $28. And that was the Memoirs of a Madman, right? This is sold to Scott Oman for $28. And then Clifford Umstead on Bonnie Tyler. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. Corn has a bid for $260. Kicks 91. Faster Firehouse 70. Firehouse 75. Corn $285. Gerald Whitworth gets Tool for $20. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth. Awesome. Let me move these over here. They're still bidding on Corn. I told you. I mean, that could be going on for a couple hours over there. Mr. Welcome to the Real World. $14.99 on Mr. Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. $29.99 on that. AC/DC Live in Johnson City. That's an unofficial. $29.99. Rage Against the Machine. Democratic National Convention. $34.99. Dio Magica, one of his studio albums. Lenticular cover. $34. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory Red Vinyl. $39. Ozzy Ordinary Man is $34. Shrink and Hype stickers on that one. The Pink Floyd tribute on blue vinyl was $24. And then Pink Floyd The Wall, $39. That's near mint for a reissue, remaster. Of course, the new copies are $50. That one's marked $39. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors is $34.99. That's Rumors Live. Rumors Live. Corn, $265. Firehouse, $80. Corn, $270. Firehouse, $85. So the Faster Pussycat is going to sell one bid for $55 to Armzarilla Tribe, $21.59. Armzarilla, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, and then we need to make sure you're registered. Thank you, and welcome to Collectco. Now, what happened on Kicks? Did anybody go out? Johnny Hancock, 91. Shane Lando, you're out. You're out. So Corn, $275. Corn is at $275. They've been bidding on it for about an hour. It's a 99 OG. It's at $275. They've been bidding on it for an hour, 2 more hours to go before we close it. And then Firehouse is an orange vinyl unofficial. Shane Lando, I think it's up to you on Kicks. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to put more auctions. Here's this Aussie I think that was asked about. This is all. We still got some cool Aussie stuff in here. This is Aussie, I Just Want You. Album version, Amy, Voodoo Dancer. 3-track. A 3-track 1996 UK repress. It has an etching on B-side. It's a limited edition numbered, number 3662, VG condition, $20 on Aussie. $20 on Aussie. And it has an etching on side B. Very cool. Looks like he signed it, best wishes, and his little doodle there. And that's going to go up for a $20 start. Aussie's now up for bid. Okay, if you're a first-time buyer, there's a couple ways to register. The first way is there's a link in the description of this website or on this video. It will take you to shopcollectco.com and make sure you register over there. Shopcollectco.com. And if anybody new's watching, you can do it right now. You can do it right now. You can do it right now, or you can do it, after you make a purchase. And then if you're on Facebook, then send us a DM. That's a lot faster, and we can probably talk to you even quicker like that. Kicks is at 95 with Shane Lando. So Johnny Hancock, you got outbid. Corn got a new bid for 280. Dio Magica, 24. Let's go back and look at that one. It was marked 34. I'll do that one for $28, Edwin. $28 on that. Kicks 96, Firehouse 94, Firehouse 95, Aussie 25, Corn 285, Aussie 35, Aussie 20, 20 on Dark Side of the Moon. Can't do that. I'll do it for 30 though. Aussie 40, Firehouse 97, Aussie 41, Aussie 25, Corn 290. So those are all getting new bids. Was there another offer on anything tonight? I feel like there was something on a Pink Floyd. Oh, yeah, Pink Floyd Wish, Topographic. This is sold to Topographic for $17. $17, that's sold to Topographic. And then, yeah, 28 on the Dio Magica. And Ed Riviera said sold, okay? All right, so Corn, $295. Aussie's already hit 50. The Kicks is up to, let me figure out Kicks again. Johnny Hancock, 96. I think it's up to Shane Lando again. Shane, it's up to you again, okay? And if I miss something, just go ahead and throw it at me again. I didn't intentionally mean to miss you, but I may have, okay? Now, there was 6 more crates of new vintage stuff, like vintage stuff. This was a crate. We actually went through this crate last week one time and didn't take offers. So there's not much left now. We've sold almost everything in there. I've been kind of saving that one for a whole week to go through again right now instead of any other time I could have this week. So I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 box sets that are unadvertised that I have not put up. 14 box sets, a Metallica statue, which I'm about to do, and we have an unlimited amount of auctions. It's 9 o'clock. We could probably be selling stuff until midnight. But you know what's next? This is a Laura crate, and these are sticker price, okay? I feel like these are already marked very, very fairly, and they've never been shown, so these are sticker price. Now, there's going to be people that just hop back on that will be trying to make offers on these for an hour, but it is not happening. These are sticker price, no more, no less. You should probably just go ahead and grab them and say, thank you, Chad. This is amazing. I appreciate it. Corn is at 305. Over here, we have kicks. Let me see if Shane went out. He did. This is sold. Another one, gone. Some of these battles, folks, some of these could be 20-minute auctions. Some people would be willing to jump in shark-infested raw waters to get some of these records in their collection. I'm talking about shark-infested waters. They're willing to like get in the ring with Mike Tyson, jump in with a bunch of highly trained knife experts and have a knife fight. Whatever it takes, some of these can be just insane. We could be bidding on them for a long time. Okay, Cornell sold to Gabriel Chavez for $305. Some people are finally exhausted, though. They're throwing in the tab. They're throwing in the towel. They're like, good gosh, $305, Gabriel Chavez. What about Firehouse? And if it gets down to the end and I start seeing outs and you're not bidding anymore, then I'm going to go ahead and sell it to somebody. Derek Mandachek has this for $97. Derek Mandachek, $97. That's Firehouse. What is the Aussie? I just want to know. Amy and Voodoo Dancer, a 3-track with an etching. That's a 1996, and Aussie's at $60. Firehouse is a final call to Derek Mandachek. Aussie's at $60. This crate is going to be sticker price, brand new stuff that Laura marked tonight. Holy moly, let's keep going. Slayer, my bad. Slayer, South of Heaven, a 1988 U.S. Allied OG gold stamp promo with the original company in her sleeve. Slayer is an EX condition record. It has a ding up here in the corner. It has hop sticker, gold stamp promo and inner sleeve. $85 start. $85 start with Slayer, South of Heaven. That is now up for bid, okay? Aussie's at $60. And let's go ahead and add one more auction because I'm about to sell that other one. Don't forget, if you're here to request something, don't hesitate to ask. This is a really cool item. This is a Metallica and Justice for All Lady Justice statue. And this is from Rock Icons. Okay, I think y'all know about this, right? These Rock Icons figures, they're very sought after, very cool. This is the Metallica. Let me get it as close as I can. Maybe back here you might can see it a little bit better. There we go. That's the Metallica Lady Justice Rock Icon statue, and it's mint in the box. Pretty cool piece there, okay? Metallica Lady Justice. Now, before I tell you any other information on that, give me 1 second, and let me find this note. Okay, so yeah, what I was going to say on this is comps on this thing are all over the place, okay? So I've seen some of these sell for as much as $400, and I'm going to start it on the lower end at $175. But if you look these up, these are kind of all over the place. Anything Rock Icons, Knuckle Bones are very expensive. This is a $175 start. $175 start, okay? This is Metallica, the Rock Icons, Knuckle Bones, Lady Justice statue. $175 start. $175 start, okay? I'm going to put that right back here where you can see it and you can bid on it. That's $175 start. and that is the Rock Icons Knuckle Bones and Justice for All statue. Okay, now, since I walked away, Ozzy I said was at $60. Ozzy's at $70. We have Ozzy at $80. Slayer at $100. Shark Island request. Sleazeblies request. Slayer $120. And then over here, Firehouse. Firehouse, the last bid on Firehouse that came in was Derek Manichek with the winning bid. And that was at $97, okay? $97. There's that. Now, the last bid that came in on Ozzy, 007 Platinum, 80. Chad King, you're out. Chad King and 007 Platinum are bidding on an Ozzy. This could be a while, okay? This is Ozzy. I Just Want You, 3-track, Amy and Voodoo Dancer with etching. It is at $80 with 007 Platinum. Chad King's also bidding. We could be here a while. Slayer, South of Heaven, is an 88 U.S. Allied OG gold stamp promo. There is no white label promo of this record that exists. There's the gold stamp promo. It has the hype stickers. It contains language. It does have a little bit of a corner bump, and it's not bad. EX condition, 125. I feel like we could have started at 125. Now it's at 150. Now, if I can ask everybody to do me one thing for the rest of the night, and that is do not leave this show. Hopefully, by this time of night, your dogs are walked, your kids are in bed, and you have no other distractions. Now, if you do have distractions, you're probably going to miss out on some incredible stuff because you wasn't able to pay attention. That's on you. That's not on me. I need you to lock in with me, okay? Now, we have some requests out the yin-yang for some more of this glam hair metal stuff. There's some people that's willing to swim in shark-infested waters for some of this stuff. Here's one of these bands. I mean, I'm telling you, there are some people that's like, listen, Chad, I will do whatever it takes to own Sleazeblies. One guy told me the other day, he said, Chad, I don't know if you have Sleazeblies or not, but if you do, you can put me in a cage with tigers, and I will fight my way out to own this record. That's the demand for a record such as this. Sleazeblies is a 1990 Euro OG. It has the original on her sleeve. EX edition, Sleazeblies, a $55 start. Sleazeblies, a $55 start. Good luck. I hope you get out of that alive. This crate is sticker price, no more, no less. We have Avatar Country. Avatar Country is a picture disc, $29.99. Avatar Country, $29.99. Metallica, Kill 'Em All, 2016 remaster, $22.99. And Slipknot, Volume 5, The Gray Chapter. Slipknot is $22.99. And then Volbeat, Outlaw Gentlemen and Shady Ladies, $34.99. Let's go back up the top and see what happened. The last thing I said was Ozzy at 100, Slayer was at 125, and Slayer got a bid for 150. Ozzy got a bid for 85 of Chad King. 007, you got outbid. Metallica got a bid for 175. That's the And Justice Lady. That's on like the lowest end on the price spectrum for this. Metallica, 175 with Steve Weaver. Slayer got a new bid for 175. Slayer got a bid for 185. Ozzy got a bid for $90. Sleazebees got a bid for 55. Sleazebees got a bid for 75. Sleazebees got a bid for 60. Slayer got a $190 bid. Ozzy got a $95 bid. Sleazebees got a bid for 100. Ken Crooker on Volbeat, then Melissa Bailey, and then Red Cave on Avatar, however that was read. And then over here we have Greg O'Time on Metallica, and this is Kill 'Em All. And then Kevin Richards was next. And then Sleazebees 100, Slayer 200, Sleazebees 125, Sleazebees 150, and the Metallica statue 180 with Oso Adventure. 180. So that means Steve Weaver, you're out. Here we go. 007's out on Ozzy, and that means Ozzy is sold to Chad King for $95. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. By the way, the upcoming metal nights here are going to be virtually just insane. The stuff that I've seen in some of these upcoming collections, the stuff that I didn't realize we had stored in the back that kind of has gotten buried. I mean, I'm not joking when I say it's just, you know, I was getting sick. I opened up one tub and started going through it, and I started puking. I just had to puke. That's what happened. So sorry for the graphic details, but I opened up one tub back there and I started flipping through, and then I just puked. Next auction is going to go up right now, and let's do this right here. This is going to go up. Holy moly, this is a good one. I didn't realize we had this. This is Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath is a 1973 German OG Black Sabbath. Gatefold jacket, which is unique to that pressing, and the vinyl is near mint minus. This is on Vertigo. This could get busy in the auction block. This is a $75 start. It's a 73 German, $75 start. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. This is now up for bid. Black Sabbath, a 73 German OG. Slayers at $210. Sleazebees at $175. Metallica's at $190. Oso Adventure, you've been outbid. These are all sticker price new arrivals. The only thing left right now is $22.99 on Slipknot, the gray chapter. I Prevail, Lifelines. I Prevail is $39.99. Smoke colored vinyl, $39.99 on I Prevail. And Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is $19. Look at this photograph. It's Slayer OG Def Jam Records. You better believe it. Not only is this OG, but it's a gold stamp promo. It has the hop sticker. It has the language sticker. It is got a corner bump. I mean, that gives it character. It was probably thrown at somebody in a mosh pit. This is an EX. It's an 88 U.S. Allied original. This is real. It's OG. It's a gold stamp promo. No white label promos of this exist. It's got stickers, and it's up for bid, and you can own it right now. Slayer's at $220. Sleazebees, I'm telling you, there are some guys that would show up if I said, y'all got to show up in person and get in a boxing ring and punch other men in the face until you're the last person standing. You have to do that to obtain this record, and they would show up. $175 of MT Matt. Next is Sabbath, $75. Chris Frazier, these are all sticker price, no more, no less. Laura marked these today. They are so cheap, they actually should be sticker price plus a 20% premium, but we won't do that. We'll just keep them at sticker price. Don't make me start charging a premium on these. What about the Metallica statue? Oso bid $180. Steve Weaver bid $190. Oso, I've lost Oso. Oso is way out there in Los Angeles. They have dial-up internet in Los Angeles. You would think a city like Los Angeles would be state-of-the-art, etc., etc. Oso says where he lives in Los Angeles, they still use dial-up. They still use dial-up, so we'll have to be very patient. He bid $200, and Steve Weaver bid $210. Steve Weaver, you're out. Nickelback is sold. Oso, you're out. Steve Weaver has it for $210. This is sold to Tom Kelly. Next over here is this. This is Blues Pills, self-titled, rock, stoner rock. Blues Pills is $24.99. And we have Adrian Smith, Richie Contents, $19.99. Also, he has it at $210 right now. Plus, I'm just giving you a hard time about your internet, but it always has been wickedly slow. Avatar, The King Lives in Paris. That is on mustard yellow vinyl, sealed, $49.99. Hiram Aponte on Blues Pills. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. Metallica, $225. Tom Kelly put Adrian Smith. That is sold to Tom Kelly. And then what happened on Slayer? Are we done? D. Kong, this is yours for $220. This is sold to D. Kong for $220. That is sold. What about Sleazebees? Sleazebees never did get another bid. This is sold, and this is sold over here to MT Matt for $175. Hopefully nobody has to get stabbed over that now. And then Black Sabbath. The last bid that came on this was Intergroove Distortion. Y'all are overlooking an incredible record here. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, a 73 German. A 73 German press. High bid 77. Steve Weaver, just so you know, the high bid on Metallica is $225, and you're out. Right over here, this is Avatar, The King Lives in Paris, and this is sealed $49.99. Metallica's at $250. Oso, you've been outbid. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's start knocking some of these out one at a time. One at a time. Salty Dog. I've had several people ask about that. Chad, Salty Dog. Chad, Salty Dog. Chad, I need a Salty Dog. Here it is. It's a 1990 Euro OG with the original inner sleeve and shrink wrap. That is going to go up for how much? A $55 start. A $55 start. Oso Adventures also bidding on Sabbath. He bid 85 and then somebody bid 80. Or he bid 80, somebody else bid 85. Our next item is going to go up right now. This isn't just any item. It's another Aussie record. And if you're surprised because we have Aussie stuff, then you're in the wrong business. You're just in the wrong place. You're just in the wrong, first thing we have over here, some kind of Aussie live. We got a lot of rare promotional type singles and stuff, like 12-inch singles. Let's go ahead and try to toss one of those into the mix. An 86 US OG promo copy of the Ultimate Sin. An 86 promo copy of Ultimate Sin. It's a promo demonstration, not for sale marked. Near mint, Aussie Ultimate Sin, a $20 start. Sabbath has a new bid for 100. Metallica's at 255. And the next thing we have is Metallica Reload. These are all sticker price, sealed. Give me fuel, give me fire. The memory remains, $29.99. $29.99. Over here is Tool Opiate, $19.99 for Tool Opiate. And then Sabbath's at 100. Salty Dog's at 100. The Metallica statue is at 260. And we have Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, sealed for $64.99. That one's not in print. These are all newly priced records that Laura marked today. They're all marked very fairly, comped off sold prices. And this is Metallica 260. JCB on Metallica Reload. There's Pantera. Here's Incubus Science, $29.99 for Incubus Science. And we have Gojira Fortitude, $19.99, Gojira Fortitude. So the last bid over there on Black Sabbath was Oso Adventure at 100. Andy Wade says he's done. Salty Dog got a bid for 100. That's with Shane Lando. Whoever else was bidding, you're out. And then Ozzy has a bid for 25 and now 40. And Melissa Bailey gets Incubus. Ozzy's a double-sided, single-song Ultimate Sin. These are all sticker price right now. Amenities. Tool would be $19.99. Red Hot Chili Pepper. This is sealed. Blood Sugar Sex Magic on red vinyl, which was a Walmart exclusive, $34.99. And Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, $24.99. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, $24.99. And then Speedball. Speedball is $24. Do unto others, then split. $24.99 for Speedball. By the way, my crate over here is pretty dang full. I'm about to swap that out. But before I do that, I'm going to show one more record, and I think it's time to sell Salty Dog and Black Sabbath. So here it is. We have Propane, Voice of Rebellion, red vinyl, $24.99. So let's go ahead and sell Amenities to Tool. He said he will take it at sticker price. Black Sabbath over here is sold to Oso for $100. That is sold. And then Salty Dog was sold. And Salty Dog over here was sold. Salty Dog was sold for $100. And this is sold for $100 to, let me find that bid, Shane Lando, $100 on that. Now, where are we on the Metallica statue? That's between Steve and Oso on the knuckle bones. So Ozzy's at 55 of Chad King. James Chilcott, Inner Groove, you're out. So is 007. Metallica's at 260. It's up to Oso. 260 is the high bid right now with Steve. All right, we need more auctions then. Let's keep rolling right through this high end. Actually, let's pull something from the unadvertised bonus crate, and let's just catch somebody off surprise with something. Let's catch somebody by surprise with something over here, where you're like, dang, Chad, that's surprising. So somebody's probably going to say, golly, I didn't expect that. That's surprising. Here's Lynch Mob, Wicked Sensations, Reimagined 30th Anniversary Edition. This is Lynch Mob. It says, all new release, Lynch Mob, Wicked Sensations, Reimagined, re-recorded, George Lynch, etc., etc., etc. Double print, 45 RPM splatter, and it is sealed, a $95 start. Red Cave Collections on Propane. That is going to be tagged as soon as I swap out crates here, because this one's pretty full before I try to tag anything else in there. And then let me grab this crate right here, and let's start filling this sucker up. Here we go. Golly, do we have a lot of stuff to show and sell. Good gosh. Red Cave on propane. There's that on that. And then over here we have next, we have, dang, that's surprising. Thank you. I know. Over here we have Iron Maiden, Legacy of the Beast, $34.99. Steve Weaver's out on Aussie. This is sold to Oso for $265. Now, don't forget, I still got the Knuckle Bones Metallica figures. I've got James, Lars, Robert, and Kurt, and they're $975 for the four. $975 for the four. And if you think about it, if you break it down just what Lady Justice just sold for, it's not too bad if you think about it that way, because that's what a lot of them sell individually. I've got all four Metallica figures, the Knuckle Bones, Robert, James, Kurt, and Lars, $975. And a lot of times you'll see them individually between $200 and $300 plus, especially for James and Kurt. So $975 for all four of them. If anybody's interested, they're up front, or I can pull up a picture on my phone and show them to you. They're $975 for the Metallica Knuckle Bones. And I still got the Megadeth Peace Sail statue. It's pretty pricey, and I still got a Lemmy statue. Now, those are pretty pricey items, but if y'all know the quality they are, they look awesome. I've seen people have whole showcases full of them, and it's just incredible. Lynch Mob, did this get a bid yet? $95 start on Lynch Mob. Aussie's at $65 with 007 Platinum. And let's get back into some of the stuff that y'all know for sure is coming up. But the first thing I'm going to pull out over here is, golly, right in here there's some crazy stuff that I don't get too often. Here's one of them. Well, this is a bootleg. I'm sure some people's waiting for this, but let me go ahead and disappoint you. This is a bootleg. This is Countdown to Extinction on blue vinyl, a $35 start. Countdown to Extinction, blue vinyl, $35 start. Okay, everything in here, Barry, is sticker price. So Iron Maiden's $34. This is one of the few crates tonight that will be sticker price. There's another Avatar. That's on red vinyl for $49.99. Avatar. And then Warrant, Ultraphobic. That is sealed to 2025, $29.99. Warrant, Ultraphobic. The Aussie single is really with who right now? 007 Platinum for $65. Chad King went out. This is sold to Shane for $65. There's that. And then Lynch Mob didn't get a bid. This is a $95 buy now. The only three no bids are box sets, Motorhead, Halloween, and then Alice in Chains box. I'm taking offers on all of them. First thing over here is Megadeth. It's a blue vinyl unofficial. Melissa Bailey first on Avatar. That's done. And then Una with amenities. Una for amenities. UNA. That was probably for Avatar, maybe. And if not, let me know. MT Mac gets the Lynch Mob for $95. Then Edwin Riviera is Warrant Black Vinyl. Yes, it's black vinyl. It is black vinyl. It's sealed for $29.99. Okay, wow, we got the auction, the table back there all of a sudden is empty. Okay, I don't know a lot about this AC/DC box set, but I've never seen it before. It looks like a guitar. Here's another cool box set, unadvertised for tonight. We have it at a $300 start. I don't really even know what it's called, but it's complete. The only flaw is it's got some damage up here to the top of the head. Okay, that right there. AC/DC. I just know they got it ready for auction. I don't know what it's called though. It looks like an amp, and I think all this up here is movable and interactive. But it's definitely got vinyl and books in it, it looks like. And I think it's some way or another you can actually plug in a battery and get the headstock to work, the head, the cabinet head, whatever you call that part of the amp. So yeah, $300 start on that. $300 start on that. That is AC/DC. Some kind of box set there. Never seen it before. Just like we had another AC/DC box tonight we never sold. It sold for $525. Maybe this one will too. Megadeth is at $40. Megadeth's at $45. Is Red Hot Chili Pepper sealed? It is on red vinyl, $34.99. Okay, next auction is Shark Island. There's been a lot of people ask for that. That's another one of those obscurities that everybody wants. Law of the Order, Shark Island. is an 89 USOG gold stamp promo. No white label promo of this exists. And it looks like it's at a radio station. WTUL. WTUL. Definitely a radio station copy. Gold stamp promo. That's Shark Island, a $30 start. Megadeth at 47. And then let's go ahead and add one more auction over here. Pulling one from the high-end tab. This time Danzig. Uh-oh. Danzig is going up for bid. A 1994 UK limited edition die-cut shaped picture disc. And look, it's Mother. Mother 94 and Mother Live. A 1994 die-cut Danzig picture disc. Never had it before. And we have that one tagged for a $65 start. $65 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Megadeth 45, Megadeth 47. Manny Ray on Red Hot Chili Peppers. He asked about it, and he gets it. Killer T, your second. Shark Island 30. And then Shark Island 50, Megadeth 50. Next is Corrosion of Conformity Blind. That's on this really wicked colored vinyl here. This is $59.99. Corrosion Conformity Blind, $59.99 on that. And we have Metallica Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Metallica 2LP, $34.99. $34.99. Corrosion Conformity, that's sold to MT Matt. I think the last time we had one of those, we put up for auction. Maybe not that particular variant, but it's sold for quite a bit. So Megadeth is a blue vinyl unofficial. Maybe go to the top view right quick. Megadeth blue vinyl unofficial. I'm showing $50 with Killer T. Shark Island's at $50. Danzig at $65. Shark Island $55. Called AC/DC Backtracks. Came in working 1 watt amplifier released in 2009. There you have it. See, everybody's saying this is actually a working amp. I guess it is. That's pretty dang cool then. So $300 start on that. $300 start on that. Derek Mandachek on Warrant. That was for Ultraphobic. Thank you, Derek Mandachek. Next in here is Volbeat. That's $44.99. That's Beyond Hell, Above Heaven. Volbeat is $44.99. And we have I Prevail, Heart versus Mind. I Prevail is $39.99. Pergy on Volbeat, Ken Crooker second. Danzig is at 70, Shark Island's at 62, and 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. 9 Inch Nails is a 2019. That's a 2LP, $32.99. And this is interesting. Is this another Blues Pills? It is. Blues Pills Live, Stoner Rock, Blues Rock, sealed for $34. They use some really cool artwork on their albums. Very 68 psychedelia. Shark Island 62. And then Jay Neutra on 9 Inch Nails. That's so to Jay Neutra. Richard Bradshaw, Metallica Hardwire. Awesome lore crate here. Stuff just flying out of the crates. I love it. I want some more. Danzig is at $76. Now it's at $80. Hiram was next on 9 Inch Nails. What about Shark Island? $62 on Shark Island. And the last bit I've seen on Megadeth, Chris Riddings went out, and that was after that's after Killer T bid $50 on the blue vinyl unofficial. Brian Stutter does want the Iron Maiden Legacy of the Beast. That's so to Brian Stutter. Thank you. These are sticker price. I think they're everything I've seen so far marked very fairly. Like this, a Wisconsin Death Trip by Static X, $24.99, $24.99. And this is new $40, $24.99. We have Metallica Ride the Lightning. That's $22.99 for Metallica. And then Avatar Hunter Gatherer Avatar 2LP picture disc, $34.99. No Japanese tonight. All of the auctions for about the next couple hours are all going to be exclusive metal. Exclusive metal. By the way, I don't know if there was a pre-order for this. If it is, I'll look it up. But look what came in yesterday, and I never did show them. I was going to save it for right now, probably the peak of the show, because it looks like we got a bunch of them. Was there a pre-order for this? I don't know if Jeremiah's tuned in. If not, then I'm not for sure. But this is Testament, Souls of Black. And, of course, they just reissued it this week, and we have them in stock. But this is the new cassette, $19.99, sealed on a red cartridge. $19.99 for Testament, Souls of Black. That is the new cassette on red cartridge, $19.99. And it looks like we've got 10 of them in stock. New Testament cassette, red cartridge, very cool, brand new and sealed, and that's new for this week. And we have a lot of them. I'm assuming there wasn't a pre-order because I don't ever remember seeing it pop up on my feed. But honestly, he's posting so much now, I don't even know what's up for pre-order anymore. I have no clue. I need to scroll through there here in a minute and just see what got posted today. I'll send him some, but he's kind of doing his own thing on the pre-orders now. Danzig 76, Danzig 80, Danzig 87, Barry Stramatos on the Wisconsin Death Trip. Josh Brown, you're second, then Kevin Richards. Nick Bargeron got Metallica. This is so to Nick Bargeron. L. Silverhorn, you were next on Static. Danzig got a new bid for 90. Todd Kilgore got Avatar. Kevin Richards, you were second asking about the Ride the Lightning. We got Tom Kelly on a Testament cassette. Sean Druin on a Testament cassette. 007 Platinum on a Testament cassette. And then Danzig has a bid for 95 and Danzig has a bid for 100. Okay, so that means the blue vinyl Megadeth unofficial is sold for $50, and that's sold for $50 to Killer T 6969. Thank you, that's sold to you. And then that means Shark Island, I think we were done. I'm going to make sure on that one. Shark Island over here, Richard Bradshaw 62, done. Richard Bradshaw 62 on Shark Island, right? Richard Bradshaw $62, $62 on that. And then Danzig over here 100. Okay, and then nobody bid on AC/DC, $300 buy now on this. $300 buy now on the AC/DC amp box set. Okay, I'm putting that next to Alice in Chains, Motorhead, and Halloween. That's the only no bids tonight. 4 box sets. We got to do some deals. Hopefully a couple of my box set buyers tune in later tonight. I have a couple guys that will buy them all. They just like rows and rows of box sets. There's Tony. I was about to say, I don't think Tony Bradford had set out on Shark Island. There he is at 65, Danzig 105. Chad, did you guys do a pre-order for the new Angel Dust? I thought I placed a pre-order, but I scrolled forever in the group and couldn't find it. I'll have to search myself. Michael Ruttman wants a Testament cassette. Like I said, there's starting to be so many. I have a database where I could search it. He's keying them into a spreadsheet because there's so many now. But honestly, I don't know. Soul of Black is a pre-order for tomorrow. Well, I know we posted the vinyl, right? We have the vinyl pre-order. I'm going to make sure there wasn't a pre-order for this cassette tape either. I'm going to make sure there wasn't a pre-order for this cassette tape either. So there it is on vinyl. Yeah, okay. We have it on vinyl, and that already came in, by the way. The cassette is $19.99. The vinyl, we still have in stock if anybody wants one. They are $33.99. We've got a few left. Those have already come in, and I've already tagged everybody. Let me make sure. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I've already tagged everybody for those. We got a few left. And then the cassette is $19.99. The cassette is $19.99. Is there a Black Label side out this week? Yeah, Grimmest Hits. We have those in stock too. Grimmest Hits. Yeah, right here. I have about 5 of these left. Black Label Society, Grimmest Hits, Forest Green Vinyl, $38.99. $38.99 for Black Label Society, Grimmest Hits. All right, let's do some more auctions. That crate's worthy of one more read-through. There's not much left as usual. Shark Island's at 75. It's OG Shark Island, Law of the Order. It's OG, of course, probably the only pressing of it. It has radio station markings on the label and on the cover. It's VG Plus condition, radio station markings. $75 is the high bid. He's out on Danzig. This is sold to Patrick Malloy for $105. And let's put up all new auctions, okay? We got plenty, including Aussies and Black Sabbaths to sell tonight. Holy crap. Okay, and James Chilcott wants a Testament vinyl. Let me go ahead and pull it. Yeah, let's not write that down. Let me go find it right now. Let's go ahead and put up more stuff. Let's do more stuff here from the high-end tab. And we have plenty of stuff from the bonus crate over here too. Let's do Hardline. This has always been a desirable record. It finally got reissued last year, maybe year before. It's very difficult to get though. This is a real 92 Euro OG. VG, almost VG Plus, $150 start. Some of them in near mint have sold for as much as $406. That's a good one. Hardline Double Eclipse, $150 start. That's now up for bid. Shark Island's out. If Doug Reeder doesn't bid, Tony Bradford's going to get it for $75. But yes, that Black Label Society is new for this week. Testament's new. I still have the new Exploited album. That also came out. And yeah, we got 4 copies of the Testament. And then I still got the Ace Frehley tribute in stock too. That's another new release. I've got one crate over here that basically has our top selling pre-orders and all the extra copies we have. So you got a couple options over here. We got Testament, which is sold to James Chilcott. And then we have Testament cassette, $19.99, a red cartridge. We got 2, 4, 6 of those left. And we got 3 Testaments and several Black Label Societies, okay? All right, there's that. And Bradley Smith wants a Testament vinyl. Now there's 2 left. And then that's new. It's a new colored vinyl edition for this week. And then Shark Island sold to Tony Bradford. All right, we're ready for new auctions. Let's read through this lower crate one more time, but let me get all the new auctions up. Probably don't want to miss these details. So volume up, eyes on the screen. And the first thing I have is Soundgarden. And this is called Flower. Oh, man. A 1992, a 1989 USOG. Hopefully Matt Nichols is watching. Soundgarden Flower. This is a 12-inch 45 RPM SST insert and a newspaper clipping. Wow. So it's got a couple cool extras. Soundgarden has an SST label insert, and it actually has a Soundgarden article in here. Something about Soundgarden won't be staying super unknown. Article from Seattle. That's pretty cool to see. That's going to go up Soundgarden, a $25 start, okay? There's that, and there's that. Michael Thomas wants a Black Label Grimmest. That is $38.99. Testament, Souls of Black, red with black splatter. Testament is $34.99. Okay, there's Soundgarden at $25. Hardline, $150 start. VG, no bid yet. And then our next auction, let's not forget about the Black Sabbath stuff. I have going up for bid right now, Mob Rules. I've never seen this as a 12-inch version. We had the single earlier this week. This is an 81 UK original, Mob Rules, Black Sabbath, and Die Young Live on Vertigo. $20 start on that. $20 start on Black Sabbath, okay? Soundgarden, $25.30. And Jay Nutra doesn't want a Testament. There's one left, okay? Quick recap here. We have Slipknot 5, the Gray Chapter. That's $22.99. I Prevail Lifelines, $39.99. Colored vinyl. These are all sticker price. Second read-through. Avatar, The King Live in Paris. Mustard yellow vinyl, sealed, $49.99. We have Pantera Cowboys from Hell, the 2LP Rhino, $64.99. Gojira Fortitude, $19.99. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, $24.99. Speedball is $24.99. I Prevail is $39.99. And then over here, we have Blues Pills Live, Stoner Rock, Blues Rock, sealed, $34.99. Alex Miller gets the last New Testament. Testament is sold. Testament is sold. Engines of Demolition is $327. Engines of Demolition. There's a lot of Black Label Society reissues. So there's been about 5 Black Label Societies in print for months, years. They've had about 5 other albums that have been out of print. In about the next 30 days, they're all coming back into print. And some of them, they're even reissuing the other ones. Hardline did not get a bid. You can pick this up for the minimum bid. The cheapest this thing's ever sold for is $133. And we think ours is better than that. I mean, you're getting this for a bargain if you're looking for it. $150 for Hardline Double Eclipse. Let's put that right here. That's the only LP no bid of the night. Hardline, $150. Let's look at Soundgarden a little bit closer. Soundgarden Flower also has head injury and toy box. It has inserts, and it's at $40 right now. Next is Black Sabbath. It's at $35. It's at $35, and let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is the following. Metallica. This is the 1986 UK OG first press, no barcode. The first press in the original plastic sleeve that says Made in England. This is no barcode, Jump in the Fire, and Phantom Lord. The die-cut picture disc. How cool is that? Get ready to bid. Metallica, a $35 start. $35 start. That's now up for bid. I think we have Catacombs up for pre-order. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we have that up for pre-order. Let's go through a crate of vintage. Everything that is you're about to see is going to be buy it now or best offer. Let's do it. BINBO. Buy it now, best offer. And I'm going to put up another one. There's lots of vintage stuff over here. These next crates could have rock, it could have country, it could have Louis Armstrong, it could have Chet Baker, you could see Herman's Hermits. Who knows on these kind. And then there's other metal I want to go through, but we got to mix in one of these. I think I've got new sealed metal I can go through, and I think we have other buy it now best offer crates that may be like the last couple you just seen. I'll have to dig them out. Just stick with me. Here we go. So first thing we have is this. Let's introduce another box set over here. This is Slaughter, and I've got Slaughter at $175 start. This is called the Wildlife. Slaughter is $175 start. This is the Wildlife. I don't have a lot of information on this. Is this one signed? This one's signed, isn't it? Yeah, this one's signed. And I can have this, we can even have this JS8 if we need to. Slaughter, the Wildlife, $175 start. It's now up for bid, okay? And yeah, it's signed on the front. There's Mark Slaughter's signature. This is the deluxe box set of this, okay? Slaughter, $175 start. Awesome. I don't know what's all included, but I see a turntable mat. I see photos. And I think this is fairly recent. Yeah, Kiss My Wax. I'm familiar with this. It has a little bit of a ding back here, and it's numbered 417 of 500. That's something they got ready and handed me today. $175 start on Slaughter. Okay? $175. These are all buy it now best offer. Let me figure out where I left off here. Holy moly, look at all this. So Soundgarden 45, Black Sabbath 40, Metallica 40, Metallica 35, Metallica 35, Metallica 45, Metallica 60, Soundgarden 50, Metallica 40, Metallica 50, Black Sabbath 45, Metallica 65, Metallica 71, Metallica 75, Metallica 55. Okay, so let me filter through all that. I'm showing Metallica then $75, Michael Hamburger. Some people are behind on Facebook. Michael has it for $75. Black Sabbath is at $45 with Chris Gardner, and Soundgarden is at $50. And that $50 bid was with Seagale. Now, if you're in higher, or if you think you're in higher or want to be in higher, I'd go ahead and bid right now. Slaughter's $175 start. The best of Herman's Hermits, $9.99. You can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. Doesn't matter to me. Inspired Abandon, Lawrence Brown's All-Stars with Johnny Hodges, a 68 press, $19.99. And Chet Baker Quartet, Jazz at Ann Arbor, Pacific Jazz in 84 Spain, $39.99. Chris Gardner said, did I outbid myself? Chris Gardner, $45. The bidder before you on Black Sabbath, was $40. Yes, you bid 40, then you bid 45. Chris Gardner has mob rules at 40. Technically, you got to bid more than 45 to outbid him. If you bid 41, 42, 43, we'll go ahead and take his $45 bid. So Chris has it right now at $40, but it looks like you got to bid more than 45 to outbid him. Now there's a bid for 50. Now, Chris, you've been outbid. Now somebody else has outbid you. Frank Sinatra, Songs for Swingin' Lovers, 2016 sealed. That's $26.99. And Dave Grusin, Nightlines. Dave Grusin's a gold stamp promo, $14.99. And Sammy Davis Jr.'s Greatest Hits. Sammy Davis Jr. is $9.99. That's for his Greatest Hits. And Santana Inner Secrets, $19.99 for Santana. And Rich versus Roach. That's Buddy Rich and Max Roach. And that's sealed, unopened, $24.99. Soundgarden. The last time I checked, there's no more SG on my bid, on my screen. This is sold to Sieg for $50. This is sold to Sieg for $50. Thank you, Sieg. Soundgarden is sold for $50. Let's put that away. Flower is gone, okay? That's sold to Sieg Ale for $50. Let's put all those cool inserts down in there. That's done. He's done on Black Sabbath. Intergroove Distortion gets Black Sabbath for $50. Now, the big question is, who has the high bid on this Metallica die-cut picture disc? Chris Ligero, still out. Michael Hamburger, $75. Yep, Michael Hamburger, $75. Mega Blast on SD for $7. That's Sammy Davis, and that's sold to Mega Blast for $7. And Rich and Roach is sold to Chad Snyder for $20. Nobody bid on Slaughter, $175. So $175 on Slaughter. If anybody wants that, that's the Wildlife. Okay? Next thing is going to go up for bid right now. And that next auction is this right here. I have Badlands. This one's called Dusk. Badlands Dusk is an unofficial on white vinyl. This album has never been officially pressed to vinyl, never been officially released on vinyl. Badlands Dusk is a $55 start. That's up for bid. Tesla Into the Now. Tesla is going up for bid. It's a 2024 unofficial lavender marble vinyl with a printed D side. So it's vinyl, and then side D has a picture disc on it. It does have a poster. This album has also never been officially released on vinyl. $55 start on that. Can I show what the Metallica looks like? Yeah. It's a die-cut picture disc, Kill 'Em All, or a Jump in the Fire, and a Phantom Lord. It's a die-cut, devil-looking picture disc. That's a UK. That was not released in the United States. That's a UK deal, okay? Badlands 55 and Tesla 55. Metallica is a final call for $75. The only reason I've hesitated, there was a ton of bids. I don't see a lot of outs. Since that high bid, there's been virtually nobody say out. I don't know if y'all are calculating. You may be calling your lawyer, your doctor, probably your banker, and trying to figure out your account balance, but bid and figure out how to pay for it later. Judy Garland at Carnegie Hall. Judy Garland is $24.99. Tesla's at $60. Satchmo plays King Oliver. Louis Armstrong, $19.99. And then the In Sound, Gary McFarlane. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. The In Sound, Gary McFarlane. Wes Montgomery, Road Song, $19.99. And Glenn Campbell's Greatest Hits, $9.99. And the Wichita Lineman is still on the line. Also over here is When Radio Was King, $14.99. That's FBI, Peace and War. And Journey Escape, $19.99. Journey Escape, $19.99. Last bid on Metallica. This is sold. Okay, Metallica is sold for $75 to Michael Hamburger. That's done. Badlands. I don't say this too often. Badlands with one bid. You probably cannot find me saying that too many times here on this sale. Badlands is at 55 with Dave Mosley, final call. Tesla's at 66 with Curran Evans. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is this right here, the Hangman. Is that one that just got asked about? What was those two that just got asked about? The Hangman and Shanghai. Here is the Hangman. The Hangman is a 1989 USOG, the first and only time ever on vinyl. It does have a hole punch up here on the cover. It's in VG condition, and it's a $20 start. The Hangman, that is now going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on the Hangman. Tesla's at 66. Tesla's at 70. And we have Foghat, Girls to Chat and Boys to Bounce, $14.99. Tommy, the original soundtrack, The Who there, $26.99. And Nat King Cole sings St. Louis Blues, flip back, some kind of UK edition here, $14.99. Badlands did get a new bid for $60. Tesla has a new bid for $70. Curran Evans, You're Out. And Hangman has a bid for $20. Can I show the back of Badlands? This is Badlands Dusk. Here's the back cover. It's never been released on vinyl. It's a bootleg. Looks like they took the CD image and tried their best to blow it up. It's on white vinyl, near mint, no condition notes. And now it's at $62 with Dave Mosley. Tesla's still getting bids. Let's add another auction. And that next auction is going to be from the Black Sabbath pile or Ozzy. Let's do one of the Ozzies here. This looks interesting here. Blizzard of Oz. And Blizzard of Oz is the 1980 UK Aston Clinton OG pressing. It does have some cover wear. The vinyl's EX, and it has the original sleeve. Should have an alternate back cover. Yeah, that's a different back cover than what they used here in the United States. There's Ozzy. He forgot to tuck in his shirt, and it's a $75 start. So a little bit different back cover. The cover does have some wear just down the spine, and you can see some spots on the back. But the vinyl's EX, and it has the original sleeve. That's a $75 start. Dusk is near mint. Tesla's at $75, and the Hangman has a new bid for $25. So that means somebody's out. Whoever bid 21st, that was Tony Bradford. Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey Circus Band. That's pretty cool to see. $19.99 on that. This is all buy it now or best offer. Elvis World Gold Hits Parts 1 and 2. That's a 2 LP, $26.99 for Elvis. And T for the Tillerman, Cat Stevens. T for the Tillerman is $14.99. And Frank Sinatra, I Found a New Love. Frank Sinatra is $14.99. Sammy Hagar, All Night Long. Sammy Hagar is $24.99. And Chicago, this is Chicago Greatest Hits, $9.99. Chicago Greatest Hits 2, $9.99 on that. Dusk has a new bid for $75. Blizzard has a bid for $75. Hangman's at $28, and Kelly Wlodarczyk on the Barnum Bailey. Sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk. That's pretty cool. Tesla's at $76. Also, we have Johnny Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis, Sunday Down South. That's $9.99. Shane Londo gets Hardline for $135. Thank you. That's sold to Shane for $135. Great price, but sold. And then Country Love Volume 2. Country Love Volume 2. That's a Gatefold 2 LP Country Comp, $19.99. Chicago sold for $6 to Topographic. Creek Small, You Were Next. Melody Ranch, Gene Autry, $9.99. Michael Murphy, Blue Sky Night Thunder. That's $9.99. And Don McLean, American Pie, $19.99 on Don McLean, American Pie. That's pretty clean. That's pretty nice. And then over here, Golston on Johnny Cash, Jerry Lee Lewis. That's sold for $7 to Golston. And then over here we have The Ventures. And The Ventures is a promo marked record on the Dalton label. And that is $19.99. Audition record, The Ventures. Batman theme, Green Hornet, Secret Agent, Man from Uncle. That's pretty cool, $19.99. All right, so let's update all these auctions. We still got, at this point in the show, it's 15 minutes till 10. There is so much still to do. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8 more box sets that have not been put up. I still got a whole crate right here full of auctions. 2/3. I can put the rest of them in here and probably fill up the entire rest of the stuff here. Yeah, I have plenty of bonus stuff I hadn't touched, and I have all these other records that we got ready for tonight that also haven't even been touched, including a whole nother bonus crate. So just bear with me. There is a ton to do, obviously, and if you're just here and you don't have anywhere else to go, I hope you don't, because you're going to miss stuff if you do. Here's the high bid on these auctions. The first thing I had was Badlands Dust. Now, this has never been pressed officially on vinyl. So if you see this, it's a bootleg. And the first thing we have here on Badlands was the final call with Dave Mosley at $62. Since then, I have not seen another bid. It's near mint, $62 with Dave Mosley. And then MT Matt bid $75. MT Matt bid $75, okay? MT Matt has this for $75. Tesla is at $90 with Zach Shaw. $90 with Zach Shaw. Yes, MT Matt, thank you. $75. I just seen your other bid. Zach Shaw has Tesla. This is called Into the Now. It's a 2 LP purple vinyl, and it has a picture disc on side D. That's at $90. The Hangman, Chris Riddings went out. This is with Tony Bradford at $28, sold. That's sold for $28. And then the Aussie Blizzard, this is a UK original, $75 with Jeff Brent RTO. And if there's not another bid, I'm about to sell it. Aussie is a 1980 UK Aston Clinton OG. It has the original inner sleeve, and it has one bid for $75. One bid for $75. Inner sleeve and jacket. We're about to sell it, okay? There it is. What's the high bid on Badlands? $75. That's our current 3 auctions. First thing over here is this. We sold the Johnny Cash for $7, and then John McPatriot on Elvis for $17. We're not done with this crate either. Elvis for $17. That's sold to John McPatriot. Glenn Campbell condition. Are you referring to greatest hits? No condition notes on the vinyl. $9.99. And then Stephen A. Young on the Ventures. Thank you. 92 on Tesla, 95 on Tesla, and then Badlands 85. And then let's put up some more auctions, but let me go ahead and show you these. Excuse me, the 4 Tops Reach Out. The 4 Tops is $19.99. Glenn Campbell 6. Glenn Campbell 7. And then we have Gary Lewis and the Playboys, more Golden Greats. Gary Lewis is $9.99. Elvis Legendary Performer Volume 1, $19.99. Wes Montgomery Bumpin'. Nice jacket. These are usually pretty worn. That looks pretty dang clean. Beautiful vinyl, too. Wes Montgomery, $19.99. Glenn Campbell sold to Roxy for $7. And Airport, $19.75. Airport, $19.75 is $19.99. Hey, a movie I've actually watched here. I had to watch all the Airport. We get these soundtracks so often. I was like, man, These must be popular as many soundtracks as they sold back in the day. Ozzy is sold for $75. I was trying to get Jeff Brent outbid any way possible, but it didn't happen. So go ahead and sell that to him for $75. Right now we have Badlands up for bid, which is called Dusk. It's a white vinyl unofficial, and it's at $85 with MT Matte. $85. Dave Mosley, you're out. Tesla into the now. Those are the current two auctions. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We still got plenty more to do. Let's do this one right here. Jet Boy. Jet Boy is called Damned Nation, and Jet Boy is a 1990 USOG, and this is a 1990 USOG Gold Stamp promo, EX edition with the hype sticker, and that's going to go up for a $50 start. We have a Don M for $12. That's sold to William Meadows. Okay, anybody else in this vintage crate? We still got Airport, Wes Montgomery, Elvis, Gary Lewis, Four Tops, Michael Martin Murphy, Gene Autry, Country Love Comp, Sammy Hagar, Frank Sinatra, Cat Stevens, Nat King Cole, Tommy, Foghat, Journey, When Radio Was King, FBI, radio broadcast drama, Wes Montgomery, Gary McFarland, Louis Armstrong, Judy Garland, Santana, Dave Grusin, Sinatra, Chet Baker, Inspired, Abandoned, Lawrence Brown, All-Stars, and the best of Herman's Hermits. Now, that was a quick read-through. If you need a price in there, say, whoa, 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 Chad, I need a price in there, and then I'll give you the price. Otherwise, I'm going to move right into another thing. The only 3 no bids tonight are box sets. Make that 5 no bids. 5 no bids, all box sets. What's wrong with y'all? That's usually some of the first stuff we sell. It's like boom, 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 boom. Okay, and then let's see what's over here in the bonus crate. We have over here, coming up in the bonus crate, I have another Aussie boot. Here's Zach Sabbath, and this is signed by Zach Wild. I think this is already a pretty tough record to get. It's signed, and it's got a couple members of Zach. I think it's fully signed, actually. But there, of course, is Zach Wild's signature. Very cool. He did the cross, the doodle, all that cool stuff. It's been JSA'd. It's a 2017 tour exclusive, $175 start on Zach Wild. Signed, JSA'd, $175 on that. What year is Cat? OG. And then Tesla's at $115. FBI was $9.99. Songs for Swingin' Lovers, $20. Sold. Where are we at here? Oh, it's still on the table. FBI, see, this is sold for $20 to Joe Salamo. Yeah, Cat Stevens was OG. The exact year would be 1970. 1970. Of course, that has got some great songs on it. And then Jet Boy is up for bid. Zach Sabbath. Tesla still getting bids. What about Badlands? I guess we're done, right? Dave Mosley, never did bid again. Jay Beach on FBI. Let me make sure that was $9.99. Make sure that I said it's marked 14. Put that in for $9.99, okay? Put that in for $9.99 for Jay Beach. And, yeah, Badlands is gone. This is sold to MT Matt for $85. That's sold to MT Matt for $85, okay? He's watching over on Twitch. That's sold Tesla $140. And Jet Boy was a $50, $55 star. I like 55. I like those 5.5s there. Cat Stevens was $14.99. All right. That's going right here behind me. If you change your mind, you're like, yeah, Chad, I have changed my mind, man. I want everything that's left in there, my friend. I'll be like, dang. All right, we can do that. Before I decide which crate of vintage to go through, let me make sure that's exactly what we want to go through. I was going to see if John had a check condition crate. As y'all know, those sometimes are pretty intense. That one has some pretty good looking titles in it. But I think he's got a short but sweet check condition crate here. He does. Let's knock that out right quick, and then we can go over here and see what else is all around me, okay? All right, here we go, and we're ready for new auctions. By the way, the Zach Sabbath has a bid for $175 with Chad King, and everybody else is out, okay? Tesla's at $155, and Cat Stevens, no condition notes, yeah. No condition notes on the vinyl. T for the Tillman. Ride on the peace train. Not on here. Sold, $8, Sid said, okay? All right, here we go. Tesla's at $160, and let me touch my toes right quick. Toe touch coming up. Oh, almost. Trying to pop my knee. All right, new auction. Let's see what's over here in the surprise crate. Peace train, holding on, right on the peace train. Oh, y'all gonna like this one. Faith No More, an 89 USOG. Faith No More, The Real Thing, an 89 USOG. This is a VG copy. A VG copy. Faith No More, The Real Thing. A $30 start. $30 start. Okay. Zach Sabbath sold one bid. Chad King, 175. No. MT Matt's on the board, 190 right there. Sorry, that was definitely up there. 190. Chad King, you're out. Tesla's at 165. And Jet Boy didn't get a bid. Let's make that a buy it now for $55. Jet Boy is a buy it now for $55. That one's called Damnation. Let's put that one right over there. All right. This is check condition stuff, buy it now or best offer. A little touch of Schmilson in the night. Harry Nilsson's in VG condition, original orange label, $9.99. Jet Boy is sold for $55 to MT Matt. Zach Sabbath is still getting bids, signed by Zach Wild, $200, $200, $210. And then Faith No More, Chris Meisner has it for $50. Doug Reeder next on Jet Boy, and Tesla's at $170. The Beatles, Let It Be, a Jacksonville press. VG $19.99. It's going to be this red Apple label. $19.99 on the Beatles. And Lee Hazelwood, Houston. Lee Hazelwood is in VG Plus condition, $17.99. Lee Hazelwood, Houston. VG Plus, $17.99. Stray Cats Built for Speed. Stray Cats is VG Plus, $17.99. And Scorpions Blackout. Scorpions is in VG condition, $14.99 for Scorpions Blackout. And the best of Buffalo Springfield retrospective. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? VG, $12.99, okay? Eric Van Leuven on Lee Hazelwood. That's sold. How many auctions do we have up here right now? Probably not enough. No, it doesn't look like it. So, first of all, Tesla is up to who? Craig Kirchhoff bid 160. Zach bid 170. Make sure if you're done bidding, you say out. Craig bid 175, so they're still bidding on that. This is signed Zach Sabbath, signed by Zach Wild and other members of Zach Sabbath. It's at $225 right now, JSC authenticated. And then Faith No More, the last bid on Faith No More is Scott Vanek at $55. This is a 1989 USOG VG condition. That album's not in print. And then next is, we sold Lee Hazelwood. And then over here, we have William Meadows on OR. And he's trying to get the Scorpions. That's sold to William Meadows. And then Stray Cats is sold to Shane Landolt for $13. Tesla, $180. Zach is $260. Tesla's an unofficial. Yes, that's never been released on vinyl. Never released on vinyl, okay? Next auction over here is this. We have the following. This is Slipknot, Antennas to Hell. To my knowledge, I've never seen this before. It's a 2012 German compilation. It has the original inner sleeves. It's in VG condition. And this is going to go up. The cheapest this record's ever sold for in the history of the world is $50. It's sold for as much as $406 sealed. It's not in print. Slipknot, Antennas to Hell. A VG copy, $75. Slipknot, $75. Antennas to Hell. Zach Sabbath is at $275, $280. Tesla is at $185. Also, we have Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers, a VG copy, $19.99. Sticky Fingers. And we have James Brown, I Got You, I Feel Good. VG Plus, $34.99. VG Plus, $34.99. And over here, we have Tower of Power, Urban Renewal. VG Plus, $19.99 for Tower of Power, Urban Renewal. Tesla's at $195. Got some heavily contested auctions here. $195 on Tesla. Zach Sabbath, $280. I haven't seen another bid on Faith No More. Chris Messer, $60. Chris Messer, $60. Final call. Zach Sabbath just got a new bid for $300. And Slipknot is a $75 start. How much, Chad? A $75 start. There's no way. Say that one more time. I got to hear it. Slipknot is a $75 start. Zach is at $310. Casino Royale, James Bond 007. VG Plus $14.99. Music composed and conducted by Burt Baccarat. VG Plus $14.99. Brian Eno, Before and After Science. That's VG Plus $26.99 for Brian Eno. And then Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, and that's EX $32.99. We have Journey. This is called Frontiers. VG Condition $9.99. Okay, Tesla 195 Zach Shaw. That's the last bid I said. Now Zach Wild 300, 310 for Zach Wild, 320 for the sign Zach Wild, and then CR for 10. CR for 10 was Casino Royale. Sell that to Mega Blast for 10. And then Zach Sabbath 325. Faith No More is sold then. Faith No More is officially sold, and Faith No More is officially sold to Chris Messer for $60, okay? Thank you, Chris. That's so to you. Slipknot did not get a bid. That's weird. I'd never seen it before. $75 on Slipknot. That's a buy now. And then Moses E on Beatles. And the Beatles in here was the Let It Be album. Thank you on that one. And then over here we have the Eno label. Brian Eno is VG Plus $26.99. It's on this Blue Island label. Zach Sabbath is $350. I don't know if it's OG, but it's definitely a vintage copy, and it definitely has a zipper with it. So there you have it. I have a feeling it is, but I don't have an exact year tagged. It's got to be close. Stephen A. Young on James Brown for $25. Go ahead and sell that to Stephen A. Young for $25. Tesla, I got to make sure the other person says out. He has said out. Tesla sold to Zach Shaw for $195. And then Zach Sabbath is at $360. Signed by Zach Wild. Inscription. Very, very cool. Next auction's up for bid right now. And that next auction is going to be this. Our next auction is going to be this. Our next auction is going to be Ozzy. This is called the Ozzy Osbourne Bark at the Moon interview special. Very cool, an Ozzy promotional record. It's a spoken word promo only interview, and it has this, excuse me, it has this cue sheet here. This cue sheet with information from the interview. That's Ozzy, a $20 start, okay? This is a buy it now best offer. Zach Sabbath is at $400. Signed Zach Wild album, $400 right now. Next auction is going to go up for bid, and that is going to happen right now, Extreme. Now, we don't get this one too often. We can get Extreme 2 quite often, Pornograffiti, because it's in print, the new Music on Vinyl. This one's not in print. Music on Vinyl did their first album, but this one's just not in print right now. An 89 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy, Extreme self-titled, VG copy, $20 start. The Rolling Stones was VG $19.99. Zach Sabbath $375, Zach Sabbath $400. Ozzy has a bid for $20. Ozzy has a bid for $30. Extreme's a $20 start. And then one of our next auctions over here is going to be Black Sabbath. Spare me this pronunciation, on Neo Domini, which is this box set, which compiled of Headless Cross, Tear, Cross Purposes, and Forbidden. 4 Black Sabbath albums in one, and that's going to go up for $125 start. That's those 4 that were out long out of print for a long time. That's $175 start. Anno Domini. That's now up for bid, okay? $125 on that. Ozzy 30, Ozzy 25, Extreme 20, Zach out, Extreme 20, and Larry Gonzalez offered 15 for the Stones. That's sold. Can You Hear Me Knocking? Also in here we have the Easy Rider soundtrack. That's EX $32.99. American Woman, the Guess Who? That's VG Plus $14.99. No Time Left for You on my George Carlin, An Evening with Wally Londo. That's EX $12.99. And The Birds, Younger Than Yesterday. The Birds is VG Plus $26.99, okay? Over here, we have Zach Sabbath. The last bid on Zach Sabbath that came in, Chad King went out. This is a final call then. MT Matt, $400 on that. How cool. $400 on that. And then over here, the Ozzy 007 Platinum has it for $40. And then Extreme has bids for $30, $35. The Black Sabbath box set's $125 start. $125 on that. Great check condition crate. Let's browse through those again in just a second. Actually, let's do it right now. If you need a price, let me know. We had Nielsen, a little touch of Schmilson in the night. The Best of Buffalo Springfield, Tower of Power. We had Bob Dylan. We had Journey, Eno, Easy Rider, American Woman, George Carlin, and The Birds, Younger Than Yesterday. The Birds, Younger Than Yesterday. And if you need a price on any of those, just let me know, okay? Aussie's at $45. Extreme is at $30 right now. And I'm going to go through another crate, okay? Let me see what's back here behind me. Let's see what's in the new stuff. And then let's see let's just see what's everywhere, okay? I got a lot of stuff around me. What is this crate here? This looks like stuff I've never been through. June 6th, maybe? I'm not for sure. June, or March, what is today? March 6th, I guess. I'm not for sure. Well, this might be a crate. Have I been through these? You know, I honestly don't know. I don't think I have. There's so much stuff around me, it's hard to keep up sometimes. Let me see what's in here. Okay. Yeah, and then this one. Okay, yeah, let's go through this one. Buy it now or best offer. It's got some pretty cool stuff in it. Yeah. Let's go through this one. Buy it now or best offer, okay? Here we go. So that's new stuff. Let's get this off the table. And when I come back, we're ready for new stuff, okay? Let me put these empty crates right over here for time being. What was that crate I just had? Aha. This is it. This is it. This is it. Okay. So, here we are. We're at Collectco. We're selling, we're tagging, and Zach Sabbath. Zach Sabbath is sold. $400, MT Matt. Thank you, MT Matt. That's so to you. Okay, Aussie. 007 Platinum, $60. Intergroove Distortion out. There was no other bidders. One other person already said out. Sold a 007 Platinum for $60. More Aussies coming up. Extreme is at $43 with John Kaiser, Tiger Kaiser. And then Black Sabbath did not get another bid. $125 buy it now. $125 buy it now on Black Sabbath. Okay? 4 albums that had not been in print in a long time. Then Paul Oakley put 5th. And somebody wanted to know the price on Eno. Okay? Let me go pick that. Eno. And then 5th was something possibly in here. Eno was VG Plus $26.99. VG Plus $26.99 on Eno. Here we go. All right, so next in the Aussie tab, this is Shot in the Dark, an 86 promo. Shot in the Dark, an 86 promo, EX edition, a $15 start. $15 start. Aussie, Shot in the Dark. That's when you were mumbling about the date. Oh, thank you. Yes, it is the 5th of March. Yes, thank you. So that means this whole crate over here is also new stuff. It actually says March 6th, but they got ahead. It's like jazz. I don't know where all that stuff came from, but golly, what am I going to do with all these box sets? No bids. AC/DC box set, Alice in Chains box set, Black Sabbath box set, Slaughter box set, Halloween box set, and Motorball. I've never had that happen before. I need some offers coming in. Somebody. I got to sell some of these, man. Next is this. Let's put up another auction here. Here's the Shanghai. Take Another Bite. Silver Collector's Edition. Shanghai, a 2017 U.S. first and only time ever on vinyl, a 25th anniversary edition. Limited to 200. The first 50 copies pressed were hand-numbered by the band's lead singer, Jade. Our copy is 45, and it also appears that it's signed. So this has a signature. It says Brian, Peace Bro, Jake, and I think it's numbered on the inner sleeve maybe. Where did she see that number at? Oh, it's down here. So this inner sleeve is signed and it's numbered. And this is Shanghai. And this is a $35 start. All right. Here's where I left off. Aussie 15, Aussie 15, Extreme 46, Extreme 48, Extreme 50. This is an 89 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy, VG. Okay. The Motorhead Ace of Spades box I had at 175. The Slaughter is also 175. It's the Super Deluxe of the Wildlife. Super Deluxe of the Wildlife, which is also signed. The album jacket inside is also signed, and it has some goodies in there too. Stickers, pins, photos, book. There's the album jacket signed, and Slaughter's $175. The Wildlife. Okay, this crate is buy it now or best offer. Let's get started. Megadeth, A Night in Buenos Aires, a 3LP triple splatter. Megadeth is $59.99. Also, Megadeth piece sales, but who's buying? That's a $44.99. Megadeth, and we have Tom Petty. Let Me Up, I've Had Enough. Tom Petty is $29.99. He says he'll take it. Great. One box set down. More to go. Slaughter, the Wildlife. That is sold for $175 to Stephen Reeves. $175 to Stephen Reeves. Thank you on that. Let's put that right in here. Let me see if I can fit it in here. Yeah, we'll go ahead and keep that in a crate. Well, I don't know. They like keeping these box sets out, I think, because they store them differently anyway. So let's just leave it right over here. I'll put it right over here with the others. Okay. All right. That's done. Thank you on that. Now, we still got more to go. Still got more to go. Everything in here is best offer. Tom Petty, that's blue vinyl. Tom Petty's greatest hits, $39.99. And then Tom Petty Hypnotic Eye, that's $34.99. So these are all buy it now or best offer. I'm showing Extreme at $52. The Aussie singles at $30. And then Shanghai has a bid for $35. Okay, there's that. And then the next thing I have is this. Let's go ahead and add a fourth auction. And that fourth auction is going to be, see what I've got back here. Let's see what's up with this Infectious Grooves. Infectious Grooves is a 2016, out of print ever since, limited to 500, clear vinyl with glow-in-the-dark splatter, numbered to 90. Infectious Grooves is $125 start. That's now up for bid. Aussie's at 40. Extreme is at 53. And we have Emerson Lake and Palmer Tarkus. This is in VG condition, $9.99. And we have Warren Zevon Excitable Boy. Warren Zevon is in VG Plus condition, $17.99. And Earth, Wind, and Fire, I Am. Earth, Wind, and Fire is VG Plus, $12.99. And Venus and Mars is EX $17.99. Venus and Mars, Paul McCartney. Okay, so Extreme $55. Aussie Shot in the Dark is at 40. Inner Groove is out. Final call then. And then Shanghai, just that one bid to Tony Bradford for $35. Thank you. That's sold. Let me put this in here. And then let me put that in here. And then Infectious is $125 start. Just FYI. The Black Sabbath is the Anno Domini. That is the Anno Domini. That's this Black Sabbath, 1989, 95. That was albums such as Headless Cross, Tear, Cross Purposes, and Forbidden. And that's $125 on Black Sabbath, Anno Domini, $125. Then Motorhead, then Halloween, then Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies, which was $495, and Infectious, $125. Moving on. Next thing I have to put up for auction is I got some interesting Black Sabbaths here. These are pretty sought after. This is called Attention Black Sabbath, and this is Volume 1, and it's a 1975 UK VG Plus $25 start on Black Sabbath. Paranoid, Sleeping Village, Evil Woman, Iron Man, The Wizard, NIB, $25 start on that. Aussie's officially sold a 007 Platinum for $40. Thank you on that. This is a buy it now best offer crate. We have Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. Unfortunately, the cover is pretty worn out. EX $12.99 on that one. And then Wang Chung, everybody have fun tonight. Wang Chung is EX $9.99. And Camel, this one's Moon Madness VG. So Extremes at $55 right now. John Kaiser, $55. Infectious Grooves did not get a bid, so we can go ahead and make that the buy it now for $125. Let's put Infectious Grooves over here for $125. And of course, we just introduced Black Sabbath. It's a $25 start. Next over here is this. I have going up for bid at this moment. At this time, let's actually pull something over here from the bonus crate I have. Stuff maybe you're not expecting. Stuff maybe I didn't know about. Stuff that I'm just now finding out about. And what do I have in here? Ooh, here's a good surprise. How about Guns N' Roses, the Spaghetti Incident, the 1993 on the orange vinyl. 1993 U.S. Limited Edition orange vinyl. Guns N' Roses, the Spaghetti Incident. And that is a $195 star. Pronounced Anno Domini. Anno Domini. Exactly. Thank you. Anno Domini. $195 on that. And then let's go ahead and add a fourth auction. And why not another Aussie? This is Diary of a Madman, a promo copy picture disc. Wow. Demonstration, not for sale. A real 81 USOG Diary of a Madman picture disc. $75 star. Let's take a closer look. So that's the original jacket. We've put it in a MoFi sleeve to help protect it. It is the full album. It is the full album. It's a promo marked jacket, limited edition picture disc. Diary of a Madman is a $75 start. $75 start. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid, okay? Let me get that in here. Actually, I don't know how y'all want to store it. I'm going to take this out so in case I want to show it again, it won't be a trouble. Okay, it won't be a trouble at all. Let's go back up to the top. Extreme 55, Cosmo Kramer's out. That means we could sell that very soon. Sabbath got a bid for 25. Nevermind, Extreme got a new bid for 58 with Richard Bradshaw. That means John Kaiser, you're out. Sabbath has a bid for 25 with Jeff Brent, another bid for 25. And then Aussie has a bid for 75 and 85, okay? Here's some stuff rolling in now. So Extreme, John Kaiser, you're out. The high bid's Richard Bradshaw, 58. Black Sabbath, the last bid that just came in was 28. Diary of a Madman's at 85. Extreme 60 and Guns N' Roses has got a bid for 195. So all those have activity. Mayor Hawthorne, EX Edition $12.99. And this is Steven Wilson. It's called Insurgents. It's a 2009 UKOG, $39.99 for Steven Wilson. Everything in here is best offer, even all the Megadeths in the back, even the Tom Petty's. Don't hesitate. I'll sell them to you if you're not careful. Arctic, music by Joseph Transpence, and that is sealed. That's a music on vinyl press in 1999. Aussie's at 95, Aussie's at 100, Black Sabbath's at 30. 4 auctions going on right now. How many? 4 auctions going on right now. You heard me correctly. Also, we have Steven Wilson again. This one's $24.99. Aussie's at 100. Black Sabbath's at 30 with Chad Sauls. Utah 007 Platinum, and Extreme is at 60.62. Was peace sales on colored vinyl? No, it was not. Village People Live and Sleazy, that's $14.99. Infectious Grooves is $125. $125. That's a 2016 U.S. reissue. Limited to 500 numbered copies on glow-in-the-dark splatter. Or I should say glow-in-the-dark with splatter. Next is Steven Wilson, The Future Bites. Steven Wilson's on red vinyl, sealed for $24.99. The best of Isaac Hayes. Target exclusive electric smoke vinyl, $19.99 on that one. And Brushfire Records 12-inch sampler volume 1. Alternate rock sampler, sealed, $9.99, okay? So Aussie has a new bid for 101, and that's with Jeff Brent RTO. Chad King, you're out. Extremes at 62, John Kaiser, you're out. And Matthew Hendon was the only bidder on GNR. That is sold to Matthew Hendon. That was surprising, but also probably a lot of people didn't expect it. Orange vinyl original, $195 on GNR. The Spaghetti Incident. The Spaghetti Incident. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. The Spaghetti Incident. And then what about Black Sabbath over here? Chad Sauls, Tide 007 Platinum. Haven't heard back from Chad, but we're about to sell that. And then Aussie over here is at 101. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. This is the Rolling Stones Hot Rock, sealed, $29.99. And look, when it was new at Walmart, it was $50. We've got it right here for $29.99. That's right, $29.99. Also, Hendrix, Experience Hendrix. This is sealed, $24.99. And we have blue vinyl, and this is blue vinyl Kids See Ghost. And I think this is Kanye West and Kid Cudi. Thank you, Laura. Sealed for $39.99. Also, Led Zeppelin 4. This is sealed, a 2020, $24.99 on that one. And we have the B-52's Whammy. That's EX, $27.99 on Whammy. And Brian Ferry, Boys and Girls. That's EX, $12.99. Let's put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And that is going to be this. And that is going to be Rough Cut. Rough Cut is a 1985 U.S. Carrollton OG club copy, EX edition. And Rough Cut is now up for bid, a $20 start. Rough Cut, $20 start. The Motels all for one. The Motels is EX, $17.99. And we have the Thompson Twins, Into the Gap. The Thompson Twins is EX edition, $14.99. So Extreme, $63. That means Richard Bradshaw, you've been outbid. Black Sabbath is now at $40. Ozzy's at $111. And Rough Cut's at $20 with Christopher Allen. We have Level 42 running in the family. Level 42 is EX, $12.99. Trouble in School, Private Lines, that's EX for $12.99. The Fix, Phantoms, VG Plus, $14.99. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, EX, $22.99 on that. Little Lewis and the World, Nice and Slow, EX, $9.99. Breakfast Club, that was VG, $9.99. Jeff Sapia on TT for $10. Thompson Twins, that's so for Jeff Sapia. Whew, thank you, Jeff Sapia, for breaking the ice. I was worried I wasn't going to sell anything out of this crate. Whew, that was the first thing I've got an offer on. Man, y'all are making it tough right now. I've almost read this entire crate. That was the first offer I've received on anything. The Eurythmics Touch, $19.99. The Isley Brothers Showdown, that is sealed for $19.99. Sting Fandana, $9 for Level 42. I better say yes to some stuff. That's sold to Sting Fandana for $9. Whew, it's took almost the whole crate. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volumes 1 and 2. That's an RCA Club copy, $34.99. This is Renee Rapp, Snow Angel, Indie Pop, sealed Target exclusive, $19.99. The Human League Dare, $19.99. Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, also $19.99. And Steven Wilson, The Harmony Codex, sealed $29.99. And then the last couple was Doechii, Alligator Bites Never Heal, Go Vinyl 17, and Strategy, Twice, 14th mini album, K-pop sealed for $14.99. Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, usually if there's a Megadeth album in the crate, somebody can make an offer on, they will. Didn't happen this time. Extreme, $90. John Kaiser, You're Out. Black Sabbath, the last bid was 007 Platinum for $40. Chad Sauls, he's had it for 3 minutes for $40. I lost Chad Sauls. This is sold for $40 to 007 Platinum. Thank you, that's sold. They're still bidding on Ozzy. Chad King went out. Ozzy Diary of a Madman promo picture disc is sold to Jeff Brent for $111. That's sold for $111. Let's put that away. I'm going to put that back in there like that. That's sold for $111. And then the last thing I think I seen come through on Rough Cut. Let me make a look here. Rough Cut. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera, 21. Christopher Allen bid 20. Jerry Guy Metal Guerrera, 21. Okay. And then the first thing is Melanie Jennings wants to know the price on Tom Petty Greatest Hits. 2 LP blue vinyl, Target exclusive, sealed, $39.99. We have not sold Trick or Treat yet. Warren Zevon, 7. Warren Zevon, I'll sell to you for $15. And then we have Richard Bradshaw wants Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin, Richard Bradshaw. Boy, I didn't even know there was a Led Zeppelin in here. I've been so zoned out. These auctions are so intense for me to keep up with. I sometimes don't even know what I'm reading in the crates. It's just like blah, 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 blah. Whatever is coming out of my mouth, I don't even know sometimes. Richard Bradshaw gets that. Rough Cut, 36. Megadeth piece sales for 36. Here we go. I think some people's trying to figure out how the show's working. Yeah, you just make offers and I sell them to you. That's sold to Black Ale. Price on the Megadeth Live. That was a night in Buenos Aires, $59.99. 3LP. What is the Steven Wilson? There was like 3 in here. How much was the Megadeth? Well, that other one just sold. That one's still available. And we have another Tom Petty as well. And then the next comment was, what was the Steven Wilson? Well, here's 2 of them. I think there's 3 or 4 in here, actually. Here's Steven Wilson Insurgents, 2009 UK. That's $39.99. This is Steven Wilson, The Future Bites, red vinyl seal, $24.99. Here's another Steven Wilson, $24.99. This one's called 4 1/2. And then there was one, I think, up here close to the front, the Harmony Codex. That one's sealed for $29.99. Okay, Melvin and Jennings offer $35 for Tom Petty, Greatest Hits Blue Vinyl. That's sold for $35 to Melanie Jennings. And then Rough Cut, $25. Creek Small Mouth got Elton John, $25. Let me go ahead and tag that. My crate's full. Let me swap out right quick. This is completely full right here. So let me grab this. Let's stack that right up there. Thank y'all for that. And let me grab this and this. And let me grab this right here. Okay. So this is Soda Creek Small for $25. George Sherry got the Stevie Nicks. Let's go ahead and tag that to him for $14. Rough Cut Richard Bradshaw, $42. And then Andrew Smike on the Warren Zevon for $11. Megadeth Live is Soda Hiram Aponte. That's Soda Hiram for $45. The Camel record, that was Moon Madness, right? I think that's somewhere right in here. Camel Moon Madness. Let me find that right quick. Camel Moon Madness. VG, $9.99. And that's the same Steven Wilson, yes. He has a huge solo career as far as a discography. And then he was in Porcupine Tree. And then he's also the remaster of all these classic prog albums. Tool, he's big into the Tool stuff, big into Yes. Okay, I hadn't seen a bit on stream. Okay, there we go. He said out. This is sold to Richard Bradshaw for $70. And we're ready for all new auctions. Let me make sure we're done on Rough Cut. I'm going to go ahead and make that a final call, okay? Rough Cut, Richard Bradshaw, $42. He outbid somebody, Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera, who went out. Richard Bradshaw has this at $42. Final call. We're ready for a whole new slew of auctions. This is definitely an auction-focused night. Crazy stuff still to come. Great titles, all premium stuff. Plenty of crates to go through in the background. Sometimes I'm reading stuff and I don't even know what I'm reading because I'm so focused on the auctions, like I said a moment ago. So if you're like, Chad, what's that record? I'm like, well, I have no idea. I don't even know what I just read. I got such in a zone there. So, and if you want anything out of there, thank you. I woke everybody up. I read through almost that whole crate, a buy it now best offer crate, and there was no claims. It took the last 5 records. And I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Hope everybody's not out walking their dog. We got a lot of stuff still to show. Faster Pussycat. This is called Whipped. And this was on whipped cream colored vinyl. $25 start. This is not in print. Faster Pussycat, $25 start. The Rough Cut over here is sold to Richard Bradshaw for $42. So let's clear the board completely. Now Faster Pussycat's a $25 start. Never before on vinyl in the U.S., that's true. This never was released in the United States on vinyl. Trick or Treat is on red vinyl, a 2022 Hellfire colored vinyl, and that is Fastway, Trick or Treat, and that's going to go up for a $30 start. And then how much? First thing over here is Osley Showdown, Intergroove Distortion, Osley Showdown for $14. Osley Showdown, hold on a minute, we're close. We're close, it's right in here somewhere. We're going to sell that for $14. That was, stand by, must be near the front then. Yep, Showdown. This is sold to Intergroove Distortion for $14. There's 2 Tom Petty's left. That's Hypnotic Eye and Let Me Up, I've Had Enough. $29 and $34. $29 and $34. Okay? $29 and $34. Next is Steven Wilson, Dead Wing. Dead Wing was How much on Steven Wilson Deadwing? Insurgents, Future Bites, 4.5, and Harmony Codex. No Deadwing. No Deadwing in here. Faster Pussycat 25. Faster Pussycat 25. Trick or Treat 31. Anybody else before I go into another new crate? Before I go into another new crate. First thing I have is this. Let's start from right here. This is House of Lords Sahara. House of Lords is a 1990 Euro OG, original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. House of Lords, a $30 start. Trick or Treat 31. Let Me Up, I've Had Enough, $20. This is sold for $20 to Back to the Turntable. Trick or Treat 33, Faster Pussycat 35. I think that is the yellow Steven Wilson, the one from Slipknot. There's another Steven Wilson in here. Is there 5 Steven Wilsons in here? I'm not for sure. We'll figure it out in just a second. Anyways, these are going to be right here behind me. If you change your mind, you're like, Chad, I have changed my mind. I want to go ahead and buy everything in there. That'll be fine with me. I'll be absolutely splendid. Okay? Cheerio. Okay. All right. We have Ozzy. We got some kind of live box set here. Ozzy captured live. There's a sticker on it that says test pressing. Yeah, unofficial test pressing. Irvine Meadows, Los Angeles, 1982. This is Ozzy. It's a 3 LP box set sealed, test pressing, $150 start. Ozzy's now up for bid. Okay? This crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. Let's do a quick update. I had Trick or Treat at 31, House of Lords 75. Am I reading that correctly? Faster Pussycat 36, Faster Pussycat 25, Trick or Treat 33, Faster Pussycat 36, Trick or Treat 35, Faster Pet. That's a mouthful. I need another energy drink. I'm about ready for another energy drink. We have Ozzy at 150, Faster Pussycat at 40. Let's go to the top cam. Trick or Treat at 35, and House of Lords, Richard Bradshaw, $75. He said, hey, I'm at 75, and if you want to outbid me, you got to talk to me, Jack. You got to go through me. I have House of Lords at $75. And I just wish one of you would just try to test me today. Just try it. You're going to fail miserably. Frank Sinatra. This is Frank Sinatra, a 6-record set. The Voice, the Columbia years, 1943, 1952, $49.99. Richard Group says, I asked about Steven Wilson LP, which him wearing a dad mask, which is Deadwing. Okay. There's one of him wearing a, this one's called Deadwing? It says Insurgents on the spine. This says Steven Wilson Insurgents. It may be called Deadwing. The spine says Insurgents. This one right here, a 2009 UKOG Near Mint Minus, $39.99. This one's called Insurgenties. Wait a minute. Yeah, right here. INSURGENTES. That is the title on the spine. Okay. Ozzy's at 150. Ozzy's at 175. And then Trick or Treat's at $36 right now. Deadwing is the name of the Porcupine Tree album. Yeah, I knew I've said that at some point tonight. Yeah, that's in a different crate. We had that like Where is that? I feel like I've shown that somewhere. I don't know if you're seen that a half hour ago or if you've seen it 30 minutes ago, which is also a half hour. But anyways, we have Foghat Boogie Motel. Foghat is $14.99. More American Graffiti, $24.99. And Jimmy Buffett, Son of a Sailor, Gold Stamp promo. These are all buy it now or best offer, $19.99. We have Mad Shadows, Moth the Hoople. Mad Shadows is $19.99. And America's Greatest Hits History. I've been through the desert on a horse of no name. It felt good to get out of the rain. Nice stickers on that one. Average White Band, a 2LP, $19.99. And Chicago 19, $9.99. 20 original winners, $12.99. And we have Frida Payne. That's pretty cool. DJ sticker on the back, $24.99. One of those archive, and it's a yellow label promo, $24.99. So, yeah, I feel like I've said the words Porcupine Tree Dead Winged tonight, but there's just not one in that crate. There wasn't one in that crate, but I feel like I've said that tonight. I just don't know where it is. I feel like I've said that, or I've had one recently, but I have no idea the current location. Black Sabbath box set for $100. Sell this to Josh Brown for $100. Josh, this is so due for $100. Thank you. All right, I'm going to, like I said, keep all the box sets over here together tonight. Usually I put them in the crates, but I think they store them differently anyways. They put them in on shelving or something. I don't know how they do all this stuff around here. Folks, I'm just a poor, humble man just trying to sell some records tonight. We have Cat Stevens, Very Young and Early Songs, $19.99 on that. And Elvis, Legendary Performer, $19.99. Okay, it's definitely time to sell or do something over here. The first thing is House of Lords. And this is, Richard Bradshaw's for $75. Okay, thank you, Richard Bradshaw. That's so to you. Now, the other thing over here, Faster Pussycat, Weasel has it for $30. Jeff Brent, Are You Done on the Aussie? It's at $200 on Aussie. Jeff Brent RTO, $200 on this. And Trick or Treat's at $37. Buddy Johnson said JB25. JB25. Jimmy Buffett was actually only $19.99 if that's what you're bidding on, buddy. It's only $19.99. All right, let's move that over. And then we have George Carlin, On the Road. George Carlin is $14.99, and George Carlin Occupation Full, $14.99. Trick or Treat 40, Trick or Treat 38. It's up to Jeff on the Aussie box. And Faster Pussycat, Weasel has it for $30 as of right now, okay? Angela says she has Faster Pussycat for $40. The AC/DC box we still have is this monstrosity right here. I think it's called Backtracks. And it looks like this guitar amp. It's $300. There is some cover damage up here on the headstock. I'm looking for $300 OBO. $300 OBO. So Faster Pussycat's at $40. Weasel, your bids are way out of order on Faster Pussycat. And then Trick or Treat over here, Chad Sauls has it for $40. And then, buddy, if you want Jimmy Buffett for sticker, just let me know. It's only $19.99. We have Rock Begins, Volume 2, 1957-1960. That's a 2LP, $19.99. Buddy Johnson says even better. He'll take it for $19.99. And that was Jimmy Buffett, Son of a Sailor. That's so to Buddy Johnson. And then the Flashdance soundtrack, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. And Arthur's $19.99. That is, it looks like a Spanish pressing of some sort. And the Byrds Greatest Hits. That's on the original Columbia 2i label. Beautiful. Wow. That's a really nice copy. And somebody had kept it in a MoFi inner sleeve, it looks like. So, beautiful copy there. Well, I've lost Jeff Brent RTO on Aussie. We got to go ahead and sell this to 007 Platinum for $200. He's had it for 5 minutes. That's sold for $200. That's done. So, Faster's at $41 and Trick's at $41. Curtis Marachi has both of these. Yeah, AC/DC, I think it's called, was it Backtrack is what we said? That actually is a working guitar amp kind of deal back there on that thing. Just FYI. Let's go ahead and put up another Aussie or Black Sabbath, I guess. This is Aussie Promotional Club 12-inch. Changes of audience, no more tears and desire. So this is a promo single from Live and Loud. And look at it, here's another one of those really scarce ones. There are currently 0 copies for sale on Discogs, okay? There are currently 0 copies for sale on Discogs. This has got changes of audience, and then No More Tears and Desire from Live and Loud, which y'all know was never really released on vinyl. So this is really cool to see. It's a promo 12-inch single. It just says A and B. It's in the Aussie sleeve with the Aussie sticker, and there are 0 copies for sale. I would say so. That would be something very unusual for them to be making on vinyl to promo this. So there it is. That's a $35 start. Infectious Grooves 95. Let's do that for 105. 105, Bradley. That would be $20 off. 105 on that one. Trick or Treat, Chad Sauls is out. Faster Pussycat, Angela Ledbetter, do you want to bid more than 41? Ozzy already has a bid for 40. Regina Tabor offered 12 for Elvis. I didn't even know there was an Elvis in here. Right here, this sold to Regina Tabor for $12. Annie, a new musical. Annie is $19.99, and 24 Karat Hits, Hugh Muscella. Hugh Muscella is $24.99. Aussie 45, now 50. Fog Hat, Rock and Roll, $14.99 Fog Hat, Rock and Roll. And Does the Sun Really Shine on the Moon? Gary McFarlane and Company, $19.99 on Gary McFarlane. Glenn Campbell, By the Time I Get the Phoenix. Glenn Campbell is $9.99 By the Time I Get the Phoenix, okay? Now, Aussie is at 75. The Birds is $19.99. And then Pass on Infectious Grooves for now, 105, okay? No problem. I'd love to sell it to somebody before the end of the night. Faster Pussycat, I got to make sure that Angela Ledbetter didn't want to bid again. And then Trick or Treat is definitely sold the Weasel for $41. Aussie's already at $75. Let's move that down. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is Judas Priest, Ram It Down. And this is a real 88 USOG and VG condition. A $25 start on Judas Priest. It is in shrink. It has the inner sleeve. And that's a $25 start. Judas Priest, Ram It Down. Over here is Wes Montgomery down here on the ground. Wes Montgomery's a white label promo, $24.99. Gary McFarlane, Soft Samba, $19.99 on Gary McFarlane. And Gary Mulligan Quartet, Reunion with Chet Baker, a 1958 mono, $39.99. Gary Mulligan Quartet, Reunion with Chet Baker, a 58 mono, $39.99. Faster Pussycat is, I lost Angela. She had it for the longest, but then I lost her. So this is sold to Weasel for $41. Okay, that's sold. And then Aussie is at 125. Judas Priest 25.26. And Topographic on Chicago for $6. There's a Chicago in here. Let's see if there is. There's a Chicago. This one, yes. This is sold to Topographic for $6. Next auction is going to go up. Let me peek in my bonus crate. And I'm not talking about, I'm talking about, So here we go. And, ooh, great neck adjustment right there. Look at all this stuff. Holy crap. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness. Holy moly. Okay. All right. Okay, Chris Cornell. Songbook, that's always a good one. Chris Cornell Songbook. Chris Cornell. Euro Unofficial Red Vinyl 2 LP. I think y'all know what kind of money these demand. A lot. Red Vinyl Unofficial Chris Cornell Songbook. $95 start. $95 start. Chris Cornell. That's now up for bid. We have the Motorhead box. Debbie Laster offered $120. What was I at? $175. $175, $120. Debbie, $140. $140 on the Motorhead box. $140 on the Motorhead box. We have Weather Report, Mr. Gone. That is sealed for $24.99. And Jackie Gleason's presents Aphrodisia. That's $9.99. Okay, so over here, Judas Priest 26, Aussie 125, Aussie 135. Priest 27.28, Priest 40, Aussie 150, Motorhead box 120. How about Motorhead 140? And then Judas Priest 45. And then we have this Chris Cornell saying nothing compares to you on that. How much was Gary Mulligan? IG details. Priest is at 29. Priest is already at $45 right now, Curran. Curran Evans. Curran Evans. Priest is already at it's already at $40. So here, let's do a rundown right quick, okay? There's a lot of stuff happening. First of all, about every bid is out of order. So if you're just paying attention to your Facebook chat, you're probably lost and confused and want to know how to get back to reality. Well, here's the reality for Ozzy. 007 Platinum has it for $150. It's a rare 4-track. None are for sale. It's at $150. Next to that is a real OG Judas Priest, VG, Nice Though, and Shrink. And that's a final call to Steve McGee for $45. Next to that is Chris Cornell's Songbook, which is a 2 LP red vinyl unofficial. This has some amazing covers. I know that he does some Zeppelin on here. Yeah, he does Thank You, a Led Zeppelin cover, Black Hole Sun, Like a Stone. That's amazing. It's not in print. It's a red vinyl unofficial. You need to buy it right now before you regret it. $95 on Chris Cornell, okay? $95 on that. Then we have two other questions. First of all, we have sold this Motorhead box, which was one of the first no bids of the night. I had it at $175. I ended up selling it for $140. Debbie Laster, and that's the Motorhead, the Ace of Spades box set. $140. See you later. $140. See you later. Thank you on that. Box sets sold tonight. Big ones. We've sold an AC/DC, a Tool, a Metallica statue, and don't forget earlier we had the Slaughter, the other Black Sabbath, and Motorhead, and there's more where that came from. I kind of stopped putting some up for bid because I was running out of space behind me. I still got Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. I'm looking for an offer. Okay, and then we'll talk about, but first, IG and Gary Mulligan. Gary Mulligan, reunion with Chet Baker, was a 58 mono, $39.99. No condition notes on the vinyl. No condition notes on the vinyl. And then IG details. You might have to refresh me on what IG is, because right here in the first 20, there's no IGs. So you'll have to refresh my memory, okay? And then we have Frank Sinatra, Love is a Kick. Frank Sinatra was $19.99. And then this is Mingo, Flight Never Ending. Mingo was a gold stamp promo, $19.99. All right, Chris Cornell is a buy it now for $95. Chris Cornell's a buy it now for $95. And look what this was originally tagged to be started at. I was just going to cut the price and watch a bidding war happen. But man, I messed up. I cut that price huge and didn't even have a chance to get a bid on it. So my bad. So, man, somebody needs to take advantage of that. Judas Priest is sold to Steve McGee for $45. I was expecting that thing to take off well past 200. We have, IG, okay. And then Ozzy is sold to 007 Platinum for $150. John Kaiser gets Chris Cornell for $95. Unbelievable. All right, and then Infectious Grooves. This was Infectious Grooves, a 2016 US. It's been out of print ever since this pressing. Limited edition 500, $125. I've already shot myself in the foot and told somebody I would take $105 after they offered $95, thinking they would say yes, and then they passed, and now it's hung up at $105. Just to be fair to everybody else, I should have kept it at $125, but it's $105 if you want it. A few more records. First, Pat Metheny Group, $29.99. Yes, Alice in Chains box. Let's do that, but first let me go ahead and put up a couple auctions. I got more Aussies. This one's pretty unusual. This is another rare one. This one has some condition notes on it, though. This is Ozzy, Bark at the Moon on silver vinyl. It looks like a Platinum Record Award, okay? It looks like a Platinum Record Award. I don't know if the flip is supposed to look like that. I don't know if that's supposed to be gold and that's supposed to be silver. Laura thinks it's possibly discolored. She said side B's heavily discolored, so evidently it is. It makes a good mirror. There's Chad. Hi, everybody. And then there is Bark at the Moon label. Very cool. And it has a light warp, but it does not affect play. They did test play it. But man, I've never seen that before. It looks like a platinum and gold record to me. But Aussie is a $10 start, none for sale on Discogs. And I don't think that stuff there is coming off. Okay, I think it's a really delicate, it almost looks like acetate. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird record, though. $10 on that. Yes, I just did smell it. T-Bass, T-Bass, T-Bass said he would take it at 105. Infectious Grooves. Okay, thank you. Chad's about to sneeze. Hold on. Here comes the sneeze. All right. Now, let's show the no bids right quick. First of all, Slipknot. Antennas to Hell. 2012 German. VG, $75. VG, $75. Okay, Aussie's up for bid. Y'all know the story on this AC/DC box set. It's $300 OBO, heavy on the OBO. Jar of Flies, the jar works, it lights up. We had it tested earlier. There you go, just slap it and it comes on. $495 OBO. And then the other box set, now we're just down to 3, was the Halloween self-titled. This literally comes with a clock inside of it. A real working, looks like a pretty well-made clock. They, it's numbered 1126 of 2000. It's got extras, and that's $175. So $175 on the Halloween self-titled box set. Alice in Chains Jar of Flies. We still got the shipping box and styrofoam. Shipping box and styrofoam, $495. Everything's near mint. That'll be tricolor. And then behind that is AC/DC, which is $300. Unless somebody just wants to go ahead and make an offer on all 3 of them. I have a feeling John Kaiser might do that. Okay, how do I bid? Just how you asked. How do you bid? Just put Aussie $50, and that means you have the high bid. We'll bill you on Monday if you win it. Next auction is going to go up right now. That is going to be this right here. This is Rock City Angels, Young Man's Blues. Rock City Angels is a 1988 USOG with the original on her sleeve. VG Plus, $25 start. Rock City Angels, VG Plus, $25 start. Aussies in VG condition. Yeah, whatever these marks are right here, they're kind of, it almost looks like a smudge, but I guess it's, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure she's tried to clean it, but I think it's just because of the material it's made with or whatever coating they put on it. So, yeah, it's VG, and it has a slight warp. And evidently, this side is discolored, but there's none for sale. So if you want to buy this one and then wait 5 years for the next one to come up, you might want to go ahead and get that one so it's a placeholder. Right now, the high bid's $30. Rock City Angels is a $25 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Lynch Mob, Smoke and Mirrors. Lynch Mob is a 2021 US, first and only time ever on vinyl. Silver vinyl, Lynch Mob, a $20 start. Aussie is not a full album, no. It's a 12-inch single, essentially, a Bark at the Moon. We have not we have not finished this crate. This is Les McCann, live at Montreux, a 2LP, $24.99. The Best of Carly Simon, $19.99. Tavares, this is In the City. Tavares is $9.99. The Best of Herman's Hermits, $9.99. And Aerosmith Live Bootleg, really clean copy, $34.99. Aerosmith Live Bootleg, a Gatefold 2LP, $34.99. Aerosmith. Very nice, okay? Aussie 30, final call. Rock City 25 of Cosmo Kramer, and Lynch Mob has a bid for 20. Let's add a 4th auction. And that 4th auction is going to go up right now, and that's going to be Black Sabbath. Take a look at this. Rock Legends Black Sabbath. A 1980 Australian Vertigo compilation. No condition notes, a $35 start. Rock Legends. Pretty cool there. That's now up for bid. Black Sabbath. Okay, Aussie 31, Aussie 35. It's Halloween box on colored vinyl. It's sealed. I really don't know. It's sealed. If there's a variant on Discogs, then I would maybe have to see if I can scan this one and find out. whichever one has a clock with it. Yearbook. Might be that one right there. Clear and orange splatter. Could be it. Yeah. The AC/DC, that's pretty tough to figure out. I think it's backtracks is what we determined. There's no name really written on it. It does have some damage up here to the head case, but that is a working amplifier, and it looks like it has vinyl and a book with it. Let's see here. There's the AC/DC. Yeah, 4 CDs. Instructions. Here's some extras. It's sealed. That extras packet is sealed. This actually might just be CDs, unless there's a vinyl hitting in here somewhere. It's got this huge, wow, that's a really well-made book. I think it's difference of country. Yeah. I think it's a difference of country on the, from what I just seen, I think it could be a difference of country. Yeah, I don't know if this is actually vinyl. I think the value in this is the book, the extras, and the fact that it's a real working guitar amp and it has AC/DC written on it. This couldn't be cheap when it first came out. Just FYI. There's a vinyl, there's an LP in here. Okay, I think it's hidden somewhere then. Maybe it's somewhere, it might be in that envelope then. That might be what that packet is that you have to open. Yeah. I'm assuming that's what that is then. This lid. Is a little bit difficult to get on. Okay. Put that right over here. Sorry, y'all got to remember, stuff's brought to me, and sometimes it's just year and price, and sometimes I have to figure out what it is myself. And I'm like, hold on, let me look it up with y'all. Okay, sorry for the delay. Box sets are great, but they're also time consuming, and if I show them and then somebody just gets on, they're like, wait a minute, show me those all again, which is okay. They're obviously trying to buy them, but it takes a lot of time. So Aussie's at $40. I always thought you just buy a box set blind and then you go through it later. Like, you don't even want to know what's in it. You want to open it up and be like, wow, whoa, look at all this stuff. Aussie, $40. I have not heard back from Chad Sauls. 007 Platinum has had this for 4 minutes. Probably that whole time I was trying to show those box sets. Chad, I've lost you. If you're out there, let me know. Then, Rock City Angels. It had one bid with Cosmo Kramer for $25. Sold. Lynch Mob. Lynch Mob had one bid with Larry Gonzalez for $20. Unbelievable. $20 sold to Larry Gonzalez, Lynch Mob. I bet some people just heard and I was like, man, what am I doing? I'm not paying attention. People are stealing these records from Chad. He's out on Aussie. This is sold to 007 Platinum for $40. Now, that leaves Black Sabbath. Intergroove Distortion has the high bid on this at $45. That means Michael Thrower and everybody else is out. It's a 1980 Australian reissue compilation on the Vertigo label, this time Australian-based. It's called Black Sabbath Rock Legends. High bid is $45. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Faster Pussycat's Greatest Hits. This was the first time this was ever on vinyl. It was on pink vinyl, and Faster Pussycat was a $25 start. $25 start on Faster Pussycat. Those are the original recordings, and that is a $25 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is over here in the Aussie tab, and that is a 12-inch promo single of Lightning Strikes. Aussie's an EX edition, an 86 OG promo copy, EX edition, a $15 start. We're ready for a new crate for me to go through, which is going to be buy it now or best offer. You heard me correctly. That's buy it now or best offer. Let's go over here and get it. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. It's a great Thursday night, and we have so much more to get to. Literally, there's so much more. There is so much more to get to over here. There's so much more. We have it. We have so much more to get to over here. Let me go ahead and find this crate right over here to go through, and let's do it. And we're going to go through this crate right here, buy it now or best offer. Actually, you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to find maybe some crates that had new titles, maybe even pretty close to metal related. And, what a great neck adjustment. And try to refresh you from some of that, which I think there's a great crate right here. And I might go ahead and try to browse through that right quick, because I know we got some metalheads watching. And let's go ahead and do it. So let's browse through this right quick. Could be some very cool stuff in here you're interested in, okay? All right. So let's do it. About time for Chad to stretch. I can't believe it's already 11 o'clock. That means it's time for questions, and Craig Thomas asked the first one. That means Chad needs a snack. Time for chocolate-covered raisins. Chad. Direct mail. Yeah. You need to let me know that's you so I don't accept it. That way I can take it off and sell it to you directly. Okay? Black Sabbath 50. Faster Pussycat 25. Black Sabbath 55, the Birds 9. The Birds 16. It's a beautiful copy. Columbia 2i. Aussie 15, Black Sabbath 60, Black Sabbath 65. Black Sabbath is 65. Faster Pussycats at 25. Aussie is at 15 with 007 Platinum. And Oso Adventure gets the Halloween box for 150. All right, let's sell that to him for 150. He gets the Halloween box. Thank you. Now we're down to Alice in Chains and AC/DC. This is sold to Oso Adventure for 150. Thank you. All right. New bid on Aussie for 20. Box sets are accumulating over here. Let's go. Time to do some stuff here. I know we got a bunch of Aussie fans watching, so I wanted to bring this back out and remind everybody I have this available. You know, earlier we sold a Zakk Wylde autographed record for $400. And I want to remind everybody I still have this in stock. It is a signed Aussie 8x10 magazine page. Also with Zakk Wylde, which is an earlier signature. He doesn't sign like that anymore. And then Randy Castillo. This was signed around 1988. $1,275. $1,275. Y'all probably seen that back here. That's Aussie $1,275. I'm looking to move it tonight to a new home. It's JSA authenticated. Aussie, Zakk Wylde, and Randy Castillo. Awesome. $1,275. Let's go over here to the top. Black Sabbath 65, Aussie 20. Which Aussie? Lightning Strikes 12-inch promo single. Faster Pussycat 26. And then Aussies at 30. And then there was an offer on the Birds. Cosmo's about to have a conniption fit waiting for Sister. Okay. And then over here, Andrew Smink on the Birds for 11. All right. I love this album so much. I'd like to see it go to a new home. So let's go ahead and sell it to him for 11. Sold to him for 11. Randy Castillo. Jeff Brent, I hate to inform you, but you're simply just wrong. Faster Pussycat 28. But yeah, Craig, make sure you email us. That way I won't accept your offer on that 45. And then when I'll take it off and we can just add it to your invoice, okay? All right. Here we go. Shotgun Assassin, $38.99. Shotgun Assassin, original motion picture soundtrack, $38.99. This is Morrissey, $33.99 for Morrissey. Also, we have the Beastie Boys Root Down. The Beastie Boys Root Down, $36.99. And then Wonderwall Music by George Harrison. Wonderwall Music by George Harrison, $39.99. Nirvana, self-titled, $33.99. Faster Pussycat is at $32 with Christina Curtis. Ozzy's at $50. Intergroove Distortion, You're Out. And then the Black Sabbath is at $70 with Chad Sauls. Intergroove Distortion went out. So did Chad Sauls for $70. Black Sabbath, okay? That's done. Faster Pussycat's at $32 with Christina Curtis. And 007 Platinum has Ozzy for $50. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is this right here. Sister Sin, Now and Forever. Sister Sin is a 2012 USOG, limited to 100 on clear vinyl with black smoke. A $75 start. $75 start on Sister Sin. Has the insert with it. That's now up for bid. We have, where did I leave off? Right here, Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus. That's the red vinyl Friday music pressing, $39.99. We have Soundgarden down on the upside. This is a 2 LP, $44.99. Soundgarden down on the upside. And Wes Montgomery, Full House, $39.99. Wes Montgomery, $39.99. That's Full House, Original Jazz Classics. Okay, I think we're done on Ozzy. This sold a 007 Platinum for $50. Faster Pussycat is at $35 with Christina Curtis. And Sister Sin is now up for bid. The next auction is, let's do another box set over here. And this is a Black Sabbath Live Evil, which is, of course, the Ronnie James Dio live album. Black Sabbath Live Evil. Really cool box here. This is a $75 start. Black Sabbath Live Evil, a $75 start. It is now up for bid. It is a $75 start. Live Evil. That's now up for bid. 4 LPs of music there. I think it's like the original version remaster and then like a redo, like a different mix. The Blasters, $29.99. Bill Frisell, In My Dreams. Blue Note, that's $46.99. And then Willie Nelson. This one is called Country Music. $39.99 for Willie Nelson. And then Joe Ely, Down on the Drag. Joe Ely is $24.99. And Neil Young, Oceanside Countryside. Neil Young is on clear vinyl, $24.99. Faster Pussycat, Christina Curtis gets this for $35. That is sold to Christina Curtis for $35. That's sold. And then Sister Sin did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $75. Buy it now for $75. Does have the insert with it. $75 buy it now on that. Let's put that right there. Black Sabbath box is also a $75 start. First chance, now your second chance on that. Don't forget about the Ozzy autograph over here. It's $12.75. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Judas Priest, British Steel. Judas Priest is a 1980 U.S. Santa Maria OG VG, almost VG plus, $25 start on Judas Priest. And then Paul Oakley on Joe Ely. That's sold to Paul Oakley. Thank you on that one. And over here, we have Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot, $34.99. The New York Dolls is $29.99. And then Sepultura, this is live in Amsterdam, 1996 Sepultura, $39.99. Judas Priest does have a bid for $25 with Kerr and Evans. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is this right here. I have an Aussie bootleg, which was a surprise auction, and this is an unofficial from 1981, and it's near mint, and this is going to go up for a $95 start. $95 start. This is Aussie, and very cool here. Aussie, $95 start. Aussie, $95 start, vintage bootleg. And I think this is, sorry, I don't have the date of the show on this one, but there's this and there's this. And that's a 2 LP, a $95 start. Forgive me, I don't have the exact. Here we go, Long Beach Arena, 1981. Long Beach Arena, 1981. Now look at there, Jeff. There's the very own Sammy Hagar playing guitar for Aussie. That's now up for bid. A $95 start, okay? Judas Priest, $25. Cosmo Kramer, Oops Sin, $65. This is sold to Cosmo Kramer for $65. Thank you on that one. And then over here, Black Sabbath didn't get a bid. That's now a buy now for just $75. Wow. Let's put that over here with the Alice in Chains box, the AC/DC box. And that is a $75 start. Over here, Judas Priest is at $30. Aussie has a bid for $95. Good luck, because I know there's about 300 other Aussie fans watching, and there's probably about to be World War III breakout. World War III is about to break out into the chat over this. There's probably about to be Aussie bids come in for 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150. Next is Right Out of the Cellar. Round and round. Right Out of the Cellar is an 84 US Carrollton OG Club. VG Plus condition. Rat is a $20 start. That's now for bid. Right Out of the Cellar, $20 start. That's now up for bid. Where did I leave off over here? We have Sepultura, and then the Velvet Underground. This is a live unofficial, live at Inco Avenue, $33.99 on that one. And then Sid Barrett from Pink Floyd, of course. Sid Barrett, Madcap Cries, Demos and Outtakes, $33.99. The Jam, Paris Modern, $33.99 for The Jam. And Kraftwerk, $33.99. Radio Live Transmission. Also, Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason, Into the Distance, A Ribbon of Black. That's $33.99. Metallica S&M, a 3LP, $69.99 on Metallica. Judas Priest is at $31. Final call on Aussie. Vintage Aussie bootleg here. Long Beach Arena. We're about to sell it for $95. Nobody else has bid. Judas Priest at $31. And then Rat just got introduced. It is a VG Plus record, a $20 start, just FYI. That last auction, the Black Sabbath box, is still available, FYI. Also in here, we have Cabaret Voltaire, Radiation, BBC recordings, and this is $29.99. And we have Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Metallica is $33.99 remastered. Pink Floyd, 50th anniversary remastered, $38. Nirvana Incesticide, $38.99 for Nirvana Incesticide. That's available, 2LP. And then Billy Preston, that's on Go Vinyl for $34. Rush, that's the newest remaster of their self-titled album, $36.99. And then Metallica Garage Inc., a 3LP, $59.99 for Metallica. $59.99 for Metallica, okay? So Judas Priest is at $40 with Joseph McCormick. New bid. Jeff Brent RTO gets the Aussie for $95. Thank you, Jeff. That's so to you. And then Right Out of the Cellar is a no bid. You can pick that up for just $20. Wow. Great price for a VG Plus copy of Right Out of the Cellar. That is available for $20. I need a new sleeve for this. Let me walk over here and find some sleeves right quick. Let me go do that right quick. My mic cut out for a second. I got to walk this way because I'm trapped this other direction. Let me walk over here and do this. I got to walk all the way around. Hopefully y'all can still hear me. And now I'm all the way over here. And yeah, so where are we? Where's my sleeves? I just need one over here. I just need one over here. Where are they? There they are right there. There they are right there. All right, there it is. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. There it is. Hey, there was some new vinyl. Wasn't priced. Okay. That's why. Dang it. That always happens. I got to tell Ed about that. I got to tell Ed about that. Okay. All right. Ozzy. So to Jeff Brent. They're still bidding on Judas Priest. And Rat is VG Plus $20 buy it now. I'm going to put it over here. Slipknot and Rat, okay? So we have Priest, which is at 45 with Joseph McCormick. Next thing over here is Motorhead, Rat, Overkill. Here, this record gets straight to the point. Overkill, I Love You. Overkill is a 87. This is a real 87 EMW press. It's OG, and it's a $35 start. Now, Curran, Joseph, I think you bid against yourself. Joseph had it for 40. Then Joseph bid 45. Unless there's an invisible bid I can't see, just FYI. Overkill is a $35 start. That cover gets straight to the point. Got two hands there. One's holding a razor blade and one holding the finger. That's definitely some metal there. Priest is at 40. I'm showing Joseph at 40. I was just going to make sure Curran didn't want to bid again. There's Overkill. And then I do have more Sabbath stuff. We had Volume 1 earlier. Here's Black Sabbath, Attention. A 75 UK EX edition. A $25 start. Black Sabbath, Attention, Volume 2. $25 start on that. And Christina Curtis over here is at $20. Okay? $20. Oh, Facebook's hung up. Facebook must be hung up. Let me make sure. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Facebook must have got hung up. It's been happening this time of the night. Bizarro almost. I'm out. Kill them all. Okay. I don't know who was first on Rat. Well, man. Rat, his bid came in first. Yeah. Y'all may have been bidding and I couldn't see it, but either way, this is sold to Cameron for $20. Sorry, Christina. He was first over here. Cameron put Rat 20, and I'm assuming you was trying to do the buy. Now, he actually might have bid first. So that's sold to Cameron for 20. Christina Curtis, you were next. Joseph McCormick put an S, Overkill, Black Sabbath, Rat Flag. Okay, so let me figure out what's going on right quick. Give me 1 second. Time out right quick. Okay, so Judas Priest is sold to Joseph McCormick for $45, okay? Thank you, that's done. Now, let's look at Overkill again. This is Overkill, which is FUCKU, an 87 US EMW OG, and the last bid that came in on Overkill was nothing. We're looking for a $35 start. And Black Sabbath, Attention. Black Sabbath, Attention is a 75 UK EX condition, and it has one bid with intergroove distortion for $25. All these records in here are sticker price, no more, no less. The last bid on Metallica, we've got two copies. This is Kill 'Em All Remastered. $33.99. I've got two copies if anybody wants one. Awesome. Sounds great. Looks great. Okay. Overkill has a bid for 35 and another bid for 35. Kenny Roll was first. 35 and 35 on those. Next is going up for bid right now, and that is Motorhead Clean Your Clock. And actually, we still got a Fates Warning to sell here. Fates Warning is called Parallels. It's a 2018 U.S. reissue, limited to 500 on brown ochre marble vinyl. Company inner sleeve and poster. Fate's Warning Parallels, $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Black Sabbath doesn't have a bid yet. Well, it does. Inner Groove Distortion, $25. All right, let's go through a crate that's never been gone through before, a vintage, which will be vintage, buy it now, best offer. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Vintage, buy it now, best offer. Let's do it. Vintage, B-I-N-B-O. Let's do it. Okay. Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot, 2 LP sealed, $34.99. All righty. We have Billie Holiday, The Golden Years. Billie Holiday is sealed, $34.99. These have never been shown. New vintage records, buy it now, best offer. Black Sabbath, let's go ahead and sell that for $25 to Inner Groove Distortion. Nice pickup there. Overkill's now at $44. Super clean copy for what the price is right now. And then Fate's Warning was a $55 start. There's that. And over here we have a Rough House. Rough House is a 1988 USOG with the original inner sleeve EX edition. And over here, this is an 88 USOG, a $25 start. Rough House is a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Rough House. Okay. That's up for bid. Also over here, we have Chet Baker, The Most Important Jazz Album of 64-65, $39.99. Chet Baker, The Most Important Jazz Album. That is $39.99. Kevin, that's probably true on their website, but as many records as you've bought already this week, you're practically at free shipping right now, and if you bought it from them, you'd have to pay tax and shipping, and you'd probably end up being better or about the same price just buying it from us. We have Cal Jader Aqua Dulce, and this is $79.99 for Cal Jader. That's in shrink wrap. Over here we have the Platters, My Prayer. The Platters is $9.99, and Rhythm Heritage. Rhythm Heritage is $9.99. And Mahalia Jackson, The Power and the Glory. Mahalia Jackson, $9.99. Barry White's Greatest Hits, $9.99 on Barry White. And Carole King, Pearls, Songs of Goffin and King, $14.99. Overkill, T. Bass has it for $40. Fate's Warning doesn't have a bid for $55 until right now with Kenny Roll. Kenny Roll, this is sold to you for $55. That is sold. His bid came in about right when I was going to sell that, so nobody else bid. It's done. Rough House is a $25 start. No bid yet. And then over here, next thing is Pat Metheny New Chakuta, $29.99 for Pat Metheny. If anybody wants one of those Metallicas, just let me know. All you got to do is say, Chad, I'll love to take a Kill 'Em All from you. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, More Than Ever. A white label promo on this one. A white label promo on this one, $19.99. Overkill has a bid for $41. MT Matt has had it for $44 for almost 3 minutes. I'm about to sell it to him. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is this Guns N' Roses, which is a live, unofficial. This is Guns N' Roses live at the Ritz, 1988 Westwood 1, and this is an unofficial 1988 EX edition Guns N' Roses, and that's going to go up for a $30 start. Guns N' Roses, it's so easy. Live at the Ritz, 1988 Westwood Wood, $30 start on that one, okay? Let's read a few more out of here. These are all buy it now or best offer. We have Glenn Campbell's Greatest Hits. We had one of those earlier tonight. There's another one for $9.99. And we have Roy Wood Mustard, $19.99. Now Curran's bid has come in for $45, and you were immediately outbid at $46. Nobody bid on Rough House. Let's go ahead and make that a $25 buy it now. That's Rough House. It has the inner sleeve. $25 on Rough House. Let's put that right in here. And then Guns N' Roses, it's so easy. Guns N' Roses is live, $30 start on that one. Overkill out, and now Overkill has a new bid for $50. Guns N' Roses is up for bid. Our next auction is going to be going up right now, and that is I have Motorhead, and this one's called Clean Your Clock. Motorhead is a 2017 German Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 5,000 picture disc. That's a picture disc, Motorhead, there's Lemmy, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Next thing is Roy Wood, sold to Paul Oakley for $15. Glenn Campbell, I already sold one tonight for $7. I'll sell you one for $7. $7 on that. Karen, you're out on Overkill. Gerald, you're out on Overkill. MT Matt has it for $52. Also in here is Aerosmith Draw the Line. That's a clean looking record. $26.99 for Aerosmith Draw the Line. $26.99. And the Beatles, Yesterday and Today. That's an Apple pressing. The Beatles, Yesterday and Today, $39.99. Mungo Santa Maria with Dizzy Gillespie and Toots Thielemans. That's $19.99. And Bye Bye Blackbird, John Coltrane. His greatest concert performance, McCoy Tyner, Elvin Jones, Jimmy Garrison. Coltrane, $19.99. This is the greatest rock and roll hits box set, a 4 LP, $24.99. And 75 number one chart hits. Wow. 75 number one hits, $26.99. Okay. Overkill's at $60.61. GNR does have a bid with Christina for $30. Christina has a bid in on GNR for $30. Now it's at $33. Now Overkill's at $61. And Debbie Laster has Motorhead at $35. Moving on, we have Lady Time Ella, $19.99 for Ella Fitzgerald, Jackie Davis, and Louis Belson, $19.99 on that. And then Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's a 2 LP, $39.99 for Dylan. And then we have Average White Band, Warmer Communications. That is sealed for $14.99. Joseph McCormick, $15 on Coltrane. I guess, I hate to, but I'm going to. So to Joseph McCormick. And Stan meets Chet. Stan Getz and Chet Baker, $39.99. This is in shrink wrap on this black Verve label. Interesting. Guns N' Roses now at $37. Now it's at $35, but it's already at $37. And then Gerald Whitworth, it's up to you on the Overkill. MT Matt has it for $61. I'm about to sell Motorhead for $35. The Tremolos, Here Comes My Baby. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99 on the Tremolos. And then Iron Horse. Iron Horse is $19.99. And then Instant Funk, Looks So Fine. Instant Funk is $14.99. And Wings at the Speed of Sound. Wings is $24.99. Original on her sleeve. Does have some staining down here. Silly Love Songs, Let 'Em In. And let's go ahead and sell that Motorhead then for $35. And that is sold to Debbie Laster. Thank you, $35. And then that means Gerald's out on Overkill. This is sold to MT Matt for $61. Thank you, MT Matt. That's sold to you for $61. And then Christina Curtis has Guns N' Roses for $40. Next is going to go up for bid right now, and that is going to be this. That is going to be Wild Side. And Wild Side's on red and blue vinyl. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. That's a bootleg. Now, that's been long out of print. They recently just did a pressing, but this is a 2 LP version on red and blue. Wild Side is a $35 start. Amenities on Stan Getz, and that's right here. That's sold to Amenities. Thank you on that. And then this is a Japanese jazz, the Coleman Trio at the Golden Circle. Nice. And it's sealed, 83 French. It's not Japanese, but still very cool, $39.99. Guns N' Roses at $40. Matthew Hendon's out, just FYI. There's Wild Side. Let's go ahead and add another auction. And that next auction is going to be Seduce, Too Much Ain't Enough. Seduce is a 1988 U.S. Picnickville OG. It does have the company in her sleeve, and that is a $25 start. $25 start on Seduce. Too Much Ain't Enough. And then Tremolos is sold to Matt Bucci for $15. That's sold to Matt. Thank you. And then we have more Cole Espanol. That's Nat King Cole, $9.99. And over here, we have Minnie Riperton, Perfect Angel, a quad pressing with a promo stamp. Now, we've had a lot of these. They demand pretty good money. I've never seen a quad press, though. Minnie Riperton, $59.99. I've lost Matthew Hendon on GNR for the last couple minutes. I'm about to sell it to Christina for $40. Wild Side's a $35 start. And, of course, I just put down Seduce. Barry White for $5. I don't like the sound of that. I don't like the sound of that at all. Who got Glenn Campbell early? Did somebody take my $7 counter on this? Joseph McCormick offered $5. I said $7, and he passed, I guess. And then over here, we had Barry White, 5. I'm thinking 7. I think it's 7. You know, I don't like doing a 50% discount on new arrivals. That's never been a fan of mine to do. We have Elton John, Victim of Love, $19.99 on that. And in a Latin bag, Cal Jader, $39.99 on Cal Jader, $39.99 on that. And then Sonny Rollins, Vintage Sessions. Sonny Rollins is a 2 LP, $24.99. So Guns N' Roses is officially sold to Christina Curtis for $40. This is sold to Christina for $40. Thank you on that. And then Wildside didn't get a bid. That's a buy it now for $35. Blue and red vinyl. And then Seduce, Too Much Ain't Enough. Seduce is an 88 US Pittenville OG. $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on that. No bid on Wildside. No bid on Seduce. Okay. There's that and there's that. We have Brazamba. What? Brazamba. Bud Shank. And that is $39.99 in shrink. Sonny Rollins is sold to Amenities for $19. Okay. Next thing I have over here is this. We have Brittany Fox and Iron Maiden to put up for auction. Brittany Fox and Iron Maiden is going to go up for auction. This is Brittany Fox, an 88 USOG. It does have the original on her sleeve. VG Plus condition. Brittany Fox is going to go up for a $30 start. That's now up for bid. And then Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time is an 86 US Specialty OG. It has the original on her sleeve. VG Plus condition. A $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Nice auction still here, putting up at 11:30 at night. Holy moly. William Meadows said sold at $7 on Barry White. That's sold to William Meadows. Thank you on that. And then Chet Baker, Swings Pretty. Chet Baker's in shrink. That's $29.99. Sunset Label. And then James Blood Ulmer, Black Rock. $29.99 on that. A gold stamp promo. Cool Burning with the Chet Baker Quintet. 1967 Prestige. $149.99. It looks like it's still in shrink. Very cool. $149.99. Brittany Fox and Iron Maiden up for bid. And then also going up for bid right now is the following. I'm going to put this up for bid. Some kind of very interesting, hold on one second, hold the fort. I got some more box sets over here. This is also Motorhead. I know we still got a couple Motorhead people watching. This is Motorhead Bastards Deluxe box set. Let's start this at $95. Now, what an interesting cover here. Whoa. This is a very interesting cover here. Motorhead. This side isn't as exciting. This is a $95 start. Motorhead Bastards box set. Let me figure out how this thing opens and what all happens here. Oh, my gosh. Let's see here. I don't know what to do. I'm kind of afraid to do anything else to it. Let's put this right over here. I know this. The late night crowd's been quiet tonight. The late night crowd tonight has been really quiet. Probably the quietest I've seen y'all on a busy night like tonight in a long time. Y'all have just gotten really, everybody's gotten quiet. Almost nobody's saying anything. Nobody's really chatting. There's auctions going over here just flying out of the crates for minimum bids. Motorhead Bastards. We have poster, necklace, CD, paper, $95 start. Okay. $95 start. $95 start. Durden's missing. A lot quieter when John Durden's not here, evidently. Okay. There it is. Okay. Okay. And I know it's getting quiet. So I know it's getting quiet when a Brittany Fox, an Iron Maiden, and a Motorhead box set, all three are up, and none of them has minimum bids yet. So, and by the way, here in a minute, I may have to pause. Just FYI, I'm going to like literally either just pause the stream or reset it. Just FYI, I may have to take a small break. And then I'll come back. I'll let you know when that's happened. But if I just abruptly walk away, don't think anything about it. I'm probably not going to end the feed. I'm going to leave it up. But just be coming back and making sure whenever I've resumed for the second half, okay? I have pop pictures for tomorrow. I should. Yeah, she did. She's actually been working on this week's stuff all week. And I think she was ahead. No, I don't think she sent them to me, but yeah. So let's go over these one more time. We have an 88 USOG with the original on her sleeve. Brittany Fox has a bid for $30 with Weasel. Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. Eric Squindo has that for $35, an OG VG Plus. And then this Motorhead box is a $95 start. I don't have hot pictures for tomorrow. I actually don't right now. I do not. And then over here, Seduce. What was the no bids over here? The no bids over here for not counting box sets is Seduce for $25. Too much ain't enough. It was supposed to start at 25 and go up. We got an offer for 18 and we got an offer for 20. And then Wild Side is on red and blue vinyl. It's an unofficial, of course, $35. We still have Rough House, an 88 USOG. It was $25. And then Slipknot, Antennas to Hell, was $75. And so Victor Guerra, I guess if you want Seduce, it's $20. If not, I'll sell it to Chris Riddings. Chet Baker is sold to Ray Red for $90. Thank you, that's sold to Ray Red. And we have Kitty Hawk, and this is sealed, $19.99. The Spitfire Band, that's a pretty cool cover. The Spitfire Band is $9.99. We have Kai Winding, the Swingin' States. Kai Winding is $9.99. Victor Guerra says he will take Seduce for $20. Final Call on Brittany Fox and Final Call on Iron Maiden. Mahalia Jackson, the world's greatest gospel singer, $9.99 on that. The World of Duke, and this is Duke Ellington and Orchestra, $9.99. Willie and Leon, One for the Road. That's a 2 LP, $24.99. Chet Atkins, Stay Tuned, $9.99 on that one. When Radio Was King, Suspense, the 1940s. That is sealed for $19.99. And Fletch, Chevy Chase's Fletch, music from the motion picture soundtrack. And that's pretty cool to see. Gold stamp. The Fix is on here. Harold Faltmeyer doing some of the score. Stephanie Mills. Fletch, $24.99. All right, Iron Maiden is Eric Squindo for $35. Thank you, Eric Squindo. That's sold to you for $35. Brittany Fox over here. That's sold to Weasel for $30. And if anybody wants the Motorhead box, it is a $95 buy it now. Motorhead box is a $95 buy it now. Okay? And that was the Bastards box set. I'm going to put that over here of Alice in Chains, AC/DC, and Black Sabbath, if anybody's interested in those. Okay? All right. So Jim B gets Motorhead. Seemed like a steal. And he gets it for $95. Wow. $95. Okay. There's that. So this actually might be the best time for me to... I'm going to leave the feed open, and I'm going to mute my mic, and I'll let y'all, let's see. I'll leave y'all with a discussion question for a few minutes. Let me ask you a couple things. Where you're watching from, what's your the best concert you've ever went to, and I'm going to probably be back in probably about 10 minutes, maybe 15, but I would check no later than midnight. And for part two, we're probably going to go through a couple of discount crates, and I have a few more auctions, or I'll, if anything, give you a teaser for what's coming up tomorrow, or more metal CDs, or more cassettes, okay? One of the twos. So let me step away for a few seconds. I apologize. I'll probably leave you on the top cam. Let's see, which one do y'all want? This one right here? Probably this one right here. I'll leave my phone propped up where y'all can see the feed still moving. And I need to step away for probably, like I said, 10 or 15 minutes, okay? So I'll leave that up where y'all can see the feed moving. And I'm going to be back here pretty shortly, okay? But don't go anywhere. I'll probably blow the air horn when I come back. So you might want to take note accordingly. The info on the Slipknot, X-Wing, this is a 2012 German. It's a compilation, VG with the original on her sleeves. And that is a $75 OBO. But yeah, y'all need to have some sort of conversation. So, you know, the feed is, you know, you're keeping yourself busy for a few minutes, okay? you know, make some friends or something. Go around and say hi to your neighbor, shake hands, etc., etc. I'll be right back. All right. All right, business is taken care of. Now, I just wanted to hop back on here and let everybody know what's going on because I still actually hadn't got a drink or anything yet. I was just taking care of business with the autograph authentication. So, welcome everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Who's all still here? And what do y'all want to see? I'm kind of beat. I'm kind of beat. Mentally and physically after tonight and as little sleep as I've gotten, but the show must go on, you know. The show must go on. With that being said, y'all let me know what you want to do this last hour, and we'll go from there. Okay. All right, we just had how many items authenticated? A bunch. A lot. All right. Let me see if I can get a refund on that sucker. CDs and metal CDs. Okay, we probably can do that. Thanks for sticking with me. All right, 1 second. I'm doing something over here. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's run through some metal CDs. And let me take a picture of this right quick. Okay. Turn request. That's a print. Millicamp secretarial. Not good. Auto pen. Bad. Not good. Not good. Not good. Okay. Bad. 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 Okay. All right. Here we go. Next auction. Grateful Dead. That probably just woke up Robert Warner and Shakedown. Here we go. This is Grateful Dead, the Golden Road 12 CD set. How about a $55 start? Did I miss? I had to handle an intruder. Uh-oh. No, I actually took a break. I just came back. I've been gone for about 20 minutes. I'm here. This is the Grateful Dead Golden Road box set. This is going to be a $75. What did I just say? A $75 start? Let's try that. It's a Rhino 12 CD set. Grateful Dead, the Golden Road. $75 start. That's not up for bid. That's a CD box set. Very cool there. $75 start on that one. And we're going to go through some CDs. I never did really finish all of the auctions, but we're going to try. I had to step away for a few minutes. JSA just left. They were actually up front working. I timed it perfectly. And we're done. And I got a bunch of stuff authenticated. Very cool. I was just going up front looking at all the fakes because that kills me the most, seeing all those fakes up there. Appreciate everybody hanging out and sticking with me. There's Grateful Dead. We're going to go through CD buy nows. We're going to probably show cassettes and miscellaneous. What was fake? I can bring them back here. Yeah, we always end up with some fakes and secretarials and stuff like that. So let me go up here and grab them right quick. Oh, knees. Bad knees. Bad knees. This stuff keeps falling over. And there's that. Jake, your Willie Mays isn't any good if you're watching. Let's see. Here's some stuff that's fake. Luckily, we just got it thrown in a collection. We don't have any money in it. But over here, this is fake Ozzy auto pen. Ozzy did the auto pen on Ordinary Man. Be careful buying those. That's auto pen. Eddie Van Halen, fake. Steven Tyler, Joe Perry, that's bad. Ace Frehley, bad. And Lemmy's bad. So. All right. Grateful Dead has a bid for 75 with Gerald Whitworth. Let me move some stuff around. Here's another box set of Motorhead. But the good thing is, that's the only fakes. Well, a few albums, but now we have 230 real ones. 230 real ones. So that's good, right? You gotta look at the bright side. Hey, babe, take a walk on the bright side. Do 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 do. All right, this is Motorhead, Stone Deaf Forever. And this is going to go up for a $75 start. This is a $75 start. This is Motorhead Stone Deaf Forever, the Definite Motorhead Collection. 99 tracks on 5 discs, and this is a $75 start. Okay? There's another box set. Whew. The Grateful Dead is called The Golden Road, 65 to 73. And it has one bid for $75. It's a 12 CD box set. And then Motorhead's also going up for $75. Let me take this crate off the table. Let's go through metal stuff over here I have. It could be toys. It could be box sets. It could be anything. It could be absolutely anything. So who knows on that? Let's go over here and put this right there. And let's put this right here. And let's do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Okay. Let me grab a new empty crate. Probably going to be here about another hour, so you probably get a chance to buy some stuff. I am exhausted. We have worked so hard the last 24 hours here. Everybody has. Great staff, great people. Let me send a text over here. Sorry, I'm still doing some stuff. Okay. All right, Gerald, thank you. This is so to you for $75. Thank you, Gerald. He's picking up the Grateful Dead CD box. That's so to him. Thank you. And then Motorhead, final call. I'm moving stuff around too. Y'all probably like, golly, Chad, any day now. Sorry, it's just a little unorganized today. Little unorganized. Expect anything different? That's from a golf tournament. That's when Tiger made a putt or something. The announcer went, expect anything different? Okay, and then Motorhead's a buy it now for $75. Motorhead's a buy it now for $75. Okay. These metal CDs are $9.99. Slayer, South of Heaven. Slayer, Rain and Blood. Speedball, Drive Like Hell. Black Sabbath 13th, Lenticular. Metallica, Death Magnetic. Misfits Collection 2. Testament, The Gathering, Jewel Case Cracked. Testament, Demonic. Testament, Practice What You Preach. Speedball, Do Unto Others. Overkill, I Hear Black. King Diamond, The Graveyard. King Diamond, The Graveyard. King Diamond, The Spider's Lullaby. Oh man, was Facebook hung up again? Golly. Gerald, I apologize. There was people bidding on Grateful Dead and I couldn't see it. Gerald, I'm sorry. I have to take these bids. He was trying to bid. Man, Facebook got hung up again. Dang, I don't know how to know that it's not doing that. All right, so this is now at $80. Did anybody buy Motorhead? Did anybody buy Motorhead? Paul Oakley has it for $80. Gerald Whitworth, you've been outbid. First thing over here is Christina Curtis on Sabbath. And that was Black Sabbath 13th. These are $9.99, okay? And then we have Slayer, Speedball, Metallica, Misfits, Testament, Speedball, Overkill, King Diamond. And John Kosler wants South of Heaven. He wants Rain and Blood and South of Heaven. There's Rain and Blood, and there's South of Heaven. $9.99, $9.99. CDs rest tonight. Well, we possibly could bring out live animals. But I'm not going to tell you that. Because you might make a decision to leave. You're trying to leave, aren't you, X-Wing? You're trying to figure out if you can get out of this. That's what you're trying to do right now. So I'm going to tease you by saying we're going to be selling live animals in just a second. Grateful Dead, Gerald Whitworth, Paul Oakley's at $80. I apologize. He had a legitimate bid in plenty of time, and obviously I couldn't see it because it was hung up. It's not that it came in late. It was just hung up. I need to go up here and grab my chapstick if I can find it. My lips are shredding, screaming. They're shedding and they're screaming. I don't know what I've done with it. Have I dropped it somewhere again? Stupid chapstick. You stupid chapstick. All right. I don't know what I've done with it. Okay, anyways. More CDs, $9.99. Here we go. Here we go. Slayer, Decade of Aggression Live, double disc. Slayer, Seasons in the Abyss. Slayer, Hell Waits. King Diamond and Black Rose, 20 years ago, A Night of Rehearsal. $9.99. Gerald Whitworth, are you still out there? You did get outbid on Grateful Dead. See, now I got to make sure Gerald Whitworth still, he might have won that and went to bed. Gerald, are you still out there before I sell this to the other guy? You know, the three tenors and the other guy. All right, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99. He did foul him, didn't he? He did. He won and got off. Now I really can't legitimately sell it to anybody till I hear back from him. John Kaiser on all three Slayers. Those are sold to John Kaiser, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99. And then Michael Thomas gets Motorhead for $65. Thank you, Michael Thomas. That sold to you for $65. So did Michael Thomas for $65. That sold. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. This is only $39.99. Huh? This is only $39.99. What? This is only $39.99. Huh? Slayer, Soundtrack to the Apocalypse, Ammunition Box. Huh? $39.99 for Slayer. What? $39.99 for Slayer. Next is Best of Propane, $9.99. Propane, 20 Years of Hardcore. Propane, Contents Under Pressure. Propane, Foul Taste of Freedom. Propane, Road Rage. Slayer, Repentless. Limited edition. These are all $9.99. Gerald Whitworth, are you out there? Gerald Whitworth. Earth to Gerald Whitworth. Can I confirm, Gerald Whitworth, you are out on these? Hello, Gerald Whitworth. Test, test. Gerald Whitworth. Practice what you preach. That first track is amazing. No, I like the second track, Perilous Nation. Perilous Nation. Perilous Nation. Perilous Nation. Perilous Nation. Next is Victor Guerra was second on Slayer. We sold Motorhead for $65. Next thing over here is Michael Thomas got King Diamond. Okay, we've already tagged that over there. And then over here we have what? We have, we still got Slayer. I got Propane, I got Propane, I got Propane, I got Propane, and I got Propane. Gerald Whitworth, are you out there? Final call to Grateful Dead. I'm going to go sell it to Paul. And if Gerald gets his invoice and says, hey, where's my Grateful Dead box that I won? Then we'll have to completely bring it back out and re-auction it one night. But in the meantime, here we go. We have Propane for $9.99. Propane for $9.99. Propane for $9.99. Propane for $9.99. Merciful Fate, $9.99. Merciful Fate, $9.99. Overkill, F-U and then some. Overkill. This is called Necro Shine. These are all $9.99. $9.99. These are all $9.99. Overkill, propane. Those are all $9.99. $9.99. Hello, can anybody hear me? Test 1, 2, and error occurred. Try again later. Error occurred. Streaming. Test 1, 2. Are we on Facebook? Hello, hello, hello. Test, 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 test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello. An error occurred. Streaming, streaming. Hello, hello. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Test 1.